This episode is brought to you by the Project Manga Patreon, the best way for viewers to support the project and allow us a means to keep providing new and quality content to our subscribers. Go to patreon.com/projectmanga and find out more about the perks we have available to patrons, including early access to all of our content and exclusive videos like behind-the-scenes footage and additional manga reviews. That's patreon.com/projectmanga. And welcome to the 2021 Project Manga Awards. I'm your host, Nox.
Eagle.
This
is going to be our second award show, you guys. And now we have 19 award categories this time. So a couple more than last year. What we'll be doing tonight is going through all of the award titles and discussing the nominees and the voting. And of course, all of the winners with you guys. So really, we're just having one big, hearty conversation looking back at this last incredible year of manga publication. And joining us for the Wax Poetic tonight is none other than Axel Blaze. What's good, brother? Thanks for joining us, bro.
Hello. It's great to be here with you guys. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing, getting to talk about manga of the year, but there are so many elements to manga that I'm so happy that we get to talk about from this year. Because there's a lot of great stuff happened in 2021, so
that's right.
I'm excited, and I'm honored to be a part of this. And I'm
for sure.
Glad that I made it, despite Wisconsin's blizzard trying to stop me.
Yeah, so, it was pretty tight, but we were on time, we were on schedule. And Axel, bro, not only is it just like a pleasure to have you on the show whenever you can make it, obviously, but we also thought it would be a good idea to have you here tonight for this one because you literally read everything. So
yeah, no, and I mean, honestly speaking, like going through the nominations, I had to do a double take during the best monologue one because I was just like, oh damn, there are people out there other than me that read this one series for this one guy that got a nomination specifically in this category. So
yeah.
Which one was that?
I think it was Oshi no Ko.
No, Rokudo no Onatachi.
Oh yeah, that's the other one
Tosuke
that I couldn't
got a nomination in Best Monologue, and I was just like, no way. How people other than me read this? Like
people voted?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah,
so,
I hadn't seen that Rokudo one, and I haven't read Oshi no Ko either, so
yeah.
I don't blame you for Rokudo because that's Weekly Shonen Champion, and I'm fairly certain that at least 95% of the Western audience doesn't even know what the hell Western or Weekly Shonen Champion is.
Sure. Thank you guys so much for pulling up and hanging out with us tonight. Before we get started, obviously, we wanted to thank you for your participation in the nomination phase and the voting phase. We got like thousands of votes, dude. That's pretty crazy to see. The nomination phase was also a lot of fun. It was very Weekly Shonen Jump dominating again this year, just like it was last year.
No.
Right. And at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, I wanted a lot more, nomination diversity inside of inside of the award show. But at the end of the day, we are a shonen-centric YouTube channel. That's just like the magazine that is just the most like easily accessible. You know what I mean? It's got two dedicated apps and like consistent English translations on the official side of things. So it makes sense to see so much Weekly Shonen Jump stuff. Plus it's just the biggest magazine, but hopefully in the future we can see a little bit more diversity. The best way to do that, you guys, is to just follow Project Manga on literally everything. And also just make sure that when we enter the nomination phase next year, retweet that motherfucker, bro. Get that shit out there, share it around to people so that a huge
more diversity in votes.
Exactly, huge pool. The bigger the pool, the more diverse the nominations are going to be. But yeah, man, Project Manga Awards 2021. Last year, we for 2020, we did the award show like before the end of the year, right? So this time we waited until the year ended and then started the nomination phase and then went into the voting phase, and now we're, at the top of February here, finally getting it done. Let us know if this is like the preferred way to do it, so that we can have like an entirely, holistic view of the year of manga publication before we do the show. Or do you guys want us to kind of get it starting like we did in 2020 and and get nomination and voting going before the end of the year, so that by the end of the year we could have the award show? I don't really know what's better. I want to say this is better, but let us know, man. Just talk to us. Let us know what you guys want.
It depends on how you look at it,
right?
Especially considering the fact that, just like Shonen Jump, for example, the year for Shonen Jump starts at the beginning of December. So like the 2022 run of Shonen Jump started in December, and it'll end in November of this year. So I mean, like it's however you want to end and start your year,
right?
It's whatever.
Yeah.
Numbers are whatever.
Yeah.
I've been running on to Vegas time for the last 3 years. Time is an illusion. More gold.
Hell yeah. Well, I think that's everything. Should we get into the award show?
Yeah,
I'm ready.
All right,
let's do it.
We got 19 categories this year.
19 of them years.
Yeah, and the first one is Best New Series. So this one was really interesting because like there were a lot of like really cool new series for the year, I want to say. But we have our nominees here. We have Dandadan, Blue Box, Sakamoto Days, and Witch Watch. These were the top 4 nominations in the nomination phase. That's how all of these are going to go throughout the entire show, is we took the top 4 and then put it to polls, and then you guys voted on those 4. So we have Dandadan, Blue Box, Sakamoto Days, and Witch Watch. Gentlemen, how do we feel about the nominees for Best New Series?
I mean, I've heard a lot of hype around Sakamoto Days, personally, a lot of different people have told me that that's a great manga. Personally, I haven't read it, but I've heard there's, great comedy, slice of life vibes in there, along with some pretty funny and cool action as well. Dandadan, though, as you know, we cover on the show.
Yeah!
Dandadan is what I voted for here, just being that it's the only one, really, that I have experience with, and I do have a lot of love for Dandadan, so if Dandadan wins, I won't be mad.
Hell yeah. That one smoked the nomination phase, honestly. Like, yeah. I think Dandadan got the most nomination. Oh yeah, it does. That's why it's at the top of the at the nominee list. You know what I mean? So and it is in order of like what was nominated most for all of these. So from top to bottom, Dandadan was the most popular nomination there. Mello, you wanted to get in there?
Oh yeah, I'm not surprised that it got the most votes because cream rises to the top.
The cream of the crop will rise to the top. Oh yeah, brother, the cream of the crop. Yo, hold on.
No, but I love that. Like, I really do enjoy Sakamoto Days. I love assassination, like gangster themed series. Great action, good surprises, and I like that kind of like tender side that it occasionally shows. But Dandadan has, for me, some of like the best like non-toxic examples of masculine behavior in like a young man.
Hell yeah.
Like a young male protagonist. And I'm just like, this is legit. I genuinely believe that this child is a child and is acting just like a child, instead of like, I'm a 14-year-old and I'm fucking ripped.
And also like just old in the mind, because the storytelling kind of, wants, maybe not once, but I feel like now that you bring it up, I feel like there are times inside of shonen storytelling where you'll have, a very young main character, but the writer is an adult. You know what I mean? And the writer will give dialogue and kind of, moments to their characters that, like, it might not be, like, outwardly noticeable in any kind of crazy way, but I feel like I have noticed that, like, sometimes, these really small children, for one reason or another, either because the world around them has forced them to grow up before, they would really want to or whatever, but there are just some things sometimes where I just kind of go, is that really how a 13, 14, 15-year-old would react to a situation like this? Especially inside of more like mundane, like slice of life kind of scenarios. Like when it's like war and like the world's ending, whatever, you know what I mean? But like regular day-to-day like situations, goes. It's like, yeah, that's where you really want to focus that, that kind of shit on the adolescence with your character. Yeah.
Yeah,
MOBA,
some of these
yes, I
kids be
believe.
acting like Aquamarine from Oshinoko. I'm just
Yeah.
like, hey.
I don't read that one, but yeah.
MOBA,
Oh, yeah,
MOBA, I do
Fortnite.
believe.
What's up? What's up,
It's
Eagle?
great.
No, I was just gonna. I think MOBA asked how old is UG? Isn't he 15 or 16? I do believe he is 16.
Yeah, I think he's like
Right.
16, 17 at the
At
most.
least
Yeah.
he's a high schooler. So
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
And he
I will
jaded.
say,
Yeah.
like, that's why I appreciate that, like, especially with this last year with Shonen Jump and to an extension Jump Plus, we've been seeing a lot more shonen protagonists that aren't in school. Like,
Yeah.
that is incredibly refreshing.
Mhm.
I feel a little awkward knowing that I'm older than Taro Sakamoto with how old he presents himself. He's
Whoa.
like 26.
Oh my
Like, that's the
god.
thing. He's 26 or around that, or 27, whatever.
Yeah.
But I mean, like,
Really?
we've got him.
guess.
We've got Kafka Hibino in Kaiju number 8.
Yeah. Yep.
Obviously, we have Ichiro from High School Family.
Yeah.
But it's so refreshing to see that, like, we're getting older protagonists in the shonen demographic.
Mhm.
Because like we don't normally see that unless it's in seinen, and it's been a missing thing in Shonen Jump. So I appreciate that 2021 really introduced a lot of great older protagonists.
Mhm.
And I will say, oh my god, I'm almost done doing my reading research side of things for the best new manga of 2021. I've read through like 70 series at this time.
Oh wow.
Dear God, my Mal. Oh
Dang.
my God. But like
That's so many.
these dude,
Is that
there
how
are
many? Is that
like-
how many new manga came out in 2021?
No, there are hundreds of new manga.
no, there's
that come out
hundreds guaranteed.
every
Yeah, I guess that
year.
makes sense. Yeah.
Like, and like I had to like I filtered through, like I went on Mal, I typed in like every new series that came out this
Yeah.
last year. I sorted through. I was just like, all right, can I find this on Manga C, Manganello, or Manga Dex as a last resort? And if not, I'm not gonna touch it.
Mhm.
Like, but these 4 series that we have nominated are definitely great series. Definitely all deserve to be there. Sakamoto is that weird one where it was technically a 2020 series, but it got like it debuted literally at the end of the 2020 year.
Sure.
So like Don
I actually
Sakamoto
didn't even
days-
know that. Holy shit. I thought
Yeah,
I
it came
definitely
out-
thought it started in 2021.
No,
Yeah.
it came out in November of
Whoa.
2020. So I mean, that's the
Axel.
thing. Like
Yeah.
you don't. It's so unfair in that regard that it's just like, is it a 2020 series? Is it a 2021 series? I think it deserves to be here regardless.
Sure.
And if this was, you know, one of those technicality things,
Yeah.
like if it was 2020, I would put Sakamoto Days.
Sure.
But in terms of a new series, Don is that's my guy.
Yeah.
That's my series right there. And
Yeah.
I've talked about this at length several times, and Don really is the whole package.
Don
so,
like,
like,
gives you a lot, man.
It really does.
Yeah.
Like
it's got it where it
there's so
counts in
much
like
depth.
every area that I care about.
Yes. So like I'm not mad however this vote goes.
Yeah.
I'm honestly, and this is not the first category where I'm surprised that certain series did not make it and other ones did.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I'm happy however this one goes, even
Yeah.
though I'm fairly certain it's gonna go one way. But
I'm pretty sad that Ranger Reject didn't make the top 4 nominations for this one.
It's one of those things where it's Weekly Shonen Magazine, so
Mhm.
like you've got its dedicated fans, but it's one
Yeah.
of those ones where it's harder to read because it doesn't have an official simulpub.
Correct.
So it's getting an official English release, so I'm happy for it,
Yeah.
even if the title's a little cliche. But you know,
Oh yeah, it's like
I'm-
Go Reject Ranger or whatever.
No, it's like Go Loser Ranger. They
No.
didn't
Yeah.
Go
And
Loser
it's-
Ranger!
I don't know why they used Loser Ranger instead of Reject Ranger, because it still would have worked.
It's
like,
the same syllables. Like, what are you doing?
They just like
Yeah.
because then they go GGRR, and then it would be easy to put into like Twitter and all the stupid algorithms that like control our media. And
Yeah,
I'm an old man. I'm
GGRR
learning.
slaps way harder than GGLR. I don't know.
No, it's
GGLR sounds like a coding program.
the Kodansha English translation titles right now are needing some work. Like they just recently announced that the marriage of the Amagami household is getting an English release too. It was another one of the new rom-coms for Weekly Shonen Magazine last year.
Mm.
I don't like the title. I don't like the English localization. I don't.
Yeah.
I think
How
Loser
often do we?
Rangers is worse. But
Yeah.
there are some that stick better to it than others, honestly. But like I don't know what the decision making was on either. I know what the decision making was for Ranger Reject. They wanted that that it sounds similar to what you already know kind of thing.
Yeah. And I guess when it comes to naming,
detriment
it's
of
like
us.
whatever. Like when I said how often do we, I wasn't even thinking about any kind of like English translation or localization. I was like in my mind, I was thinking of the Chainsaw Man volume cover that we got in America versus like literally every other country that translated it. And I remember that was like a really big thing on Twitter. It was like, what is this garbage? How could you ruin this volume cover and shit like that? And it's like I feel like the West just always like makes things worse.
Man.
But yeah, I don't know. How do you guys feel about like Blue Box and like Witch Watch? I don't know if you read any of those, Mello. I'm sure Axel, you do. I don't know if we talked about.
Unfortunately, I wasn't very familiar with those series.
Sure.
I think I read like the first 3 chapters of like Witch Watch, and I was just like, cool. I really enjoy romance series, but I just didn't. It didn't suck me in, like It didn't suck me in like Don Don did. You know, I was just like, like Don Don just had like this like a very innocent charisma.
Yeah.
That like really drew me, and I was like, this seems like a very wholesome, very pure series, despite being like, involving is like I lost my testicles, So I was like, you know what, you had your series about like has a first chapter says, if you suck my tits and I'll suck your dick, and I'm like, this is still an innocent series, and I'm like, I don't know how they did it, but they did it, and that's won my respect.
Yeah, no, I never really thought about it like that because it's like, man, that did get like really graphic in that first chapter, and the dialogue was very, sus or whatever. But it did still feel like really wholesome and innocent at the same time. They achieved a really cool balance in that way. I never really thought about that. But all right, well, Axel.
I have read Blue Box.
Oh, you have read Blue Box. Oh, I was just gonna. How did you feel about Blue Box?
Go ahead. It's the same thing in Witch Watch. I was like, this is pretty cool, but like, I think I'm just gonna wait till it gets like longer, and then I'll try to binge it and see if it like keeps me.
It is the sales juggernaut of the 2021 jump year.
Really?
It is the boulder that is just taken on down the cliff. Blue Box is going to be. It honestly speaking, it might surpass Mashal eventually in terms of sales, because like the latest volume is already up to 100,000 in sales.
Okay.
And it's like 3 volumes in.
That's insane.
So
I think.
Like Elusive Samurai was the sales juggernaut. It is slowing down a little bit. But even saying that, like, it still sold 80,000 copies for like the latest volume. So Blue Box is definitely the darling child of like the Weekly Shonen Jump magazine for the 2021 batch.
Okay,
interesting.
So it's like it's crazy. Witch Watch, it's got a bit of that decline going on. Like, I enjoy all 4 series. I'm just gonna put it out there now. I read everything that has been nominated outside of Witch Hat. It is the only series I have not started yet, but will start.
Blaze.
Sorry for reading 300 series at a time and not reading Witch Watch.
That's the most important one.
Yeah, you gotta get off them, because like Shit, Axel's on his Nickum shit, man. You remember when we asked, we were talking to Nick, and he's like, yeah.
To just tear you apart.
He's like, yeah, dude, I read ongoing week to week. I read, like, what did he say, like 52 or 56 manga? I'm like, what the fuck?
He had like
what are you doing?
He had a very impressive weekly and monthly
it's bookmarks,
roster.
Man.
Yeah.
It's bookmarks and knowing when stuff releases on a weekly or monthly basis. And like once you get in that groove, it's really easy. It's just how it is. And like I said, with me trying to research for like the best new manga of 2021, I added like 60 more series to my reading list. So I mean, it's, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah,
but like I love the ongoing manga grind. That's me. I love being on the pulse, and like I said, oh my god, is this gonna keep happening? Witch Hat is the only one that like I just have not gotten to, but I've read everything else on this list, including Rokudo no Onitachi. So,
easily the most obscure one that I had seen. But I mean, whatever, dude. Witch Hat ain't going nowhere, bro. Whenever you get to that shit, you're gonna be like, holy fuck, and it's gonna be totally fine. But
it's gonna be a treat,
and it's okay because I'm probably one of the 5% of people that also knows what magazine it's printed in. So you know,
there you go.
There's that.
Yeah, a lot of people can't say that, myself included.
Shonen OG in the chat says if there's a magazine, Axel follows it.
Hell yeah! What's up, OG?
Not wrong.
Good to see you, OG.
I am familiar with too many for my own good.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I think we're all in like agreement. I think all of us chose Dandadan as our pick on this list, right? I think that's pretty solid. All right, let's take a look at the winner. Anybody got like the drum roll emoji? Like anybody got drum roll emojis in here? If you got drum roll emojis, drop them in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Because we about to reveal this winner real quick. Okay. So out of the nominees, we have Dandadan, Blue Box, Sakamoto Days, and Witch Watch, and the winner is Sakamoto Days.
Sakamoto Days. Damn.
You know what? I'm honestly not shocked by this.
Yeah.
So I shared before the stream today, a couple hours before the stream, I shared some statistics with Knox in terms of the nominations and whatnot for this award show. Sakamoto Days is tied for the top for the most nominations for this entire award show.
What's the other one that got? Oh, One Piece. Yo.
And One Piece were nominated 8 times for this award show.
That's
insane. The Sakamoto Days love is real.
Yeah.
Honestly,
you could feel it. You could feel it pulsing throughout the timeline, in Discords. Literally everywhere is talking about Sakamoto Days the entire year, and I feel weird because like I didn't know that Sakamoto Days debuted in 2020. I can't believe that like slipped me
because it was the end of November. I mean, again, it was the unfortunate like release time of like, is this a 2020 manga? Is this a 2021 one? It's just been great from day one. Honestly, Sakamoto Days is one of my top 4 series in the magazine right now.
Yeah, so ever since like what is it? Hard Boiled Cop and Dolphin. Ever since that shit got axed, you've been on the fucking Sakamoto grind. I thought on your YouTube channel you would change out Orphe for Sakamoto or something for your little avatar or something. I was like, what do we?
I would, but I'm sticking with Orphe. I'm sticking with them. Like,
no, for sure.
That's my guy. But I've been on that Sakamoto agenda from day one.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm also reading every Shonen Jump series.
You're literally on like every agenda from chapter 1 because you find a new series and you're like, I'm current forever.
Yeah. Yeah. It is how it is.
But okay, so taking a look at the results here so we can see how everybody voted. You'll see Nami is letting us know how the results kind of went here. I don't know if you guys can see that entirely, but Sakamoto Days kind of swept this one, which makes me feel weird because like considering that it debuted in 2020, I feel like it's not eligible for a W here because that's just like a really awkward place in its debut where it didn't really do anything yet in 2020 that would make you think this is, best new series for 2020. Because it didn't have enough time to cook. And then 2021 starts, and now we have this stipulation, this cutoff for everything as far as what qualifies for a specific category. And Best New Series literally says it has to have debuted in the year of 2021. So even though you guys could see the poll results here and see that Sakamoto Days won that, I feel like the second runner-up has to literally take this. I don't know how you guys feel, but
I mean, I agree on some points you made, but I also
Yeah.
like I kind of am along the same lines as Axel. Like if it debuted literally the final week, I don't know.
It had
Still is.
it wasn't the
it had-
final.
last
It,
2
oh,
months.
oh, that's right, because
If
it
I
restarts in
remember-
December, doesn't it?
So
Yeah.
Weekly Shonen Jump, yes, like the run starts in December. If I remember correctly, and I am including December, I'm trying to remember from Roger's stream. I think I said that Sakamoto Days had 5 chapters in 2020. And as a weekly Shonen Jump series, compared to like a monthly series, that is a big deal.
Right.
So again, in making a comparison, if you wanted to count the 2021 run of Shonen Jump, Sakamoto Days only had like 2 chapters that weren't part of 2021. So this is I can accept personally, I can accept this more than
Yeah.
obviously another nomination that we will get to later on that
So
won an award last year. So
So the first,
Yeah.
the first 2 chapters of Sakamoto Days are November 20th and 29th, 2020, and the next 3 are December 6th, 13th, 20th, 2020.
Yeah.
yep, and those 3 were the first 3 issues of the 2021 run. So
According to like Weekly Shonen Jump's like fiscal year,
in
or
terms
whatever.
of their
Yeah.
numbering for the
Yeah.
2021 run.
Okay, well, this one's like a lot. This is like so awkward and like close.
This
I
is
don't
muddy
know.
waters right now.
Yeah,
bro.
like you guys let me know, like for this one specifically, and only this one, like as far as like the official posting for this W that Sakamoto's got, like let us know if it feels better to give it the W for Best New Series in 2021, even though it technically debuted in 2020, or if you think that the official posting should show Don to Don as the Best New Series of 2021 because it actually debuted this year. Let me know.
Yeah, we do Don to Don, I think.
Sure. I mean, that's what I like. I agree with that, like personally. But at the end of the day, it's like it's so close that like I would be happy to defer to the
We're
community.
talking like very slim technicalities.
Right,
so
exactly.
it's-
Like the
But
slimmest
you know
of
what?
technicalities that
There's
I've ever
nothing
seen.
that nerds like more than technicalities.
I guess.
So,
You're
I
not
just feel-
wrong. I'm one of
I
those
just feel like Don to
people.
Don
think I
as
am
like
too.
a debut series is probably like if by 2021 standards is like the best debut series, but then we say
Yes.
Sakamoto Days is like honorable mention, right? Like
Yeah.
second, like honorable mention because it had such a fantastic showing
Yeah.
this year for a relatively new series,
Yeah.
even though it wasn't technically 2021.
Comrade
That's
V,
my-
Comrade V,
it said that, yeah.
good to see you, Comrade V. Just wanted to shout that out there for you, because that's our homeboy from Discord in our special grade, and also one of the typesetters, I believe, for one of the scanlation groups that translates Ranger Reject. So shout out V. But yes, specifically in the nomination tweet, it says, keep in mind this award is for series, like, and it gives you all the stipulations. Like the stipulations were like all over all of these award categories, and the voting and nominations still happened the way they did. So that's why I'm like kind of bringing it up here now as like a conversation of how you guys feel this should kind of go, because this one just slipped through the cracks very easily because of how little chapters there were in 2021.
Yeah.
But
Next year we consult with Axel.
but yeah, it was, yeah, like that was a thing, you know what I mean? So anyway, that is Best New Series. That's how everybody voted, and the winner is Sakamoto Days for now. But
Honorable mention.
honorable mention Don to Don, honorable mention Sakamoto with Don to Don as the winner. Whatever. I don't know. Go on Twitter if you guys are on Twitter. Use the hashtag Project Manga Awards 2021 or 2021 Project Manga Awards, and I don't know.
Set up a poll.
Yeah, talk about it. Set up a poll. Something. This is like I was not expecting this, and this was very awkward. But that was Best New Series of 2021. You guys ready to move on to the next category?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. The next category is Best New Character. right? Now here
the
are
other one.
So best new character is one that like we got a lot of nominations for Noct from Black Clover. And this is one where, like V was saying, you know, make sure the stipulations are clear. And I thought that that's what I did by saying, like, yo, keep in mind, like, this has to be, you know, this is only for series that started in 2020 or earlier, because it has to not be a new series as well. You can't just like have a series that started in 2021 and then choose a best new character from a series that started in 2021. No, it has to be a series that started in 2020 or earlier so that it's had some stake in the game for a while. And then a new character had to debut in that series this year. So those were the qualifications. I don't know how Noct made it here. I don't know how he slipped through the cracks and like made it to official voting polls. That's probably my fault.
Tricky devils.
Yeah. But anyway, at the end of the day, Noct is like guaranteed not, you know, available for this one. And he won this award in our last award show. So like
So he's
Noct
already a winner.
Right, he's already a
won.
winner. Yeah, he's already a winner. So like automatically the winner of this category is going to go to the second most voted character, right? With that out of the way,
Did he get the most votes?
excluding Noct, how did we? Well, I don't know. We don't know that yet. But I guess we do now because I said that. But anyway, anyway, how do we feel about the nominees?
I personally love Higuruma. I know that when his chapters popped off, I was just gushing for this lawyer, man. I never thought I would be like
Yeah.
that. But here I was just like, oh my god, she's making me feel things.
Yeah.
Oh. And just like his arc was like nice and tight. It was like 3 chapters, and it was like, man, you took 3 chapters and you had so much impact on the story, and like your perspective like moved me, like the way that like you know, I had chills when like he had like emotional revelations with like Yuji.
Right.
And spoilers saying like Yuji's like, yeah, I did that shit. It was me.
Oh, now that you've said the word spoilers, I should probably let everyone who's tuning in right now know, just to have an official statement, like heavy spoilers for everything that we're about to talk about tonight. Like if you guys like aren't, you know, if you guys don't want to be spoiled on things, I don't know. I really don't know how to, like, we're covering so many series. So I really don't know how to, like, you know, establish some kind of, you know, system to where we properly warn all of you, you know, like whenever spoilers are coming up for any specific series. So if you're here, you either don't care or you have some kind of system worked out inside of yourself to avoid the spoilers for the series that you're not caught up in. But I just thought that I'd throw that out there.
In our defense.
Yeah.
In our defense, you know, this is all stuff from last year. Come on.
Right.
It's also, for the most part, this is almost all stuff that you guys cover weekly anyway. So like,
That's a good point.
obviously there's some strays. There
Yeah.
are some strays, obviously, but a very large chunk of this is stuff that you guys already cover on a weekly basis. So that being said, great plug for your guys' show is that if you guys like talking about these things, this is stuff that they talk about on a weekly basis.
Thanks,
Shout
Axel.
out.
Shout
You're
out
welcome.
to Ashes, LFK Ashes. Thank you so much for gifting 10 subs to viewers.
LKF Ashes, get it right. No, I'm kidding. But yeah. But yeah, shout out Ashes. That's our like behind the scenes guy. That's the guy in the chair. That's the guy that's the guy that does logistic stuff and data gathering and all other kinds of amazing and like really necessary things for the brand. So shout out LKF Ashes. Also, just like go follow his Twitch channel. His name's right there. You can click on it, go there, give him a follow. That's one of my best friends. So
yes, that's
Pay attention to the man behind the curtain.
IRL, he is yeah. Give him a follow.
IRL, that's the guy. Behind the scenes, that's the guy. Just the guy in general. But okay, so we're talking about Higuruma right now. I loved Higuruma as a character this year.
Yes.
I think Gege is really good at introducing that like everyday character that just has, you know, a really introspective, deep and poetic philosophy and outlook and dialogue and characterization. Then when it comes into Jujutsu Kaisen, you have Nanami, a salaryman, you have Higuruma, a lawyer, all of these characters feel like if you knew them in real life, they would, you know, just be regular people walking around that you don't really notice. And then until you focus on their character and get their story, Gege really delivers on that point for seemingly random and unimportant looking characters. I'm not gonna lie, Higuruma's design did not really jump out and grab me when he was introduced, and I like hate the judicial system, so I was like, whatever, you know.
Same.
But then as soon as his character started receiving development and we got to know a lot about him, I was like, man, Gege is really good at this kind of thing. So shout out Higuruma. I'd say that's definitely my pick on this list. But very close second, Gen Narumi. Oh my god, what a fucking character!
This was personally one of the tougher decisions for me when I was voting because, I mean, like you said, Higuruma, right when he was introduced, I did aesthetically like him. You know, just aesthetically, all these characters very pleasing, very cool looking, very awesome designs. And also the characters and story behind them are super compelling and interesting. At the end of it, I ended up voting Higuruma, I believe, if I remember correctly, just because that's, you know what I'm saying, that's the guy.
That's the guy.
I wanted to be part of the squad, man, but Gen was a very, 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 very close second. Like,
Gen
I spent probably
so good.
5 minutes just looking at this motherfucker, just thinking, like,
He got my vote. Personally, he got my nomination and vote. I went for Gen. And at least for me, and I love Higuruma. I love him. Like, he is fantastic. But I had to think of like a 2021 as a whole kind of standpoint, and Gen was a bigger part of 2021 with Kaiju number 8 compared to anyone else on the list for nominations.
I feel
outside
that.
of Noct, who doesn't count. So, you know,
They won.
it was one
I
of
think
those
I see what
things.
you're saying, Axel, because it's like everything that Gen does kind of impacts the overarching narrative of Kaiju number 8 because of his role in that society. Like, his role in the Kaiju Defense Force is very high ranking. So anything...
And even more so now, too.
Yeah, even more so now, too, especially if you're caught up, right? So, like, literally anything he does and says is going to trickle down into the rest of the story of Kaiju number 8. So he's got a much more important role than probably anyone else on the list. but dude, like, this one was so crazy for me to look at inside of the voting because I was like, literally any one of these characters besides Noct, like, really deserves to be here. You know what I mean? Like, Lady Nagant was like, had the block jumping for like 3 weeks, you know what I mean? And at that point in the story for My Hero Academia, that was a huge pivotal like turning point or shift
for Deku's character.
For Deku's character, just for the narrative in general. Like, this was a completely new situation in My Hero Academia that we had never seen before, that none of us were, I don't want to say none of us, but a lot of us really weren't expecting the tone to change that drastically after the Paranormal Liberation Front War, going into the Tartarus breakout, introducing Noct and all of these other all-for-one affiliated characters. And it was just like so crazy when it was happening week to week. And she had a stellar showing in her time on the screen, and it was an amazing fight, amazing dialogue, amazing characterization, amazing literally everything for Nagant all the way across the board. The only reason why she didn't really get my vote for this one is really just as simple as Higuruma just like sticking out a lot more for me. You know what I mean? Like, they both kind of played like similar roles screen time wise. You know what I mean? Like, we got like a little bit of setup for Higuruma and then one big fight for him with Yuji and all of his development in that situation. With Lady Nagant, no setup for her, introduction during Deku's you know, kind of like time inside of his vigilantism, and then one big fight with her. And then, you know, so it's kind of like the same thing. And Nagant is a badass and I love everything about her, but Higuruma just barely edged her out for me. And Gen Narumi, obviously. They're all like just right there. Yeah.
They're so good. They're all very good. Kaizoku is saying in the chat, like, yeah, I thought everyone was gonna thirst vote for Lady Gaunt's armpits, and I'm like, you know, I honestly considered that too, because I was like, some people in the Discord,
hold on, wait a minute, we got armpit niggas in the Discord?
Oh, you know that.
I didn't know it was like that. Hold on, that's
naming names because I will allow them dignity.
That's going on in the not safe for work area. I'm never in there. That's why I don't know. But that shit fucking killed me. I can't believe we got armpit niggas. Ah, what a kink.
I've seen worse.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately.
That one's just always the one where I'm like, really?
It's a
For
whole
real?
emote. It's in the Discord. There's an
Armpit
emote.
lickers MOBA. Is that a thing?
We
Boba,
need
is
to
that you?
move away from this
Yeah,
topic.
No, you're totally
And
right. Okay,
who's
okay.
our winner?
Does anybody have any? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I should have muted that. Okay, sorry if that
You killed him. How dare you?
if that peaked my audio.
mean,
I'm sorry.
I guess the last thing I'll say is
Yeah.
that, like, this was a hard year for new characters to really stand out.
Yeah.
Obviously these three were like three of the biggest, most prolific ones. Like, yes, there were a few other new characters kind of here and there,
Yeah.
but honestly speaking, did any of them really have as much impact in comparison? Like, the only other person that I can even think of would like potentially be Ryusui's brother in
Sai
Dr.
from
Stone.
Dr. Stone.
Yes, but even then, like,
I think
can
he
you
was like
really-
5th. He had to
But
be
can
like
you
5th.
really
Yeah.
say he had that same impact as those other three? And like, while I
Okay.
loved him, while I loved the character arc that he had, like, those three really were the standouts. Honestly speaking.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you there. And as much as I love Sai and just like Dr. Stone in general, I like completely forget about Sai in this category. But like Sai also stood way the fuck out for me this year. As soon as this character was
Yeah.
introduced, we had went to a new part in the world that I was really interested in at the time and just in general because I fucking love Indian food. And like just the way that like everything about that arc was centered around mathematics and coding and video gaming, and the development of Sai spoke to me in like multiple areas. But like you're saying, Axel, he as great of an addition to the cast of Dr. Stone as Sai was, compared to the top 4 here, excluding Noct, everybody else just kind of really delivered in the area of what this category is looking for. But
they had that impact.
yeah, like honestly, like if we would have caught this Noct shit before we went to the voting phase, I feel like Sai would have been in the top 4 because I swear to God he was like right there in nomination underneath everybody else. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think.
We ready for the winner?
Oh, yeah.
Get them drum rolls going if you got them. Because out of Higuruma Hiromi, Gen Narumi, and Lady Nagant, the winner is Higuruma Hiromi.
Hey!
Let's go!
Dude, no surprise.
Yo, no
This
surprise.
time.
No surprise this time.
Eaten.
But if you guys want to see the results and see how everybody voted, there you go. It was very clear in Noct's favor according to the voting, but unfortunately, it just didn't work out for Noct. And he won this award last year, so you can't be like too upset about it. But like, sorry to anybody who's like legitimately upset about that. Like, he already got an award last year, so
DQ'd.
Yeah, next time I'll pay.
MOBA.
Yeah, next
This
time.
category.
Yeah,
right?
literally in this
Not even
category, in the
close.
last award show that we did, Noct won this award. So I don't feel like nearly as bad about this, even though it was definitely on me to sift through and fine tooth comb all of the nominations to make sure that everyone kind of fit, because like this is one of the ones that had like the most stipulations attached to it. So I should have paid more attention. That's on me. My bad. But he got the award last year, so it's fine. But
I think we called you out like immediately on HGS
Yeah,
once you
yeah.
posted that too.
yeah,
We
the
were
group
like,
chat, multiple group
nuts.
chats ate me alive for this. I'm not gonna lie, but it's over. It's done. Higuruma is the winner. Look at him in all of his glory. What an incredible character. We can take a look at the results here and see how people voted. We got 291 votes for, or wait a minute. Nope, I'm on the wrong screen. We
It's
have,
like 374 for Noct, but
out of a total of 830 votes, we have 374 for Noct, 273 votes for Higuruma, 135 votes for Lady Nagant, kind of Tsutsumi, and 48 votes for Gen Narumi. Which is unfortunate for Gen. But,
Yeah.
I mean,
just
hey,
doesn't, Kaiju Aid just doesn't.
It is what it
it
is.
just doesn't reach enough people. It doesn't touch enough pockets. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's how it went. Congratulations. to Higuruma. But yeah, I love that category every time. Going into best paneling.
Ooh, tricky.
It's the next award category. We got Sakamoto Days, Don Undead Unluck, and Jujutsu Kaisen. How do we feel this year, boys, about these top 4 nominations? And you guys keep talking. I'm going to run over here real quick, but I can hear you.
Personally, I can't speak on the paneling of Sakamoto Days, but like the paneling in these other 3 series, like at times is definitely fire. Dandadan like stands out to me less as far as like times I can remember where the paneling really jumped out and wowed me. But like Undead Unluck and Jujutsu Kaisen, the way that the authors can design and structure the paneling and like the borders of the paneling to really work in sync with the story, like the action, the flow of the fights, all kinds of different shit. Obviously, just I don't know. Undead Unluck and Jujutsu Kaisen, like Gege and Undead Unluck's author is what?
It is Yoshifumi Tozuka.
Tozuka, yeah. Gege and Tozuka, like their paneling skills in terms of, like I said, syncing them up with the flow of the fights, the flow of the story in ways that just jump out and blow your fucking mind is awesome.
Hell yeah.
Can't remember the time on the show, like the number of times on the shows, you know, both for Undead Unluck and Jujutsu Kaisen, where we've, you know, talked about the paneling and how well it's done.
Especially inside of the year of 2021 too. I feel like there's been so much action and just so many reasons to have really wild and creative paneling inside of pretty much everything that's running inside of Weekly Shonen Jump right now. I feel like throughout this year, a lot of these stories have been at really climactic points where a lot of really crazy shit is happening, and you see that artistic focus in the illustration, you know, and it just radiates throughout pretty much every magazine inside of series that I, you know, read in particular. This was one of the harder ones for me. Like, personally, I feel like Witch Hat Atelier should be like number 1 nomination for literally like every art related award, especially for paneling. But out of these 4, I'd either give it to Jujutsu Kaisen or Dandadan. And I love fucking Sakamoto Days, and Sakamoto Days paneling is fucking stellar every time, no matter what. But the paneling, the creativity in the paneling for Jujutsu Kaisen and Dandadan, and even Undead Unluck, just like drastically, you know, eclipse the Sakamoto Days paneling, in my opinion. Not to say that Sakamoto Days paneling is bad, and I know you disagree, Axel, but I have to throw... I know you hard disagree. Honestly, like, when it comes to action and when it comes to fights, like, Sakamoto Days is just, like, incredible. You know what I mean? And there's nothing that you can say to take that away from Sakamoto Days. But, like, outside of action is, like, where I look for really creative paneling the most, you know what I mean? And inside of all of these 4 nominations, there isn't really too many examples of that I can think of off the top of my head, especially for the year of 2021. I'm really just speaking as a Witch Hat Atelier stan, but like literally all of these are great on paneling no matter what, you know what I mean? So,
Wallace is easy. Arguably, yes. I've seen some crazy looking double page spreads and stuff. Mike Kiko, my cousin, is a big fan of Witch Hat. He always wanted it on. He always wanted it on the show somehow. He was always trying to push it. And yeah, he's shared a lot of art from Witch Hat Atelier that literally is like whoa, and arguably could be said, you know, that it is better than some of the stuff we see from
most other series.
Why am I spacing on the artist from One Punch Man? I know
Yusuke Murata.
Yusuke Murata, yeah, arguably better than the you know, some of the art we see from Murata, even, and I realize how drastic of a statement that is, because Murata is considered one of the gods of art within this industry.
Gods here, you know? he draws like he can't control his power at all. And the thing about like Witch Hat Atelier though, it just, and this is like I know that we want to talk about the nominees, but the thing about Witch Hat Atelier that I appreciate so much is that like it focuses on like practical usage of magic. So you get a lot of these like very like mundane, you know, kind of scenes where like they're not really doing anything action oriented. They're really just trying to improve the quality of life for people around them in very like, you know, everyday ways. And so like you don't really get a whole bunch of like dynamic action paneling inside of Witch Hat Atelier. But what you do get is like things like where the paneling going into the gutters will be like steps on a staircase or something, or it'll be like, someone will use the boundary of the panel going into the gutter as like they got their arm on like a table or something, and they're just like looking, up with their arm just resting on the boundary of the panel, and then the panel, obviously artistically, just representing a ledge that they're just like leaning on. Very little shit like that in which Atelier really jumps out at me. And there's a million, examples of drastic, really impressive, holy shit paneling, for really grandiose scenes and action scenes. But like the very little like side, barely noticeable illustrative, like, techniques that Kamome Shirahama uses in her art, I notice all of that shit, and it jumps right out to me, and it grabs me, and it throws me in a headlock, and it, chokes me out, and then I wake up, and I'm like, holy shit, what just fucking happened to me? Like, this shit is amazing. I fucking love Witch Atelier, and I definitely would give that series my vote for best paneling this year, so.
Of the nominations, though.
Yeah, of the nominations, how do we feel?
I personally would be big on Undead Unluck. I remember talking extensively on like the color splash when they were wrapping up the spring arc, and that they had people from Under and people from the Union like swapping positions to like balance it out weight wise, and that if you cut out, like, there's like 4 different panels, and if you cut out panel like 2 and 3, 1 and 2, they were literally facing each other and like symmetrically like facing each other. And then also if you only focus on 2 and 3, they were also facing each other, and then those two were paired up via coloration, and like even like the composition in like,
you're talking about that
cozy,
big double page color spread like in the last like 3 or 4 chapters of Undead Unluck, where it shows the completion essentially of all of the seasons arcs. Yeah.
Beautiful art.
Yeah, that was incredible. I remember when you were pointing that out on the special grade show, I was like, dude, I did not even notice all of this shit. Yeah.
So that's why I would go with that. And then after that, it's really kind of very tough for me, because it's either like Sakamoto Days or Dandadan, just because I really like the cinematic style of both of them. They're both different kinds of movies, but they are very, very cinematic. And that's just me.
Oh yeah. No, that's totally valid. Actually, yeah, go ahead. Do your thing, buddy. Let's hear this Sakamoto Days justification.
Is a hard clear.
Okay.
It's a hard clear.
Clear.
So hard clear. So there's a big
out of these 4
paneling. Yes, hard clear out of these 4.
Yeah.
Because the category is specifically paneling.
Right.
Paneling.
Yes.
When I did my nomination for Sakamoto Days, the picture that I used, the page rip that I used, was specifically the apart fight with Sakamoto, where he was literally jumping from panel to panel. He was breaking out of one panel and jumping
going into
the
another
next
one.
Panel.
Yeah, that was hard as fuck.
And so
that
that's
was
the
fucking
thing.
Sick.
When we're talking about like actual use of panels, if that is like the stipulation that we are like using here,
not the best drawings inside of panels,
correct?
Specifically,
we're talking about the
paneling
use of
and the creativity that an illustrator can do to show the composition of their panel layouts in conjunction with things like gutters and all the rest of the illustrative accoutrement that comes with a page's composition.
And in terms of the actual paneling itself, like, Sakamoto Days is great, and it's consistently great.
Absolutely.
And the thing that helps to boost it even further, and I will stand on this hill, I will die on this hill if I need to, Sakamoto Days has the best fight choreography in Shonen Jump right now. Period.
Here we go. What you think about that, chat? Let's see that. We got a lot of Jujutsu Kaisen fans in here.
In terms of actual fight choreography, in terms of the choreography itself, like, I think that Sakamoto Days is at the top. Jujutsu Kaisen has had some absolutely fantastic fight choreography, but Sakamoto Days is at a consistently high level with it.
Sure.
That's the thing. Like, we had a lot of great fights from Sakamoto Days, and it's debut year.
Dude,
of Shonen
honestly,
Jump.
like the first time you said this statement in our group chat, I think is where I saw it first, when you said Sakamoto Days has the best art, choreography, action and fight choreography in Jump. I was like, no way. I was like, there's no way it's beating Jujutsu Kaisen. And then I read all of Sakamoto Days in like a day and a half. And I was like, oh my God, he might be right.
you can't tell me that the subway fight wasn't
So here's the thing.
great.
Here's the
Fire
thing.
fight choreography.
The subway fight was incredible, but like when you said that, and I was like, all right, I'm about to go look for it when I read this series. It didn't become like, I completely forgotten about it while I was reading Sakamoto Days because I was just that sucked in and immersed into the world. But then when in like one of the most recent chapters, what's Slur's homeboy with the fucking crazy like staff style weapon who fought, the old man and got fucked up? I don't know. That motherfucker, when he was fighting
Gaku.
Yeah, when Gaku, is Gaku the old man or the dude I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, Gaku's the old man?
Gaku's the old man.
All right, bet. When Gaku ran up on bro, we could talk about Gaku too, like whatever. But like, because that's a whole conversation, that character. But when Gaku pulled up on bro in that like super crazy arc that like we're literally just came out of.
Us.
Oh, okay.
Takamura is the old man.
Takamura is the old man, that's right.
Gaku was the guy.
Yeah, the younger guy, who's like Slur's like right hand. When that motherfucker tried to approach Takamura and got his arm chopped off, and literally in that exact same moment, he said, well, that's useless, and fucking kicked it at Takamura, bro. Like, literally kicked that shit, like, in midair, like, immediately after it was severed. No thoughts, no words, just said, all right, bet. And then fucking Pele'd that shit. I was like, that might be, like, one of the tightest, like, physical exchanges that I've seen this year. Like, dead ass. And I instantly thought of Axel when I read that shit, and I was like, nah, this motherfucker might be spitting right now. That was so cold-blooded. But we're on the topic of paneling. And we'll get to fights eventually. But like inside of fights in Sakamoto Days is where you see a lot of really impressive paneling from the creator. And one of like the ones that kind of stuck out to me is when Shin, I think it was in that like boiled arc, where they're like fighting at the amusement park. And, like, you got this, like, crazy situation where Shin is, like, fighting a motherfucker on a roller coaster or some shit. And then you just have, like, these amazing, like, couple-page sequence of, like, him falling, jumping out of the roller coaster's, like, seat, and then falling through the roller coaster and then landing back on the train car and shit. That sequence, artistically, was insane. And that's, like, the first example of the paneling in Sakamoto Days where I was like, all right, I kind of see it. I'm starting to see it. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I love Sakamoto Days for best paneling. If it wins, I'd be very happy about that. Does anybody have anything to say about the nominees before we reveal the winner?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Well, let's get them drum rolls rolling. Because out of Sakamoto Days, Dandadan, Undead Unluck, and Jujutsu Kaisen, the winner is Jujutsu Kaisen.
Let's go.
Let's
go.
Jujutsu got it.
And that is a perfect picture to go with it. That is perfect right there.
Yeah, this was like an incredible example of fire choreography inside of Jujutsu Kaisen, specifically this year. I loved the Maki Zenin clan assassination stuff. I feel like despite the time and health situation inside of Gege, I feel like he really delivered throughout this arc. And when it comes to because people have been thinking in the back of their minds, like, what is Maki going to do about this Zenin situation? This has been a plot thread for who knows how long. How is this going to get wrapped up, and what is it going to look like? Gege, the movie buff that they are, included a lot of Kill Bill style references, a lot of Raid style references, inside of this little mini arc. I don't even really want to call it an arc, but like specifically when I was reading the Maki stuff, I was like, Jujutsu Kaisen paneling is so good. You know what I mean? And it's really all about like what pops up in your mind as soon as you see these award categories. You know what I mean? And that obviously has a lot to do with how much you're on Twitter or the internet in general, how often you talk about these kind of things. But like me personally, whenever I'm like, okay, best paneling, let's get this nomination phase started, one of the first things that jumps out to me is Jujutsu Kaisen and Witch Hat Atelier. You know what I mean? Like, regardless of how hard you fine-tooth comb all of the series in the nomination list or all the series that came out in 2021 to specifically find, you know, the areas of critique that we're looking for when we're doing this award show, there is still instinctual, like, Twitch responses when you hear these award titles. And one of the ones that, for good reason, that just jumps out to you whenever you hear best paneling is Jujutsu Kaisen, and for great reason. So it winning here, even though I wish Witch Hat Atelier was inside of the nominations, I love the W for Jujutsu Kaisen here. I would love the W for literally any of these because I love all of these series so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel? I don't know. How do you guys feel about the winner? You guys
I
do you
wanna
feel like
know what the
anybody was
breakdown of
robbed? I mean,
voting
besides
is.
Axel, you know, who clearly thinks
Oh,
Sakamoto
no.
Days is robbed.
There is only one possible vote that would go a certain way where I would be like, eh. I honestly speaking, like everything else from this year was great. All the nominations were
Yeah.
great. So I take it back. There's a second one.
Mm.
Just going through my head what's still coming up here. But no, like I enjoy all 4 series.
Yeah.
I can't complain either
Yeah.
way. Like all of
Yeah.
them are great.
Yeah, they're all incredible. Absolutely. Let's take a look at the results, see how people voted. Where's that button? Boom, there we go. So,
Bing bang.
bing bong. So as we can see here, hold on, let me actually pull it up for myself too because I can't see it on my Streamlabs screen. But like as far as best paneling goes, we have Jujutsu Kaisen with 223 votes. We got Sakamoto Days with 156 votes, Dandadan with 86 votes, and Undead Unluck with 72 votes. So it was almost 100 vote difference between Jujutsu Kaisen and Sakamoto Days. Honestly, this time next year for the next award show, I feel like Sakamoto Days, you know, whatever it's up against, obviously we don't know, but I feel like, you know, just with how many things are running simultaneously that have incredible paneling, hopefully by next year there's a lot more people that are involved in the nomination and voting phase. But I thought personally that this one would have the closest votes just because there's so much conversation about paneling that I see on the net. And like this one was just a clean sweep for Jujutsu Kaisen. So apparently that's how you guys all felt. But like I have a feeling that next year Sakamoto Days could potentially take it once it has a little bit more time to cook for sure. If Witch Hat Atelier doesn't make it into the nominations.
Right. We get the physical release for volume 1 of Sakamoto Days in the spring here, so that'll definitely bring more attention to it too. So
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Does anybody have anything else to say about best paneling before we move on?
Nope.
Shout out to Witch Hat Atelier. You
Yes.
had my vote for nomination.
Absolutely.
But, you know, you're a niche cult classic, and I respect that.
Absolutely. Love to hear that. Moving on to the next category, we have best world building.
Ooh. That's my jam.
Yeah. So the nominees are One Piece, Witch Hat Atelier, Eden Zero, and
One Punch Man.
One Punch Man. I was like, why can't I read that? All of these deserve to be here. All of these deserve to be here, and I love every single choice on the list. I mean, One Piece, like, since we've been in the arc of Wano, we've maybe gotten, like, 3 chapters that I can think of off the top of my head in 2021 that were drastic examples of world building inside of One Piece. But it's One Piece. It's a 20+ year ongoing story, and we're getting towards that endgame territory. So like whenever Oda is ready to drop a world building bomb or just overarching narrative plot thread related information, it's going to slap in a way that resonates throughout all anime and manga communities. You know what I mean? That's just where we're at in the story of One Piece. So One Piece not having that many shining examples of world building inside of this category for the year of 2021, I still feel like it deserves to be here because we have so much setup for every example of world building that we've seen in 2021, from Sun God Nika to, this secret, mystery devil fruit information that we got from the Gorosei in the last couple of chapters, etc., etc. All of these things go into this living and breathing world that Oda has created for One Piece. And as far as world building goes, One Piece is definitely, in my opinion, in like a top 10 area for like fictional worlds created, period. You know what I mean? So it's always going to be inside of this list as long as it's ongoing, in my opinion. I don't think that there will ever be a time where we do this award show before One Piece ends where it's not a top nominee for world building. That's literally just like a tagline for the series in general. A lot of people have said it's world building the manga. You know what I mean? And it's like when you reach
this is just the 1 year where it wasn't as much.
Right.
So.
Right.
I think
So
arguably, I don't. If you
One Piece doesn't have my vote. Is
if you
where I'm
factor
going with
characters
this.
in
Yeah.
as part of the world, certain characters like I consider. I don't know. We got Roger's fucking story. I don't know.
I don't think we got that in 2021.
That wasn't in 2021.
Right, exactly. That was
back in 2020.
That was 2020 for
still?
sure. Yeah, absolutely.
That was in 2020.
But see, like
So
another thing
just-
though, Eagle, is that like a
it
lot
was
of
chapter 1000.
1000 was the first chapter
official
this year.
chapter of 2021.
and that was like
So,
right
it was
at the
Roof
start of Root
Piece.
Piece. Yeah, exactly.
yes.
But like another thing though that I just want to throw out there is that a lot of people, and I don't want to like come off like whatever kind of way, but I feel like a lot of people don't really consider all of the factors that go into world building inside of storytelling. Like a lot of people seem to think that world building is only introducing new areas in your geographical situation, in your story.
It's people too.
It's a lot of things. It's just like anything that tells you more about the world at large, whether it's like take a look at this continent, or here's a new concept that is like a really important thing that people use every day in this world, or here's a really important character that's high ranking socially, or something like that. Any kind of exposition that goes into your overall understanding of how the world inside of a fictional series operates is considered world building. Now, you can go into like crazy semantic situations where you're like, well, then any new information that's given inside of a story can technically be good world building. And it's like, not really though, because if we have a whole chapter like Mission Yozakura Family or something that all takes place in Shion's bedroom, you know what I mean? Like where like all we do is just like learn about some kind of like coding, situation, or Shion's like feelings about shopping or something like that. It's like we didn't know that before, but like that kind of information that's very character focused, for one example, is just like not really, it can be, but like it doesn't always have to be world building, you know what I mean? But there are a lot more factors that go into world building than I feel like a lot of people realize. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But
Yeah,
yeah.
I agree with that because like the parts that really stuck out to me were when CP0 were talking about like the political spectrum and like who has power. As long as Wano is not considered part of the world government, they can do things to it and influence it in ways that they couldn't do to other members of their coalition nationally. And how they were working to preserve that sort of status, that little nebulous gray area status, so they could keep exploiting those people. And that, to me, is a big admission in world building because it means that there are powers vested in the draining of resources from one place to another. And like national sovereignty is a massive thing in our world currently. So to ignore that in a fictional world, I feel like is a little bit of an oversight. Even if it is boring, I get that, I understand that. But I'm a history nerd, so I'm used to boring.
Right. Oh yeah.
Man.
Axel, I don't know. How did you feel about the world building on nominees this year? Like inside of these four that we have.
Yeah, so my actual nomination was for Mission Yozakura Family.
Nice.
Because for 2021 specifically for Mission Yozakura Family, there were a lot of very important world building things that happened in that series in last year. That was the climax of the Tanpopo arc, with the then conclusion of the Tanpopo arc. We got a lot of stuff that happened specifically with the Yozakura family and the previous generations of it. There was a lot of new stuff with the license exam for Tayo to get promoted. There was just like, for Mission Yozakura, there was so much important stuff that
Yeah.
happened specifically for it last year that I was just like, oh damn, like this is really big stuff.
Right.
Like outside of that, like world building is always a big thing in every series,
Right.
period.
Mhm.
One Punch Man is, a lot of the stuff that was world building with Punch Man was the stuff with, the gods, like these monsters that were ancient level, a lot of stuff where like we got a lot of teases for things that were on the horizon. um and then obviously One Piece, like with everything that was touched so far,
Yeah.
especially with everything on the horizon with Cypher Pole, and them, playing things by ear as the situation is going on, like that was really big for that. um of the four that became the final nominees, I went with Eden Zero.
Nice.
Just because Eden Zero for 2021 again was another one where it was a big year.
Yeah.
I have my thoughts for Eden Zero in 2021.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And I it was my manga of the year. Sorry for spoiling things for this crowd a little early,
It's all
but
good.
like I've said it in Roger's stream so many times.
Yeah.
So many things happened in Eden Zero 2 that have drastically changed the landscape in that series. And a little bit of a spoiler alert, we got a very big time skip at the tail end of 2021
No way. Are you
with big
serious?
things.
Dude, I'm
Yeah.
so mad. Like, I had this plan for this award show where I'm like, I'm going to be current in everything that's nominated that, like, I specifically care about. And Eden Zero is something that I've been reading, you know what I mean? Like, in the background, like, while I'm, just going back. Yeah, and
pushing you to read that for
Chill
so
on me.
long.
Chill on me. Listen, okay, I had to do so much, you know what I mean? And like I'm so mad that
Yato had to do so much to
Yato-
get you to read it. I don't want to hear it.
Yato and my homeboy Kichi have been like the top two. Oh my god, what the fuck are you doing? Read read, Eden Zero as soon as possible and get caught up as soon as you can. And I wanted to do that, and I've been enjoying my time with Eden Zero. Eden Zero was the one series that I didn't get to catch up in before this award show, and I'm so mad about it because I literally locked that into my mind. I was like, get caught up on Eden Zero before the award show because I literally want to talk about it because it's been nominated for a couple things now. And just from what I've read so far, I'm like about chapter 60, right? 70 maybe, I think is where I'd have to double check. But like I'm pretty far in that shit, you know what I mean? And I can see its potential in all of these areas. I feel like as far as what I've read, even though it's not a part of 2021, if it kept the same energy going into 2021, I could definitely see Eden Zero being up here for best world building. You know what I mean? So I'm happy to see it here, but I just have nothing that I can say about it, you know?
Yeah, the time skip was like 3 years or something like that.
Yes,
Oh.
it was
2 or
3 years. And I mean, that being said, like we're talking year 4. We went into for Eden Zero for this last year in terms of like how far along it is in the manga, and it has continued to just build and build and build. And I'm very excited to see what 2022 has to offer because 2021 left off on such a high mark. And that time skip, man, oh my god,
Dude, time skips are just always
wow.
hype in like any series.
Mashima loves his time skips, man. It's he loves them, and this one was big. So, but I digress.
Yeah, for sure. Eagle or Mello, how do you feel about the world building nominees here? I don't know if we've gotten all of your thoughts on these 4 yet, or whatever you read inside of the 4. Let us know.
One Punch Man, threw me a little bit when I was seeing it in this category, but considering stuff about like learning about different characters that we didn't know as much about over the course of the year, makes sense.
Sure.
Witch Hat, again, I haven't read. I'm sure, like, it being a kind of galactic setting, pretty large scale setting, right? If I remember correctly
for
from what
Eden
Kiko
Zero.
has told me.
Oh, for
No,
Witch Hat.
for Witch Hat.
Galactic? I don't see, no, not at all. It's
No.
very like local and earthbound and yeah.
I just remember seeing panels of space and shit that
There are a couple times where you know
They do love their
Kamome
astrology.
Shirahama kind of like snaps with the imagery, but we have not been
yeah,
to
okay.
space in Witch Hat Atelier.
No.
Everything happens
So-
on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah. Eden Zero, though, obviously just that like spatial expansion, Final Frontier
Type
feel when
shit.
you're like exploring different planets and galaxies and stuff like that.
Space
Firefly
One Piece.
moments.
As much as
Man.
people will hate that comparison, Eden Zero from 2021 was Space Alabaster.
Dude, it's literally
What it
like
was.
from what I've read of Eden Zero, like it's literally like a cyberpunky, intergalactic One Piece. Is
so,
how I'll say that with little words. Go ahead, Eagle.
And One Piece, okay, so we started with Roof Piece. We got like what then? Kaido's hybrid form, and his
Yeah.
actual fruit name in 2021.
That's right.
That's big like character world building information.
Sure.
We got like Big Mom's awakening, just different shit, as far as like learning about characters, stuff we didn't know about them before.
Yeah.
Just different players, like Mello was saying earlier, the political setting within the world and how that's been shifting and shit like that. So
Yes.
I think One Piece got my vote
Okay.
originally, but I voted before I really got into Eden Zero.
Mm-hmm.
So it may have, after having read, what I've read of Eden Zero,
Yeah.
considering, looking in hindsight, it may have gotten my vote. I don't know.
Okay.
And
Mellow.
those are probably the top two for me anyway.
Nice.
I, of course, voted for Witch Hat Atelier. I think
Let's
that
go!
it's very holistic. It's very like it is a very down to earth fantasy series. I know a lot of people on Twitter kind of bash on it for saying like, oh, it's got art and stuff and great spreads, but like it's a lot of do nothing series. But I'm like, no, like in a world where magic is real, if you have to say like, oh, why are you using this magic on boring things? I'm like, that magic is your technology.
Exactly.
Like understand like wizards would like say like wizard towers, they would have something along the lines of witchers, where spycraft would be devolved there, and you'd have the first form of corporate espionage, and then
Yes.
kingdoms and kings would need those wizards to be their spy masters. And then once they reach a magical detente and all the wizards are all in all the kingdoms and stuff, you've reached a stalemate. Now you have to go to the mundane form of spycraft.
Yes.
Like those are the natural evolutions of those things. The idea that like Witch Hat Atelier talks about how they have banned magics.
Yes.
They're just like, hey, we have proscribed magics because it has been abused before. And the fact that like healing magic doesn't exist is always a huge thing for me, because people consider it as like, oh, this is like the perfect solution.
It's the perfect
But
like hand wavy plot device for like anything in your
Yeah, and I
series, especially
love
on the
that they
shonen
made it
side of
illegal.
things. And I love, dude. Witch Hat Atelier definitely like got my vote for best world building, especially like in 2021, because it's like we went into this Silver Night Festival, and then as soon as we started talking about the Silver Night Festival, we got all of this like world building that we were waiting for inside of Witch Hat Atelier, because Kamome Shirahama really set up a very ambiguous, enigmatic, overarching world that the story takes place in, and we learn about that world through the eyes of a very inexperienced muggle, technically, I guess, is
Mundanes.
is kind of like what Coco kind of like represents if you're putting it in Harry Potter terms. But like the tightest thing about Witch Hat Atelier is that it's like, yeah, magic is everywhere and it's accessible by everyone, but it's not like a mana pool related thing. It's not a chosen one related thing. It's not a royalty thing. You know what I mean? It's just, do you know about it or don't you? And if you do know about it, here's a textbook that shows you how to do everything. It's not really about training, except for your like hand steadiness and your ability to draw things. You know what I mean? Those are things that anybody can develop over time. So it's education. It'll never end up being a, I have more mana than you, I'm a chosen one, big attack versus big attack. It's always about how you specifically use your creativity to use the very simple power system at hand here to create very grandiose and complicated effects. You know what I mean? So when we learn that in Witch Hat Atelier and then go into this Silver Light Festival that we've kind of been cooking inside of for 2021, you learn about, you know, class disparity. You learn about, you know, the way that like this huge festival where mages can go to try to sell their services to people that don't know what magic are, how that affects like the geopolitical situation. We got a lot of world building in regard to who runs each nation of Witch Hat Atelier, how each of those like leading representatives influence their overarching world and the society around them. So Witch Hat Atelier definitely gets my vote for this specific category, because like at the end of the day, it's like One Piece had like really big bangers in its narrative, and I've already talked about that. You know what I mean? Eden Zero, I'm not all the way caught up on, even though I love it here in the nomination list, but just personally, I can't really speak on it because I haven't gotten that far as 2021 chapters. And then One Punch Man, I've really only read the web comic. I haven't been keeping up with, you know, with One Punch Man for the year. But like I know when I was clicking through the newer chapters and trying to find, you know, just art in general for the nomination and voting phases and things like that, I saw where we were at in the story, and I remember I'm like, okay, Garo's doing Bang, like Garo versus Bang and God and Golden, Platinum, you know, and Black Sperm, like all of that stuff like seemed to kind of like be happening in this year of 2021 from what I was going through, and like those are major for the world of One Punch Man. We met Blast for the first time this year, I'm pretty sure, which is like probably the most didn't we?
No,
Yep.
2020.
That was 2020?
2020.
Oh shit. Well, Blast was a big deal because like as far as world building in One Punch Man goes, it's like that's the one thing people have been waiting on for the world, is what does the number one hero look like? Blast was 2020, so that's unfortunate. That actually like moves One Punch Man like out of my like idea for like whether or not it deserves to be here in this top 4. But whatever, man. I'm like not reading One Punch Man in the Yusuke Murata adaptation, so I can't really say anything specifically about it.
It is. I don't read the webcomic myself, but like Wallace Azizi said in the chat, it is deviating from the webcomic.
Really?
Yep. And I guess
in terms of like character personalities and interactions, especially with Garo stuff, yes.
And Raph's Revenge also said apparently Blast's introduction in the Murata adaptation was one of the deviations from the webcomic, because his actual canonical introduction from the webcomic did happen in 2021. But in the manga it wasn't, because
it was
he had been
earlier.
shown already.
Okay. All right. Well, Axel, you're reading One Punch Man entirely. You're totally caught up. How do you feel about the world building for One Punch Man this year?
Oh, like I said, I mean, like, I'm very intrigued by some of the stuff that's been set up from this year. There are very, very big elements of the world building that are happening. But when you compare that in scale and just, like, the amount compared to, like, the other series, like, I gotta give it to the other series. Like I'm not saying that I'm not interested in what's happening in One Punch Man, because I am.
Yeah.
Like, but in terms of that world building, like we're getting bits and pieces here and there compared to some of these other stuff that is out there.
Okay.
Like, and you know, going back to even like One Piece in comparison, like as we've been talking about it, I'm just like, oh, this happened.
Yeah.
Oh, this happened. Oh, this happened. I mean, like, just as a freaking example, like with the backstory with King and with Kaido and that, like that's a big world building thing, there.
The
like,
Kaido like flash, the little tiny pieces of Kaido flashback that we've gotten in these last like 5 to 10 chapters is just like going back to what I was saying about how long One Piece has been running. Oda lays down all of these plot threads and introduces all of these characters and tells you nothing about either of them for years and years at a time, but is constantly going back in the storytelling to reference them either through very quick dialogue from character to character, or overarching superimposed narration, you know what I mean, to just give you little tiny breadcrumbs. And then when you finally get to a point where you're like, holy shit, are we actually going to learn about this thing? Whenever Oda eventually drops that information, it's so massive for the overarching narrative of One Piece because of how long those plot threads have been hanging. You know what I mean? So even though One Piece doesn't have too many, drastic examples of raw world building that stick out when you think of it, like any example is always just a big deal there for that IP.
Yeah. And I don't want to downplay what One Punch Man did in terms of world building, because it was huge. I'm just saying that I was just given more from other series this year, and like I appreciate what One Punch Man did, but it didn't get my vote.
Yeah, for sure.
At least this time.
For sure. Yeah. So have we all gone through like what we voted for off of these 4 and what we voted for if it was different than these 4? Do you guys think we're ready to move on to the results?
Yeah.
I got my fingers crossed. Silver Knight, baby.
Let's go! All right, let's take a look.
Massive amount of growth.
Absolutely. I'm with you, Mello. You know me and you, on this Witch Hat Atelier grind, you know what I'm saying? Let's see what's going on. The winner is, get the drum rolls going, because out of One Piece, Witch Hat, Eden Zero, and One Punch Man, the winner is Witch Hat Atelier.
Hey.
Let's go! Yes, dude.
Yes.
I'm glad that at least this is the one nomination. Oh my god.
Dude, like, I was so happy to see this. Sorry, Axel. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're good. This was the one nomination that it had, so I'm glad that it won.
Yes.
I'm glad.
Oh my god.
Hair's coming down.
Yes, let that hair down, Mellow Yenis. And if I had hair, I'd let it down too. You know what I'm saying?
I would, but I'm gonna keep it in the bun.
Yeah, do your thing. Do your
So,
thing. Absolutely.
I'm good.
But like, dude, like I'm someone who, earlier in the stream said Witch Hat Atelier should be top nomination for like everything art related inside of this award show. And like the paneling, the fucking double page spreads, the volume covers, like literally everything artistic, Kamome Shirahama is like so fucking good at. You know what I mean? And it's and technically her shit is up there with, fucking Kentaro Miura, fucking, Inoue, Yusuke Murata. I personally have Witch Hat Atelier like right up there in my highest echelon of untouchable artists in the medium. You know what I mean? But it's not just about that. You know what I mean? Like, art can be technically perfect in a lot of ways, but it's the creativity that really stands out to me. Even if all of your shit is technically sound, I feel like there is a lot more technical consistency in manga art than any other comic book medium. So you can't just say Boichi wins in every art category because he uses photorealism. Like, you can't do shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, you have to consider creativity, and you have to consider composition. You have to consider all of these other things that don't care as much about technical prowess. And I know we're talking about world building right now, but I just wanted to throw that out there. Going back to world building, Witch Hat Atelier winning this right now feels so good to me. You know what I mean? Because I feel like it's so deserving of a lot more awards, and this was the only one that it was nominated for. And literally just in this, winner example right here, even though it's like very artsy, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of like really great technical line work, a lot of really great shading, a lot of great paneling just in this one page. This dragon situation inside of the first volume and second volume of Witch Hat Atelier was like really good for world building in general. And I know that this is 2021. I didn't have like a physical art example of world building in Witch Hat Atelier's 2021 that I used for the layout here. But still, you know what I mean? This is just an example. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm saying that this is from 2021, because we know that it's not. But Witch Hat Atelier winning here just feels really good for me. But yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Do you guys have anything else that you wanted to say? Oh yeah, let's get these results here so that we can see like how how this kind of like went down in the polls, right? Because we have Witch Hat Atelier literally smoking this shit with over 100 more votes than the runner-up, which is One Piece. That's crazy to me because One Piece is one of those things where a lot of people, regardless of the stipulations and the conditions and the rules of a voting process, will literally just see One Piece and vote for it, even if they don't read anything else on the list. And I know that a lot of people did that for these results because that's just how people are on the internet. But
knocked.
Even if you're not considering all of the critical and literary factors or whatever, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people will just, you know, rapidly click One Piece because it's One Piece. So seeing Witch Hat Atelier perform the way that it did in these results is amazing for me.
Yeah.
Vindication.
Yeah. You guys have anything else to say about best world building before we move on to the next category?
No.
All right. Next category is best main character performance.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Turbulent waters.
Nominees
Turbulent
we have Monkey D. Luffy, Izuku Midoriya, Itadori Yuji, and Boruto Uzumaki. How do we feel?
Yes.
I think this was another one of the very tough ones, right? Because you okay, so you got to look at Luffy, you know, 1v1ing a Yonko.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's a huge moment in the story. You know, a lot of people will put a asterisk on that 1v1, you know, and you can argue that it should be there. But regardless, 1v1 toe-to-toe with the Yonko in base. Not even having to go into fucking Gear 4. Rocking
or
the
any
Rio,
gears, period.
Conquerors Hockey imbued attacks.
Yeah, she was wild.
Our boy is out here for real.
Absolutely.
Midoriya, obviously we got a lot of his like solo arc where he's out here doing the dirt, like he was, you know, all the broken equipment. The art on him was insane. We talked about that a bunch on the show. We saw awesome performance from him throughout 2021. And of course, Yuji, you know, words don't even really need to be said. Like we see amazing stuff from Yuji constantly throughout the series. Growth, you know, performance, feats, just all kinds of shit. So
absolutely.
Boruto I can't speak on because I've never read Boruto. Naruto is very near and dear to my heart, and I just don't want to read Boruto because I don't want to ruin Naruto for myself. That's the hill I've stood on, and that's the hill I'll die on.
I haven't read Boruto either. I don't necessarily think that's the hill for me, but like I just don't care. You know what I mean? Like I love Naruto. Boruto looks cool. Kiko read a bunch of Boruto while we were getting ready for our 2020 conversation last year, and he told me like, yo, I know how you feel about this shit, but like give Boruto a shot. And like I love Kiko, but like I still didn't. I said fuck you. You know what I mean? Because I just like don't care.
As,
you know? Yeah, you know.
As someone who is caught up to date,
no,
you don't have to.
Right,
you know. You can leave Naruto's legacy and be fine.
Just saying. Yeah, I was really surprised when Boruto managed to like get one of the top
I'm assuming there were some Forever fans that made their way into the nomination for this one.
See, I'm new to the internet.
I'm not.
How did he get here? No. He might deserve to be here.
So, based on what he did in 2021.
Yeah, what did he do in 2021? Like, give me the fucking highlights, bro. Like, what was massive? Just nothing?
There's not. No.
He was sad.
I don't consider them highlights.
Sure.
Personally. That everything that has more or less happened in Boruto leading up to this point has just been depressing. And then they introduced villains that were just Deus Ex Machina characters.
Oh no!
That, like, is just why there are so many. The only thing I care about in Boruto right now is Kawaki. Like the new character.
Time. I literally hear nothing but that.
People care about.
Wow.
Because even with Boruto, they were like, okay, so which 4 characters are we gonna write about in Boruto? Okay, Boruto, Kawaki, Naruto, and Sasuke. All right, but let's nerf to hell both Naruto and Sasuke so people have to give a crap about Kawaki and Boruto.
Oh, wow, really? Is that what it sounds?
It's rough. It's rough.
Yes. So
why are they even doing that much Sasuke and Naruto stuff inside of this IP anyway?
Money! Hey,
it's
fucking
the Goku effect.
It's the
It's the
Goku
Goku
effect,
effect.
sure.
It's
Yeah,
one of those things where it's just like, all right, like they tried moving away from Goku to an extent with the Buu saga, and then they found out that didn't work. And so I mean that's the thing, is that they like Dragon Ball realizes that like for their core audience, they care about Goku and they care about Vegeta. When Boruto introduced this new generation, pun not intended,
yeah.
of all these children and whatnot of the previous generation, and then they just like, yeah, screw it, we got Kawaki. Like, so much squandered potential. So like, I
Yeah.
I understand why Boruto is here. I don't agree with it being here, but it's here. I'm praying that it did not win this category, but like, that's just the thing. Mm, I'll let other people speak and then I'll get back to what I would have picked. But yeah,
Uh, I agree with you completely.
thank you.
But so, for me, of the, four, I don't know. For me, like Yuji went through like huge breaks, like emotional breakthroughs. I thought his performance was really good, like post Shibuya arc. His like
Hmm.
his like emotional changes through the but rolling back to like best new intro character Higuruma. His interaction with Higuruma was fascinating. It was fascinating for me. And the fact that like he's like, you know what? On October 31st, I was the reason those people died. I killed those people. And the fact that like the fact that he owned that,
Yeah,
even though he wasn't truly guilty,
yeah.
even by his own
Made no
Higuruma's
excuses.
curse technique,
Yeah,
even by Higuruma's curse technique, he was literally absolved of guilt, and he's like, no, 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 I can't accept that.
yeah.
For
That's a
me,
massive
that
point
was
too.
a major thing.
I feel like a lot of authors in that situation would look at their MC and go like, everybody knows that this wasn't actually his fault. How can I write this in the narrative to where like they're being cool in the moment, but it's clearly expressed that this was not their doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I don't have any examples off the top of my head of mangaka doing that, but that was like the expectation that I kind of had when I was reading that chapter, where it was like, Shibuya incident, October 31st, you killed like 5,000 people. Like, what are you got to say about that? You know what I mean? And in my mind, I was like, bro, say that it was fucking Sukuna. Say, like, I'm in a fucking, binding vow, like, cursed object kind of situation where I'm not in control of myself half the time, and let's get this money. You know what I mean? And he just, like, right away was just like, yeah, I did that. I know that I could, try to bring up justification and bring up explanation as to why it was okay, quote unquote, that I did this, but he just straight up owned it and said, hey, I'm going to skip all that bullshit. There's no explanations. I feel guilty about it anyway, so I'm just going to own that. You know what I mean? It was me, and I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to make excuses. I'm just going to own it. You know what I mean? And that was like massive for Yuji, because a lot of people were saying about Yuji throughout the year, coming out of Shibuya incident and coming out of like, the Mahito stuff, it's like he's really embracing this I'm a cog, in the overarching machine of jujutsu sorcery. So like whatever my motivations are, whatever, in the meantime, I'ma just kill curses. Even if it feels weird to me, I know that that's my job and I gotta do it. It's how the world works. I'm here for it. I did some fucked up
yeah,
shit. I'm not perfect. I wish that I was, like, I wish that I couldn't, be tied to any of these negative things that have happened, but at the end of the day I am. And like, if we're here in this like, judicial setting where you're literally judging me for everything that I've done, I have to confess to this situation, because in my own mind I still feel like I did it even though I didn't. And that was just like so deep and profound and hard hitting for me that I was
yeah.
like, okay, Yuji, yeah.
He lied about going to a pachinko parlor, but he confessed to mass murder. Like,
Right.
he was like, "No, this is actually a thing of substance. I will own this moment because it is
Yes.
something that's heavy, that is worth it." And he views, and like the fact that he's evolved his idea of what constitutes murder to include curses
Hmm.
is deeply interesting to me, because most MC protagonists are just like, "Oh, you're against me and you're non-human? Yeah, got, you know.
Right.
So
But
yeah,
okay, so
Yeah, go ahead, Eagle.
Moba, yes, he did choose to eat Sukuna, but he did not
True.
choose to get knocked out and force fed 10 fingers at once, which is why he
Yeah.
lost control. So
That's right.
you know, I feel like you're
Wait,
being a
somebody said that in the chat. Like, well, he ate the
willfully
fingers.
negligent of some points that you know it wasn't his
Hey.
fault.
Oh,
blame those two
Moba,
kids.
come on. He chose to eat Sukuna in that moment when he didn't know anything because he did it to save a life, dude. Like, you can't blame him for the things that happen a year after the fact when in the moment. It's like, dude, there's so many things that happen in our day-to-day lives where we're just in the moment and make a decision based on the factors at hand in that moment. You know what I mean? It's like, do you really want to be held against that for the rest of your life?
Standard, yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
saying he
he
doesn't-
resigned himself to eat these fingers too, but it's not like he resigned himself to eat 10 fingers all at once.
Right.
Yeah.
Either.
Yeah.
That happened
he
while he
was
was
knocked out.
unconscious. He was force
Right.
fed, you know. But he is saying he doesn't blame him, but he's saying he has to accept the responsibility.
Oh yeah,
which he
absolutely.
did.
Sorry,
He
Moba.
views it-
No. You're
he views it
totally
the same
spinning.
way.
Yeah.
He views it the same way, but yeah, no, it wasn't. It's not like he chose, to eat those 10 fingers. I was like,
Right. Yeah, which
That's
was
why
the
he was
literal
wilding out.
catalyst to the mass murder. So it's like those are things that kind of have to be taken into consideration there. But like a major thing about Jujutsu Kaisen is that it gave us a premise that was just so unorthodox. It's like
Yeah, the
this character made a split-second decision in a moment to save a life that he wouldn't know would have the drastic repercussions that it had later, and how could he? You know what I mean? How could Yuji have possibly, even though Megumi was like, don't do that, you're dumb, you'll kill yourself, people aren't meant to eat those things, Yuji was looking at that as like, I don't give a fuck if I die. I'm in this moment right now. I chose to be here up on the top of this building to save you. I'm gonna eat this shit, try to save you. If it doesn't work out, like, and I die,
We're all
whatever.
dead either way.
Yeah, like whatever. You know what I mean? Like he was looking at it as an entirely like selfless point of like, I don't care if I die. I'm here with Megumi. I'm gonna try to save this motherfucker in this moment. Now that all of these fucking like hanging factors are available, I'm gonna take this one, eat this thing, hope that I get the strength that I need to beat this dude and save your life, and then we'll fucking cross that bridge when it comes to it. You know what I mean? And then that bridge was insane. It turned out.
Which
You know what I
led to
mean?
hell.
How could he have possibly known that? You know what I mean? So, and he had a great control of Sukuna, and uncontrol of Sukuna after the fact, leading up to the Shibuya incident. Sukuna was not used like ever. He was used one time against that special grade curse in the very beginning, and then like he told Mahito like fuck around and find out, and then that was basically it until Shibuya incident. You know what I mean? So it's like it's not like Sukuna is used all that often. It came out after a lot of time, people wondering where Sukuna was and what he was going to do, what kind of role he would have in major events of Jujutsu Kaisen. And then when Gege decided to give us that involvement in the form of mass murder, that took everybody by surprise, including Yuji. So we all felt that scene when Yuji threw up after coming back to consciousness and remembering everything Sukuna did. Of course Yuji is going to think, I suck. I can't believe I let that happen. I can't believe I did this thing, because he's literally sharing a host with this motherfucker. And he's a shonen main character who doesn't look at logic and reasoning the same way as we do. You know what I mean? So like considering all of those factors, Yuji still owning that in that moment with Judgeman is so massive for his character, especially because he considers himself a cog in the wheel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like he's willing to step outside of that and go like, hey, I clearly feel bad about this, but yeah, I did it. You know what I mean?
The part that gets me the most is that he chose to continue being the host of Sukuna to save people. He's like, you know what? I'm going to be the only one that can possibly do it. You know what? You're not going to have time to wait 200 years for another guy like me. If I'm going to be the guy, I'm choosing to be that guy for the greater good, even if you are going to execute me at the end. He knew he was doomed. And the fact that he is like, you know what, Judge Man, you're right. If your judgment is death, that's
Bucket.
fair.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. He's choosing, it's like, you know, if you're going to condemn me for the things I've done, I get it, even though I still have shit to do.
Yes.
You know, and I was like, that's heavy. Close second for me, Midoriya. Luffy's after that, and then I'm sorry, anybody who likes Boruto, but like Boruto is like the worst MC
Oh
this year
no, dude! Okay. So from
of the nominations.
what I've read of
Of the
Boruto, like I respect the shit out of that kid because it would be
I
so.
don't.
It would be well. I mean, like not even talking about like what he's done in 2021 because I haven't read any 2021 chapters of Boruto, but
Good.
I have read a decent amount of Boruto, and what I love about what I've read from Boruto is that it would have been so easy for the creative team involved to just go Naruto clone MC. But like Boruto doesn't want to be Naruto. He wants to be Sasuke, and I thought that that was like a really cool point in just the character of Boruto for his series. You know what I mean? Because I was totally expecting, Hokage aspirations and motivations just reskinned with the next generation. But he specifically went out and said like, "Nah, son, I'm not on that." Everybody was trying to do that in the last show. I'm not on that this time, you know what I mean? And that was really cool to me. But I literally have nothing to say about Boruto for 2021, so I guess I'll just go, kind of with how you guys feel.
Forward to the results, man.
I was going to do that, but then
I-
Mello stepped away. I don't want to reveal the
Yeah.
results without
I-
Mello, so.
I did want to say at least. So I threw a stray nomination to Musashi from Orient.
Ooh,
for this.
let's go!
Um,
Yes!
Because I felt like, okay, I don't think enough people are reading Orient, and they
Right.
need to read Orient.
Yes, they
Like
do.
the anime is whatever you feel,
Yeah.
but Orient,
I haven't
the
seen it
manga,
yet, but-
has been great.
Mhm.
And especially with what we got at least translated last year, like was really big for Musashi's character. So
Yeah.
I thought that was really huge. But I mean, that being said, like there really were above Boruto several main character performances that really deserved that fourth spot. I mean, you got Tayo from Mission Yozakura family.
Yes!
Like
Speak!
the way he stepped up last year was amazing.
Yes.
You've got Shinra from frickin' Fire Force, and I mean, like, oh my god, everything that's happened in Fire Force
has been crazy,
was
I heard. I don't read Fire Force. I started watching the anime,
Oh
only got
my
like 3 episodes
God.
in. I have no Fire Force experience
Ooh.
whatsoever. Obviously, I've been drastically spoiled just from working this award show for the year. But like, dude, a Shinra would make a lot of sense here in this top 4
Yep.
based on what I've heard
Yep,
from him this
he
year.
was
so-
great. I'm honestly
Nice,
surprised that Shiki from Eden Zero didn't
Yeah,
make the
where's
cut
Shiki?
above Boruto.
Personally, if I'm keeping it a stack, Sun Raku or Coco from Witch Hat Atelier get my best main character performance for this year.
I unfortunately think
Or even D, Sakurama
I think
from fucking Ranger
just-
Reject. Yeah.
because we've got, because there is a separate category for best female lead.
Yeah.
I think that, like, because there are even some female leads that I think are better than the male leads that we've got.
For sure. I agree
But
with
there
you.
really were a lot of great main character performances from last year, and it's unfortunate that Boruto got the spot that it did.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll say this.
Damn
and
you
I
for
know how
Neverworld!
I know how you feel. Asta was a better main character in 2021 than Boruto was.
Oh, damn. I could see that. I mean, I can't because I don't read
So-
Boruto for 2021, but like,
Yeah, no,
Asta
that's
had
fair.
an amazing year as a main character.
I don't know. But again, I was just like, you know what? For the hell of it, I'm gonna throw Musashi that stray.
Yeah.
Give it to Orient. But for this vote, I did give it to Yuji.
Nice.
I had to.
I can't remember how I voted, but if I could like choose the top 4 nominations, I would go Sun Raku from Shangri-La Frontier, Coco from Witch Hat Atelier, and then I would probably go Midoriya, and then it's either between Yuji and Sakurama / D from Ranger Reject for me for the year. For the year, like that would be my top 4, I think.
In a way, it is hard to give Luffy that top spot only because just how stretched to different characters Wano is.
Well,
So,
I'm
I
like
mean,
really big on like introspection and like internal monologue. Luffy just
Yep.
doesn't have any of that. I respect
Sure,
Luffy for what
I'm-
he represents in One Piece as
Yes.
a main character, and I understand that he's like, you know, an outlier or a wild card or an anomaly inside of this category as far as what he does inside of his own series. But like at the end of the day,
Yes.
it's fucking Luffy. You know what I mean? And it's
Yeah.
just that's just
It
enough
is.
said. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
but
There hasn't been a drastic change to who he is
yeah.
outside of world building aspects outside of his control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, are we ready for
I mean,
these
Luffy's in
results?
a
Oh wait,
weird
what you
spot.
got? What you got? Yeah, what you got?
I was just gonna say Luffy's always in a weird spot with character, like big character development, because a giant part of his character that is like integral to who he is the fact that he is true to himself, and he ultimately isn't gonna change much because he kind of is the best person he can be in a way already. Like everybody looks up to him and reveres who he is, how free he is, how true he is. You know what I'm saying? So that's a big aspect of his character, and
It's
like
more
that
so
kind of
about
shit is
how
never gonna
Luffy.
change.
It's more so about like
his
yeah. Sorry.
his outlook on the world around him and the people around him.
Yes.
And the role he plays within his dream and the things he's trying to enact in the world is what changes about him.
Yeah, Luffy impacts the world around him a lot more than the world around him kind of impacts him, and maybe that's arguable. I don't really fucking know exactly. I'm just saying that off the top of my head because it feels right and it sounds good.
He impacts
like-
the world, but we find out how much the world has brought him up.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
we can put it like that because
Yeah.
there are so many things that we are still finding out about how things lined up to get him to where he was.
Right. And I feel like on the invert or on the opposite side of that coin, I feel like most of the time, you know, especially in like, you know, shonen storytelling and more so contemporary shonen storytelling, you have these worlds that impact the main character in such like more of a drastic fashion than the opposite. You know what I mean? Like you literally, like for a lot of these stories and a lot of these worlds that we're following, you have this very novice, naive, uneducated main character that's thrust into this new world that they had no idea about for one reason or another, and then we learn about the world through that character, and also the, you know, experience inside of that world for that character shape us as the reader as well as the main character at hand, and that's great storytelling. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But as far as where One Piece is at in its timeline here, Luffy is almost like the exact opposite of that right now. You know what I mean? Where it's more so, holy shit, it's Luffy. Things Luffy is doing is rippling throughout the entire planet and affecting the motivations and actions of other important characters around him just because of what they heard that Luffy did. You got a fucking news coup chapter where everyone on the planet gets the fucking newspaper dropped on their lap and hears Luffy beat a Yonko, Luffy is a Yonko, etc., etc. Like those are just things where Luffy has achieved such a drastic point of notoriety in his story, which has been going on for 20 plus years in this living and breathing world, that it's like any action that this kid makes right now is going to just be thunderous in the overarching narrative. So like that's a really big deal, even if we don't get a whole lot of introspection and like mental monologues from Luffy. So I respect the fuck out of that kid for just what he's achieved at this point in our idea of what it means to be a manga's main character. But all that said, my vote still goes to Sunraku and Coco. You know what I mean? Like if it gun to my head, I'm going Sunraku. You know what I mean? But like Coco is just like best girl, MC, and just like everything you want. Like she just feels perfect in her story. You know what I mean? So like if I had to choose, I would go Sunraku or Coco. But out of this list, I think I voted Yuji for the year or Midoriya. I think we'll see when I show the results. But are you guys ready to get into the winner?
Yeah.
My personal vote
Yeah. Oh my God,
initially-
Mello, have you even like
No,
said too much?
I used the water closet to be
Oh
honest.
yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
But my personal nomination was Foot Soldier D in
Yes.
Ranger Reject, or
Yes.
Go Go Ranger Reject, because
Yes.
I will not acknowledge Loser Ranger. But yeah, that was Foot Soldier D was my thing, and then I know that I personally voted out of the options, Yuji.
Nice. All right, bet. We'll get them
Yeah,
drum
that's it.
rolls going because out of Monkey D. Luffy, Izuku Midoriya, Itadori Yuji, and Boruto Uzumaki, the winner is Itadori Yuji.
Oh,
Yo, that was crazy to me, dude. This was so crazy to me when I saw this shit because, like, I was like, Luffy should have just steamrolled this based on like how One Piece fans usually vote on things.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where, like, earlier in the conversation I was talking about, like, the bigger we get and the more reach these kind of like tweets and like award shows kind of get, we'll see a lot more diversity there. But also on the flip side of that, the bigger we get, the more One Piece fans will see this. You know what I mean? And we know that the One Piece fan collective moves in similar ways to like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Black Clover, you know what I mean? Boruto, Standum. Those are like the four front runners of Stan, anime and manga community stan social media. Like, those are the four fucking IPs that rock polls that come together in droves to pack up some, you know, unsuspecting nigga that got quote retweeted. Like, you see One Piece, Black Clover, JoJo's, and, you know what I mean, Boruto fans, like, you see them form like Voltron to come get these niggas, you know what I mean? And like seeing Yuji win against Luffy, like, how many votes did this have? Let's look at the results, right? Because it's like, I feel like this is one of the ones that had the most fucking votes, bro. You know, so like best main character performance.
Oh, wow.
We had 1,035 votes for this one.
Almost an even quarter split for every single series.
Look at these results, bro. Look at these results.
Fucking Boruto
was fucking seconds!
I literally want to spoon my fucking eyeballs out. What the fuck is happening, dude? Jesus Christ.
Like, this was like one of the craziest polls to me.
Wow.
Also, I just want to say this: with the entire time we were talking about like Yuji's growth, the panel that we're showing right now in our winners section is the exact same faces that's been haunting me every time we're talking about like Yuji's been having a good year for MCs, and he's like, I did that. That is absolute lowest, absolute emotional lowest, and we're like, yes, King,
what a great character.
What a great character, and he's just like, I've been haunted by the things I've done.
Dude, this was
I'm
like
first in line to get Eagle's eyeballs, says Yato.
Dude, Yato is like top 5 funniest people that I've ever known. Like low key, high key, like whatever. Like, Yato is a fucking comedian, bro. Holy shit.
Oh, thank God he likes me, because I don't think I would survive the rest.
Dude.
I'd be like, mercy.
Yuji won, dude. That's crazy.
Also,
I'm so happy about this, even though like Yuji wasn't my favorite main character performance of the year. I'm so glad that he won here, because if he didn't, fucking Boruto would have. And I know that I like wouldn't, like, I don't have a right to speak on this or whatever, because I haven't read any 2021 Boruto. But like Axel has, I respect the fuck out of Axel's opinion. Axel said this nigga Boruto was some warm ass this year. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't feel like, you know, all that bad saying what I'm saying right now. But like, Yuji Itadori fucking won best main character performance. That's so crazy to me.
This would have been the one where if he won, I would have walked. I would have walked.
All right, I'm gonna catch y'all next year. I'm out of here. I've been Axel Ablaze. Fuck y'all.
Message me on Twitter when the next section starts.
Oh man.
You can check out my YouTube page where you can check out how 2021 was supposed to go. Bye-bye.
Super funny, dude. I fucking love that award this year. Did we have anything that we wanted to say about best main character performance before we move on to the next category?
I mean, honestly speaking, we should probably kind of move along, considering we have covered 6 awards in the span of 2 hours.
That's a really good point. Let's go on to best female lead. Best female lead. I can't even fucking read this shit. We got Fuko Izumo Noel Silva, Mutsumi Yozakura, and
Momo Ayase.
Momo Ayase from Don to Don. Thank you very much. I have my other monitor like vertical, and like everything else in my Streamlabs takes precedence over like our fucking layout. You know what I mean? So I couldn't really see that there. I'm gonna do a better job of just like pulling this up on another screen though.
Quick shout out to Ashes, because Ashes just gave another 5 gifted subs too.
Ashes, you're a fucking champion. I fucking love you, man. Thanks for the fucking sub gifts, bro. You're great. We should go get ramen sometime. I've been saying that for like so long. Me and Eagle, dude, me and Eagle have been like trying to go get ramen for like 2 years.
I need to just go to Minnesota so I can get ramen with
if you ever come to Minnesota, hit me up. I got like this amazing place.
You
downtown.
know I will.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
know I will.
Yeah, but big shout out to Ashes, bro. Thanks for
Iowa, man.
Yeah, thanks for the gift subs, bro. But we're on best female lead. Fuko Izumo, Noel Silva, Momo Ayase, and Mutsumi Yozakura. How do we feel? Hold on, wait a minute. Before we get into that, Draco Genius, Big Zay, Ziggy Zay, with another 5 subs gifted. Thank you, brother. Love you, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Also, self-styled Soul King says, if Noel loses, I'm donating 10 subs.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Ooh.
Dude, ballsy.
You gotta...
Yeah.
No, Black Clover fans love Noel, though.
No, Black Clover fans love Noel. They will. You want to talk about Foreman like Voltron?
Noel had a very good 2021, so do not count her out.
Yeah.
They're all 4 really great female leads. Honestly,
absolutely. This was like the tightest fucking nomination list out of the entire shit. Like, female lead nominations were so good. Yeah.
Shonen Jump is in a really good place right now for female leads.
Yeah.
It's great. I love it. They weren't my own personal pick for female lead of the year.
What would your top 4 nominations look like, Axel?
I would have kicked out Noel and put in Frieren from Soso no Frieren.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got Axel, the Black Clover nigga, even saying, fuck Noel. No, I'm kidding.
No, but that's the thing. For anyone that knows me, I have been pushing the Soso no Frieren agenda.
You have.
For a year.
Yeah.
After the funeral.
Now, like, I love Soso no Frieren so much. Rebecca is a good pick from Eden 02.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, I could see that. Absolutely.
So, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, there are so many good female main characters too. Like, just, again, with the guys.
Right.
But, like, I love Soso no Frieren.
Oh, I know.
So much.
Like, to the point where, like, you and Yato have got me to where I'm like, I try to say I don't judge books by their cover, but, like, I totally do. You know what I mean? And I saw Frieren and I'm like, that's never getting picked up. But then I hear you and fucking Yato just going crazy over the series.
It's one of those things where it's not... It is a slow burn series. The way it handles its story, its characters, its world building is so very different compared to like any other series out there, especially because the fact of the matter is any given chapter of Soso no Frieren takes place in at least 2 time periods. Because that is the big thing of Soso no Frieren, Frieren Journey's End.
Is that the English? Okay.
Yes, and I'm okay with that. That is fine. That is not a Kodansha name, so it's fine.
Yeah. That's not like some go-go loser ranger shit.
Yes. So
every
chapter of Soso no Frieren is Frieren going on a new journey as she is reflecting on her previous ones.
Okay.
And like it's so interesting to see like, oh hey, this is how the world is now compared to how it was 50, 80, over 1,000 years ago. And it's there's so many heartwarming chapters for Frieren, and she's such this like this oddball character too. Like the fact that like she is either the strongest or second strongest mage in the world in this point in the story.
Hold on, this shit's
But
about
she's just like,
mages?
Mm-hmm.
well, she specifically is one. So
It's a magic
and
There's a
her
lot of
series.
magic.
Uh-oh.
her apprentice is also a mage.
Okay.
And like she will just accept missions for like the most weird
Mundane spell.
random spell books. It's just like, yeah, so this is a spell book that will prevent your hair from ever curling. I'll take the job.
Okay.
Like,
And it's a dangerous
It
job.
sounds witch
It's an
heady.
awful
it is
job.
super dangerous job. And like she's just this oddball character and I love it. Like I love this series so much, and like it got so many awards. It got a sales boost once it
Ooh.
got awards, not to the
Yeah.
same
Mhm.
like level as Jujutsu Kaisen,
Right.
but like Frieren for months on end had its 4 volumes, like the back issues making sales,
Yeah.
and like it's definitely one that it will thrive even further once it gets an anime.
Nice.
Like
Yeah.
if it gets Wit Studio or even Cloverworks,
Yeah.
I would be happy.
That'd be
Absolutely
crazy.
happy.
So
Well, I'm
good.
definitely going to be reading
but-
this very soon. Probably after I catch
Yep.
up on Eden
So,
Zero.
but that being said, again, it is a very different series. Back to at least the main the female leads that we have here. I
Yeah,
gave
yeah.
my vote to Fuko
Love
because
that.
her growth in 2021 was great.
Yeah.
But I'd be happy with any one of these girls winning it. But I wanted to give that soapbox moment to Friend.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
My pick for best female lead is definitely like Coco, and even if you don't count Coco as like best female lead, which like that doesn't make sense, like you have to give it to like Riche or Tetia or fucking Agatha from like Witch Hat Atelier, in my opinion, personally. Like I honestly don't think that there is a better female cast inside of the main protagonist team in ongoing manga right now than Witch Hat Atelier. You know what I mean? Fuko's amazing. I voted Fuko on this list of top 4. Everybody's great. I almost gave it to Momo, you know what I mean? Because like Momo it has just been like one of my favorite characters to follow weekly in general.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But like
I feel the same way with Mutsumi, honestly.
and Mutsumi.
Like,
and
I love her interactions.
oh my
and
god, I
Shizuka
can't
family.
believe I forgot about Mutsumi. Kichi. I have a message
She's
from
so
a
good.
message from Kichi in my DMs right now saying like you're a fraud. Shut the fuck
"You
up. You don't know what you're
bastard."
talking about. Yeah. Kichi, don't come get me.
Shut the fuck up.
Dude, I'm like so mad that I didn't say Mutsumi before I was reminded. Mutsumi, absolutely. If I had to choose like what my top 4 would be, like I would fucking what is this? Fuko would stay. Noelle had an incredible fucking year.
She did.
Noelle
She did.
had an amazing year. And this is
She
one of those
completed
situations.
Her story arc.
Yeah, exactly. Like and like that's the thing. It's like that is like when you look at Noelle and her storytelling inside of Black Clover, I don't want to say in a vacuum because that makes me sound like so douchey. But like if I literally like just like look at fucking like Black Clover inside of what it's done in 2021, I would say like the most I cared about Black Clover's storytelling in 2021 was the conclusion of Noelle's revenge on Meggy.
No,
Kula.
it was Magna.
Well, Magna was like my favorite fight in Black Clover. Like, for the
Magna?
year. Like
Yeah.
Magna
Noelle.
was super tight, but like as a character,
man.
like Noelle was the only character that mattered to me in 2021 in Black
Yes.
Clover. Like I didn't
I-
give a fuck about
I
like
accept that.
anything else that happened in that fucking story for the year. But Noelle and Nozelle teaming up to finish the Meggy Kula stuff and the storytelling and the dialogue and the exposition surrounding that was fucking beautiful to me. But like
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have Noelle in my top 4, I don't think, for the year. Like, even though I said all of that shit, like, okay, well, you want to know what? Maybe I would, because like the way that I view Noelle's progress and the way that I view Noelle's character writing in 2021 is kind of how I look at, not to the same degree of intensity, but like similar to a point that I was making about One Piece earlier. It's like, this is one of the longer running series inside of Weekly Shonen Jump right now. The Noelle character arc has kind of been brewing from the beginning of the series until we got information about Meggy Kula, and then the completion of that Meggy Kula revenge from start to finish has been like my favorite character thread inside of Black Clover, period. And it was handled beautifully. You know what I mean? So like, I love seeing Noelle here. Just me personally, inside of what I've read inside of 2021, I would put Fuko, Momo, fucking Coco from from Witch Hat Atelier, and then Mutsumi Yozakura. And then Noelle would be fifth, literally, would be right underneath my top four. So like, I love seeing her here. You know what I mean? Even though like I say what I say about Black Clover, and I feel how I feel about Black Clover, and I'm very unapologetic about it, and I don't give a fuck what anybody fucking says to me about it. Like, at the end of the day, like, I respect Black Clover for what it does well, and one of the things it does well is Noelle. You know what I mean? In my opinion. So I love seeing her here. My top four would be different. My vote's for Coco. Anybody else have anything to say about the nominations?
Only because I like haven't really said anything.
Yeah.
Personally, I voted Fuko for this.
Yeah.
Mutsumi was a very, very close second. Like,
Yeah.
I think Fuko's performance that we've seen throughout 2021 has been fantastic. The growth we've seen from her has been fantastic. A lot of people complain about, Fuko rescue arcs kind of happening often, but I think they're a great impetus to see growth within her character.
Yeah, because Tozuka lets her cook, even though it's that situation. Yeah.
Because she's the focus of those times, basically.
Right.
It's time. Arguably, Fuko is the main character of the series. So
sure.
She's the first character we meet. Andy.
Yeah, I see Fuko as the main character before I see Andy as the main character. That's all I wanted to say. Keep going. Yeah.
I agree with you there. Yeah. So, yeah, stuff we get from her is always fire. Growth we see from her is always fire. Mutsumi, I love her. Her character interactions with Tayo, the way she acts as an anchor for him, and also like the impetus for his motivation into this kind of story. And Momo, obviously, for some of the same reasons, the way she holds Okuren down, and obviously, for showings that we get for her as, one of the most predominant characters within the series.
Yeah.
Noelle.
How do you feel about Noelle, bro?
Noelle, I think she had a great, solid performance. Like, she,
Absolutely.
We saw the culmination of the plot, the Megikula plot, with her family. We saw her stuff with Nazel. At the end of that, but when I put her next to like Fuko and Mutsumi, like, she doesn't. For me personally, it was an easy. Right when I saw this poll, I was like, okay, Fuko or Mutsumi, which one? Like, it wasn't like some of the other ones where I really had to look and like, damn, this is a hard choice. Like, it was pretty much easy to like boop boop, like these two are out. Sorry, Momo and Noelle just. Not that they didn't have great moments and great performances, like I said, but
when
you
just have to make a decision at the end of the day.
You have to make a decision. Yeah, it's a process of elimination. And,
it's
when
so hard.
When I looked at the four, these two are out. Which out of these two? So
it's really hard to talk about these kind of things too, because I feel like people have, at least online, like our fucking community is incredible, and our live chats are always great. There's like never like a substantial amount of toxicity. In our city, no, I'm kidding, in our live chat, but like there's never like a crazy amount of that going on. But like I still feel like at the end of the day, like when you gas up another female main character or just another character in general, like people will look at that as like, oh, so you don't like this main character then? Oh, so it's fuck Mutsumi then, and it's only Noelle. Oh, so it's fuck Nami then, and it's only Mutsumi. Like like you see like all that kind of shit like all the time. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to throw out like as excited as we'll get about any of these nominees at any point. Like I don't want anyone to think out there that's watching that, we don't fucking care about like certain characters because we didn't talk about them specifically. You know what I mean? Like there's so many amazing characters that could pop up in these nominations and in these discussions, but like we just don't have the time to talk about all of them. We have to like keep it relevant to like what we experienced in the year and also like what's on the polls in front of us. So if a specific character or series didn't get the kind of discussion focus that you think they should have while we're considering these things, like don't take it as like we don't care about those characters or think that they were bad. It's character, series, whatever. I just wanted to throw that out there, even though no one really gave me a precedent for that rant. I just wanted to throw that out there just in case. You know what I mean?
It's fair.
So, yeah.
It's fair. I personally thought like my personal nomination was Arthur Pencilgon from Shangri-La Frontier as best female MC.
Yeah.
Does she count though?
Who is the female lead?
And the only reason why I say that is because if you really want to count people that have been there from the get-go, that would have been the
Saiger
female
Zero?
friend that has been.
Saiger Zero.
Yeah, but Saiger
Mhm.
Zero has much less face time.
Yeah.
Setsuna,
I would say
the
Pencil Gun
faraway
is the female lead, even though they're kind of
Yeah.
like cooking and building up Saiger
Yeah.
Zero to be like a
That's-
main character in the future. That's a lot of setup that's going on right now, and we haven't really seen the fruits of that labor yet. So as far as like female characters that have been that predominant inside of Shangri-La Frontier, I would absolutely say Pencil Gun is the female lead of that
Yeah.
series, at least for
Yeah.
Of that
2021.
series,
Shout
I would
out.
say she's the current
Shout
female lead. Like, I felt that her interactions with the faraway Setsuna part was very touching, very moving. It was a great personal exploration of what was seen initially as a callous, cutthroat, calculating, femme fatale character, and then the fact that she helped organize, she literally organized and planned the entirety of the Wenzaimon raid.
Yes.
Pivotal.
And
pivotal
the
moment
following
Shangri-La.
the following political conversation that came out
Yeah.
of that inside of alliances being formed and
Wolfgang.
guilds, Wolfgang,
She
all of
threw
that stuff.
off
She
the
spearheaded
whole
all of that.
story.
Yeah.
She threw off the whole story of the world. Wazaimon
has
was not
impact.
supposed to be the first one to be beat.
That's
at
right.
all.
Yes.
That's why I felt like she was the most pivotal, like, female lead, but she isn't there very often, and
Right.
which is why in the end I voted for Momo Ayase.
Love it.
Because I feel like you said, if a character is there from the very beginning, that helps a lot. And Momo has been front and center the entire series. She's pivotal to almost all of the character interactions. And the fact that she can stand on her own without Okarun or Gigi or Ira or even Turbo Granny or anyone, like, she can hold her own, period.
Yeah.
She's
And
the
she's
main
still such
character
a
of that
novice.
series.
That's something that like I really respect about Dandadan is that it's got this female and male cast that's kind of evenly split. You know what I mean? Like you obviously have Momo and Okarun that are these like, duo tandem main characters, but however you decide to break it down, it's Momo and Okarun, Gigi and Ira. And Ira hasn't really been in the story lately.
And Granny.
And then Granny, Turbo Granny
yeah.
and Seiko. Like, you have, like, this amazing female presence inside of Dandadan. But when it comes down to conflict and when it comes down to, like, struggles that the protagonist team have to get through and obstacles that they have to hurdle, like, every character gets equal focus to make a difference in the conflict all the time. Momo can get saved by Okarun and vice versa. Gigi can get saved by Okarun, or he can get saved by Momo. Ira, like, it all bounces off. It feels like Yukinobu Tatsu is like, okay, Okarun got a lot of character writing here. Let's switch it over to Momo. Momo's character writing flows into Gigi's. Gigi's comes back and influences Okarun's. Okarun's trickles down into the entire cast. Everyone feels like they get the adequate amount of screen time and the adequate amount of of agency and just a really significant impact of who influences what in the overarching narrative. There's always a significant focus from character to character to where you can't really tell, like, is Okarun just saving the day all the time because he's the male lead? Is Gigi like kind of like stealing the show right now? You know what I mean? Because he's like the other male lead that's been introduced. Like, no, everyone feels really equal in Dandadan,
Yeah.
and I love that. But Momo just fucking sticks out the most out of all of them to me. You know what I mean?
She's the head of the pack.
Yeah, like straight up. Like, it's something about her personality, it's something about her development, it's something about her skill set, it's something about her like in between panel assumptions that like I just create inside of my imagination that makes me go like, I fucking love her, dude. You know what I mean? And even though she wasn't my pick for this year's showing, like,
Yeah.
I love seeing her up here with people like Noelle and fucking Mutsumi and fucking Fuko, who have like almost double, triple to, whatever the fucking chapter count is Dandadan. You know what I mean?
I just feel like Momo to me is like the most realistic female lead I've seen written this year.
I like that.
Because like a lot of the characters that are written, Mitsumi is, on a pedestal almost for just like, best girl, sweet, kind, caring, soft, all these nurturing, like very feminine stereotypes. Momo isn't really that. She's just like a regular young girl who can be kind of like, oh yeah, she's pretty, yeah, she's cute, but also acts like a kid.
Yeah,
a
she's
teen.
she's like an amazing like Gen Z tomboy representation.
Yes.
In like contemporary
Just a
manga
realistic
storytelling.
female youth.
Yeah, straight up.
That's why I voted for her.
Yeah.
Other than that, I've got nothing else to say.
All right, we get ready to move on to the winners. Anybody got anything else?
No.
Let's go. Okay, get them drum rolls going. Because out of Fuko Uzumo, or Fuko Izumo, Noel Silva, Mutsumi Yozakura, and Momo Ayase. The winner is Noel Silva. Ooh, fuck yeah! And this is like I was saying earlier, like all of these make so much sense to win. You know what I mean? Like honestly, like I'm not mad at the Noel win, even though like
never underestimate the Noel love.
Yeah,
Black
absolutely.
Clover.
Never underestimate that, but also like even if it wasn't just some like Black Clover hive mind voting, like Noelle totally feels good as a winner here. She had an incredible year, bro.
Yes.
Incredible.
I'm
She
not
did.
mad. I'm not mad. Just disappointed.
I'm just disappointed.
I'm just disappointed. I'm sad. I'm sad about it. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's take a look at the results. Boom. All right. So we got Noel Silva drastically sweeping the voting. Drastically.
Wow.
We have 778 votes total, and she got 531 of them.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's insane.
That is the steepest that we have seen so far.
Across
I see
both
you,
years.
Black
Like this,
Clover Twitter.
this the second year we've done this. I have not seen a sweep this drastic in all of the voting
I mean,
across both years. This is crazy.
And again, you know, if there was one really positive aspect of Black Clover in 2021, it was, you know, the conclusion of Noelle's character arc. I mean, obviously there's still more to go, but like
Right.
the biggest part of her character arc finally had a resolution.
Yeah.
So
The only thing I'm like
it's-
upset about when thinking about it is that like now that she's gotten revenge on Megi Kula, I feel like Tabata will just default her to like Asta fangirl, which I'm like not excited to like potentially see.
Yeah.
I hope he's got more in store for her, but like it feels like now that she's kind of wrapped up her like female lead, like holy shit, everyone pay attention to Noelle because she's going through this thing and her character arc is evolving around this specific plot point. Now that that's kind of like over, it's just going to be like, all right,
Well-
now I'm ready for it to wait for Asta to fall in love with me too.
depending on how much Black Clover we actually have left too. So
I thought
Yeah.
Tabata said he wanted to have like a
sure,
fucking,
he
like,
has said that.
I feel like he
but
wants to go
again,
like double the
we'll-
chapter
we'll
count
see.
that we have right now. Yeah. And if
Yes.
that's the case, he's going
It
to have
all-
to come up with more for Noelle to do besides be Asta's number one fan.
It all a lot of it depends on, you know, what he decides with his health.
Right.
'Cause,
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
compared to any other of, you know, the big veteran series in Shonen Jump, he's only got 15 pages every week compared to every other series that, you know, typically has 19 or 20.
Yeah.
Outside of like the gag ones. So you know, and that's also why Black Clover chapters feel as short as they do, because of how many double page spreads you get on top of that. So
Right.
Because they literally are.
things could be very different now compared to what they were, but
Yeah.
we'll see.
Hell yeah. Do we have anything else that we want to talk about as far as like the results and the voting and the winner goes? Because I'm ready to move on to best spreads, just because ever since Axel pointed out that we're like 3 hours in, not even halfway down the list, I'm like, all right, well, let's get through a couple of these.
Yeah, we gotta
you
try
know.
and speed the conversation
Yeah.
a little bit.
All right.
We gotta be a little more concise.
All right.
On the clock.
Yeah, you're right, Eagle. You're absolutely right. Let's move on to best spreads. Best double page spreads. Look at our nominees. We have Don Sakamoto Days, My Hero Academia, and One Punch Man. How do we feel, gentlemen?
You got the snubbed.
Yeah.
Snubbed.
Yeah.
This is another
In my
one where I'm just like Witch Hat Atelier clears, but like I've already like done my like Witch Hat Atelier stuff. I want to say like everybody gets it at this point. So just staying inside of the nominations, man, it's hard to choose between My Hero Academia, Don, and One Punch Man.
Oh, I chose Sakamoto Days.
Of course you
before.
did.
But I mean, that's because it had
Yeah.
the best double page
has.
spread of the year, in my opinion, with the
Nice.
whole boiled Ferris wheel double page spread. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it was really good.
Come on.
It was really good. I can't take that away from you.
Came out of the gate swinging in
Swinging
2021.
in random directions, knocking everybody out that the fist came in contact with. I hear you. I feel you.
I can't hate the Ferris wheel spread. It's my favorite.
It's really good.
It's fair.
Even though I picked Yu, I since it's not here, I got to give it to Sakamoto.
I think I voted on Dead on Luck too. Oh no, I voted Don for sure. Sorry, Eagle, go ahead.
I went with Don as well. I felt like the Loch Ness monster spreads and like
So
the cow
good.
abduction scene.
Yeah,
and,
the cow
like,
UFO
the cow
shit
abduction
was
scene is iconic.
so good.
Iconic. Or
Yeah.
like the world
The crab
revelation.
getting hit by the train. Right?
Crab not even just the crab getting hit by the train, the one where the crab busts out the side of the mountain range while they're running down the highway is so fire.
Dude.
It's so good.
There's so many good shocking panels, like, and they're all based around a page turn for half of them too.
Yes.
So like for me, they're like very high impact, immaculate art that like seamlessly infuses like real life transposing architecture with like the cartoon style, the manga style, and then it's just very beautiful art. So for me, it was Don, hands down.
Fuck yeah, dude!
I like One Punch Man, but like I like Don more.
I'll say I love Don. Haven't read Sakamoto. And the fourth one is what?
One Punch Man.
No, One Punch Man, Sakamoto, Don. What now?
My Hero Academia.
My Hero, yeah. So for My Hero, Horikoshi is a great artist, but a lot of times the art can seem cluttered, and so like the double spreads are great, but for me, it wasn't the best. Don got some great double spreads, as you know, Mello and Nox talked about. They pointed out a few of the ones that stand out as like the great ones. One Punch Man, to me, like, clears this kind of pretty easily, at least in my personal opinion.
I feel that.
Just like with Murata's art on the double spreads, like the scale of the art, the visual, like aesthetically pleasing aspect of the art,
and the
cleanliness,
everything's
the cleanliness of the line work.
Yeah.
It's just all so just when it
just feels perfect, don't it?
When you fucking spitball it all together, like Murata's double spreads, just they clear to me easily.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yep,
I feel you.
This one was
with
an easy decision
Saitama
for me.
and Genos. The color double spread of them was really great.
Which
It really
one?
Was the one where
Genos and
Saitama
was with
Genos.
all of the crazy fucking constellation
stars.
coloring. Yeah, that shit was drastic as fuck.
Yep.
Okay. Do we want to spend? I feel like we don't need to spend too much time here because it's hard to reference examples of double spreads unless you have ideas of them, like kind of on hand.
We've also had a really big art discussion as it is.
That's
with the
right.
paneling
That's right.
one,
That's right.
So
let's just move
I think
right
we're pretty
in.
good.
Yeah, let's move right into the winners. I'm sorry, everyone. Real quick, just go through like what you voted for on this list, and if it's not this list, I mean, obviously we all voted for this list, but if there is a winner that you had in mind besides the nominees, just real quick, even if you said it already, let us know what that is before we show the winner. Eagle.
I voted for One Punch Man.
One Punch Man. Axel.
nom for Yu, vote for Sakamoto.
Love it. Mello.
Nomination for Witch Hat Atelier because they have gorgeous art, like Berserk level art, and then I voted for All
right, I feel you on that. I pretty much agree with everything that you said. I would even go so far as to say that I like Witch Hat Atelier art a lot more than Berserk art, even though they are in the same echelon. You said it was Berserk tier. You weren't necessarily saying like any. I'm just throwing that out there. I have Witch Hat Atelier art high above Berserk art, even though I love Berserk's art. But want to throw that out there. Witch Hat Atelier was my nomination. My vote went to Don. Let's get into these winners. Drum roll, please. Winner is
dun, dun, dun.
One Punch Man. Ah! Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Let's take a look at the results. Boom. Right? So here are the results here for this. Let me actually pull it up on my bigger screen because I've been forgetting to do that. Bow. So we have 566 total votes. One Punch Man got 223 of them. The closest second was My Hero Academia at 199 votes. Dandadan at 81 and Sakamoto Days at 63. You love and hate to see it.
I'm very surprised that My Hero got as many votes as it did. I mean, like Eagle said, the art was great, but like the actual double page spread focus, I don't see that as much with My Hero compared to the other ones listed.
Now, My Hero Academia is 2020 best spreads. I'm pretty sure they won last year's best double page spreads award, because those Paranormal Liberation Front double page spreads were fucking insane.
Sad Man's Parade.
Sad Man's Parade, all the Shigaraki stuff. Like, there was just so much that Kohei was doing in his bag in 2020.
Yep.
And although the art has remained consistent going into 2021 and now going into 2022, there just weren't that many holy shit block jumping, street sweeping double page spreads that we saw last year in My Hero Academia.
The one that immediately does come to mind for me would be the Star and Stripe fight, where it was the giant cloud laser.
The clap. It was no. The one that got me. The one that got me was the double page spread where Star and Stripe said "bah" and then fucking clap the crazy energy beam like into the paneling and shit. Like, that was wild.
That was a good one, but I believe that was at the beginning of this year.
Oh, no way.
The Star and
Stripe fight was 2021 for sure. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I can see why you think that though, because it was close as hell, dude. Dude, Star and Stripe versus Shigaraki was like fucking December.
The Deku faster than a bullet spread was nasty.
Yes, in the Lady Nagant fight.
Yep.
Oh, dude, that was so cold-blooded, bro. But honestly, like, if you go into Witch Hat Atelier and you read the Silver Night Festival arc, like, the first chapter or the first page of chapter, like, 47, 48, for anywhere from 46 to 48, like, you'll know when you find the chapter if you're gonna look it up right now if you haven't read it, or people who do read it that like want to go double check. Go look at like chapter 47 and look at like the first 2 pages. Just like back-to-back double spreads. I was like, holy shit. Kamome Shirahama just dropped the best double spreads of 2021, like back-to-back. I was like, goodness gracious, Great Balls of Fire. This shit is fucking stunningly amazing. You know what I mean? So I would give Witch Hat my vote, but I think I already said that. I'm starting to kind of feel this little booze I got going on here, so don't mind me. But what an incredible category. Like, look at this spread that we have for One Punch Man. Like, I'm like such a like hard-boiled machismo, duke it out, knife edge, deathmatch, you know what I mean, fan. So like Bang versus Garo, ultimate like monster form Garo almost is like is just peak like
probably one of
buff nigga battle, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, let's go. Like, this spread is just so good for me. Yeah.
Beautiful stuff.
Like, in the first chapter of One Punch Man in 2021, 135, you get this badass double page spread of Tornado on 22 and 23. It's just like, dude, this fucking spread is
throwing it down,
drastic.
Drastic,
Love it. All right, let's move on. Let's move on from spreads.
We got categories.
We got categories. We're already almost 3 hours in, so we're gonna zoom through a couple of these middle categories that we don't really have too much off the cuff ideas for discussion for, and then towards the end of the list, we'll have a lot more to talk about. So going into best color pages, we have Mission Yozakura Family, Sakamoto Days, One Punch Man, and The Elusive Samurai. How do we feel?
I'll start off saying my vote for this was The Elusive Samurai, and for me, it cleared. Like, it was an easy decision.
Yeah,
honestly.
I feel that. I like that.
One Punch Man color pages are always fire, right?
Yeah.
Sakamoto, haven't seen any. I'm sure they're fire. Yozakura Family's got some fire color spreads.
Sakamoto had the most out of any on this list for last
I knew you were going to say that!
And is that determined, like, what metric is that determined by? Like, is there a determining factor in what color?
It's a lot of different things. So,
like, what decides series get how many colored pages?
Yeah.
So
break that down.
usually it is based on the reader surveys, but they will also put in color pages and other things for different benchmarks that are hit. If like a special announcement is made, stuff like that.
Popularity contests, stuff like that. Yeah.
Yes. So that's the thing, is that like Sakamoto Days and like Mission Yozakura was like the king of color pages
Mhm.
for like the longest time, but then Sakamoto Days not only had the color pages but also lead color pages. Because it had 2 covers.
Magazine covers. Yeah.
Yeah, it had 2 covers last year, so it's already had 3 magazine covers
Damn.
in its run. And I love the lead color pages for Sakamoto Days.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. They're all
The
great.
first one after its debut, where everybody was lined up, including Boiled, where they were like at the guns and whatnot.
Yeah.
I love that. But
Hell
like
yeah.
I just love the character that you get in every Sakamoto Days color page.
Yeah.
Like it's so good. Like
Yeah.
Mission Yozakura Family is great though, and I love the
Yes.
fact that like they have different art styles. Even
That's what
in
I was
varying
literally
color
just about to
pages.
say, because it's like if you look at
Yes.
Sakamoto Days, who's the mangaka? What's their name again? For Sakamoto Days?
Uh,
Oh no! I'm sorry. I
No.
I thought you'd have this
I
like
mean,
right
the
away.
one
thing,
thing-
I am terrible with names.
Yeah.
Is the one thing.
That's
Like,
fine.
titles and whatnot.
Yeah.
Good.
The
but,
creator of Sakamoto Days is Color
Yuto
Palette.
Suzuki.
There you go. There you go. Suzuki. Suzuki's color palette is like amazing. It's very primary color oriented. You get a lot of stark yellows, stark blues, stark greens, stark reds, and aesthetically, I fucking love that because it like it tickles my like nostalgia sensor. You know what I mean? Back before,
Oh my god!
you know,
I'm being called a fraud. in the
oh
comments.
no!
Oh my god!
Axel a fraud!
I
Draco.
in real life, I am terrible with names, and
Get
that
his
does
ass.
extend in the manga. Like it's very true. Like, oh my god! Like, knife in my heart.
Hey, he says to high grade, to what the fuck, yo, high grade shaman chat I go. I'm dead.
Woo! Okay, no. But what I was saying though, Suzuki's color palette in his color pages like really speaks to me because it feels like just like aesthetically, it feels like OG Dragon Ball, like, you know, late 80s, early 90s, like Dragon Ball color pages. And like, especially like in the like overall creativity of it. Like if you look at old school Dragon Ball cover pages in general, even the ones that aren't colored, a lot of the time Akira Toriyama will show, you know, Bulma, Goku, and Oolong riding on the back of a moped or riding in some kind of hover car or just
Or on a
standing
dragon.
there looking like, you know, the Days of Future Past cover, you know, or something like that. Like you get a lot of these like aesthetic and just like compositional masterpieces that speak to, you know, the older people. And obviously it probably speaks to younger people as well because it's just great art in general. But me as like an old ass nigga, bro, like when I see anything that reminds me of Dragon Ball, I'm like, yeah, you know what I mean? So like seeing like, you know, Sakamoto Days color pages just like really just like jumps out to me in that way. So I fucking love those. Yozakura Family, like you were saying, Axel, has amazing like, you know, creativity and diversity in the art styles and the color palettes and whatnot. Hitsuchi Gondaira, one hell of a fucking artist in that regard. I'd probably give it, oh my god, I forgot we weren't on the color pages like page. I don't even remember what I voted for, but just like looking at the list right now, I choose Mission Yozakura Family.
Yeah, I voted Elusive Samurai, like I said at the beginning.
I
Just
can't-
the color
yeah,
palette.
I can't argue
And the
with
art
that.
on those color pages, man.
Yeah.
So fucking fire.
Yeah.
You know, I believe I personally voted of the nominations. I voted for Elusive Samurai just because they are stunning slice of life, like picturesque standalone by themselves.
Yeah.
I personally like Sakamoto Days. The one that always comes up to my mind is the color spread where they're on the bus, they're on the bus or train station, and they have like the translucent, transparent, gradient, like invisibility suit that is like slowly becoming visible in all
You're-
color.
Wait,
That
which
gorgeous-
series?
That's the volume cover, not a color page.
Yeah, hold on. Which series are we talking about?
Oh, never mind.
That's volume cover 4.
Well,
Of
I'm
which
glad that I
series?
voted for Elusive then.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, Mello. Like,
This man's a fraud.
ah,
I never said
no, don't try to pass the buck, Axel.
Sakamoto.
Axel said,
He said, "Wait a minute, look at this guy. He's."
I have a passing knowledge of Sakamoto, and I'll be the first one to say it.
fucking
So wait,
dead.
so you're talking about Sakamoto days? Right
Lucas said Axel a blame.
Oh!
Fraud to Mello.
Project Fraud and Friends from Yato Plays. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Wait. No. Hold on. We need to go back. That was very funny.
Yeah, let me have my moment.
But like Mello, like water. I'm sorry, I like zoned out while you were explaining like the.
I know. I have a very.
So you were talking about Sakamoto days when you were saying that thing, and it turned out being a volume cover.
It turns out it's a volume cover. It's just something that I remember from Sakamoto days that I thought was really gorgeous. So I was like, you know what? I'll give Axel the idea that, like, you know, I give you that. Like, if you choose Sakamoto days for best color panels, turns out the thing that I was going to give him for wasn't a color panel. That's unfortunate. So I can't give you that anymore.
Yeah,
Sure.
you missed out on like 13 actual color pages and gave us a volume 4 cover instead.
I'm honestly not current on Sakamoto days.
Oh no!
I'm not. Like, I'm not gonna say act like I am, because I'm definitely not.
Yellow Fraudo menace. No, I'm kidding.
Nah.
I'm fucking with you. Yeah, no, for sure.
But, like, I voted for Elusive of the 4, but one of the ones that I want to do is like a shout out nomination, like honorable mention. Kaiju number 8.
Yes.
I feel like they don't have like the most stunning color art, but I think that I enjoy their palette a lot.
Yeah.
Their color palette a lot, and I enjoy the placement of their color spreads and color pages to maximize impact, despite being a series that doesn't update the most.
Yeah, Kaiju number 8
on the off weeks they were giving us color pages.
They were giving us showcases, exactly. They were giving us just straight colored art, sometimes like brand new art, other times colored versions of chapter covers, etc., etc. One thing that I really appreciate about Kaiju number 8's color pages is the noisy, low opacity, like noise effect that you get inside of oh my god, I had all of these mangaka names memorized, and now that I'm on like the spot, I can't remember the mangaka's name for Kaiju number 8. But their graphic design is like their graphic design prowess is like very apparent in their color pages, because like a lot of it is obviously, you know, handheld illustrated.
Now you're Matsumoto.
Thank you, Matsumoto. So a lot of Matsumoto's, you know, technique, you know, comes down to their, you know, proficiency with the pen and their line work and things like that. But when it comes to the colored side of things, it's a lot more digital nowadays, and especially inside of a magazine or an arm of the magazine like Jump Plus, where everything is digital. Like you can really see like Matsumoto's just proficiency in all other areas outside of penmanship. You know what I mean? Inside of their art. And I like really appreciate that as like a graphic designer. So like when I see like noise, and when I see like things inside of layers that I can like probably point out and break down inside of my own, you know, editing software, like I respect the fuck out of that. So like I love Kaiju number 8 being brought up right now. But
I think we've all kind of got our points out here. We can just
Oh yeah, are we ready for the winners? Thanks, Eagle. Yeah. All right, so the winner is
trying to
get them drum rolls going. Are we ready for the winner? It's One Punch Man. Boo! Yeah, dude. When I saw this
shouts out. What the hell? Wallace is easy. He wanted this exact page. He was saying, does this page count? Because this page was fire.
Any page that's colored by the creator counts.
Anything that's colored. I mean, that's the thing, is that like a lot of digital manga are now incorporating color pages in the chapters,
Yeah.
and that is a growing trend. It's
I
not
feel
just
like
a Shonen Jump
Kaiju
thing.
8 started that. Maybe I don't really know of any example before Kaiju number 8, but I feel like I
Not so
don't
much. I
remember
mean,
seeing it
Kaiju-
before Kaiju 8.
Kaiju is
No,
the first one that
so-
I think of.
Yeah,
when I
exactly.
think about that
as
concept.
someone who reads a lot of other series,
Right.
cough cough 300
Name
on Mal.
this. I'm
Yeah,
kidding.
yeah.
No, so like for example,
Who
there's
was the
this
first
one-
series that you noticed doing a mid-chapter color page injection?
It was this series, I can't remember the exact name. It was like the Eighth Son, like it's this like reincarnation series where this guy gets reincarnated into a royal family and he just wants to learn magic and become super OP. And
Sounds like
they
a
have
webtoon.
color pages like almost every other chapter. A lot of them towards the end of the chapter, but several of them in the middle. But that is one of like a web release series. So that is becoming more of a trend that I've been noticing. And like Shonen Jump is just now starting to get on that more, like as of like last year into this year.
Damn. Yoza fam was
Yeah.
close, man.
Okay,
I can't believe the elusive samurai got blown out like this. Fuck.
Yeah, I got the results up. I
honestly-
pulled them up without saying
I'm
anything about it,
not-
but the results are there.
I'm not, only because it didn't have the sheer amount of color pages that Sakamoto and Mission Yozakura family had. Like
Right.
they had so many in comparison.
Yeah, well, it's not about most; it's about best.
I'm
But,
hot.
yeah.
Yes, no, I agree. But
Yeah.
About
like,
votes.
Yeah,
that too.
yeah, and I guess it's about
It's
votes
about
too.
votes. Making the best of what we got, you know?
Yeah.
Then, like, I'll be honest, like, even in our special grade group, Elusive is not one of the more popular series.
Right, there was
So
just
it's
something
like,
that
I
we
totally
actually-
understand why
Yeah.
it's not doing that well. Despite
Well, the
fact
fact that
very
it made it
acquired
into the
taste.
top 4 nominations, despite that, says like
It
so
surprised
much
me.
about the series.
I was happy.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, I'm ready to move on. Do you guys have anything else to say about best double page spreads, or I mean, best color pages?
No.
Nah.
I'm good.
Okay, best fight. Best fight. We got Yuno versus Xenon, Sakamoto versus Boiled, Shigaraki versus Star and Stripe, and Arthur versus Dragon. How do we feel about the top 4 fights this year according to nomination?
I think we can all agree that Wazaimon got snubbed.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, for
Yes.
sure. I was gonna wait until my time, but like since you brought it up already, like Shangri-La Frontier,
100%.
absolutely 100%, and it's not close. Gets my top 1 fight of 2021. Sun Raku and Wolfgang versus Wazaimon and his mount was some of the most impressive everything that I've seen in manga in a really long
Yeah.
time.
Yes.
Yep.
As far as these 4, Shigaraki versus Star and Stripe kind of cleared for me in the end. You know, I shouldn't say cleared, but
Yeah.
because it was close between, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, the other one you read, Yuno versus Xenon.
Wasn't, I don't know. So it kind of cleared, you know. So
yeah.
looking back in retrospect, the Shigaraki versus Star and Stripe was just so raw.
It's very good. It was. I wasn't ready for Shigaraki versus Star and Stripe because it was such a mechanically, you know, it was so technical. It was so deep and it was so nuanced for My Hero Academia conflict. There were so many rules and conditions and, you know, just different applications of logic and reasoning applied throughout the fight that made me feel for the first time ever in My Hero Academia something akin to like how I feel when I read Hunter x Hunter and Jujutsu Kaisen conflict. So like I was really like, yeah, I was eating that shit the fuck up. But yeah, go ahead, Mello.
You know, of the 4 that are up there, I would have replaced Yuno versus Xenon with our Wenzaimon fight versus Wolfgang.
Sure.
Hardcore. I enjoyed Arthur versus Dragon.
I didn't know you read Fire Forest. That's cool.
I do.
I agree with Mello. Arthur versus Dragon.
That shit had the streets going crazy when it was happening, bro. I remember that.
Amazing build up.
Yeah.
With you know, the sword and Vulcan and all that stuff. Great build up, and it was a good payoff fight.
Yeah.
Because it was kind of like, hey, here's the pivotal point that perception is everything in these end of days fights. I'm a huge fan of Soul Eater. Long time. I'm really happy that this, so far, that Fire Force is seemingly vindicating my opinion that Fire Force was a prequel series to Soul Eater
Sure.
this entire time. I love that. So I'm really happy that it's up there and it got nominated. But of the best fights, Stars and Stripes, I loved it because it was highly technical for two people that literally just throw power around like haymakers. And I
Yes.
think that's really interesting dynamic, that they were adding all that technical ability and thought to just haymaker blows of
Yeah.
power. But Boiled and Sakamoto was a very, very, very close second.
Dude, Boiled versus Sakamoto was so good.
So this is gonna feel weird based on everything I've said so far in the
Uh-oh.
stream. I would not have put a Sakamoto fight in the nominations.
Okay, what would your top four
The
be?
only oh boy.
Well, while you're thinking about that, I just want to say that, like,
Pazaemon
versus
Arthur
Xenon.
versus Dragon.
Oh, okay.
So I will say, I mean, I'll say this. Based on the ones that are up there, it's Arthur versus Dragon for me.
Nice.
Because with this one, this was his character arc fight. This was it. This was the culmination of his character, and like with Arthur, like he would also been my vote for another nomination down the road. But Arthur versus Dragon was just phenomenal. Like,
Yeah.
I absolutely
Heard
think
nothing
that
but
it
good
deserves to
things.
be here and deserves the win. Just because of how important it was to the series. This was his Noel fight.
Nice.
Like,
Yes, absolutely.
I would
100%.
personally like replace Yuno versus Xenon with like Magna versus Dante.
Yes.
And,
I
like
agree.
if a Black Clover fight has to be here, it should be Magna versus Dante. Personally, like my reasoning for that is just like I don't really care about the power system inside of Black Clover. I feel like it's a lot of like wasted potential personally. But like Magna and Dante was an exploration into that power system that gave us, an unorthodox like application of what we understood of the power system in that conflict. So I was like not ready for Taba to deliver on that, and I think how unexpected it was and how technical it became in their duel was just the tightest thing ever to me. I'm kind of disappointed that it was kind of waited that long to get to that point and it was used on a character like Magna, but like at the end of the day I'm still happy that it happened. I feel like that kind of fight and that kind of conflict should have always been there inside of Black Clover. I've never been a big fan of the idea that you have this big book of spells and you never spend any time looking at your spells and talking about your spells. They just kind of show up when you need them to, and then you're totally proficient in that spell as soon as it's written in your book.
Right.
It's just
like
back against the wall. Back against the wall.
Struggled.
Yeah, like if your back's against the wall and you want it enough and your emotional state is high enough, new spell comes in, no training, you just master that and it's a part of your book now. I feel like that is a massive waste of potential and just lazy.
There wasn't
shit.
Even like the kind of stumbling through initially kind of thing. It was just like, oh, I know how.
Right.
Like,
and then all of a sudden we get this time skip where it's like everyone trained for 6 months and it's like I'm sure that the story explained how they trained, but I just like can't remember it because it seems so random to me. I was like, why are we training now? Suddenly we've never needed to train before. The power system doesn't really need you to train. So, like, what's the point of this time skip? Obviously, you want to skip 6 months into the future, so you want to say we trained during that time. Right. But, like, that doesn't make sense to me, personally.
They showed the fruits of their labor immediately, and then it just kind of faded out from there. It was one of those things where it's just like, cool, you're learning spell theory and whatnot, and then you get wiped.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I liked the Magna stuff as much as I did, because like he learned what they were learning, but it took him that much more time to do so, and in a very, very particular way.
Yeah.
That like in any other given situation, just would not have necessarily worked out. Like it was such
So
a very narrow application,
Yeah.
but it works.
Yeah.
so of the series, covering like when we covered Black Clover, we found the fight between, like, I understand that like people were super excited with the fight and the fact that like he got star power and stuff, but for me it just seemed a little boring, like in the way that it just happened.
Dude,
And
it's
I
so
think that the
boring. Even if
Dante,
it's foreshadowed and like set up for however
yeah, it's
long,
like I get
it
that it was
still is just
foreshadowed,
like
but it's just
so
like it
standard
wasn't
feeling.
satisfying to me.
Yeah.
Like the part that made it interesting was Xenon's backstory of
Yeah.
being similar, of like being the dark mirror
Yeah.
of who is, and the fact that he was like, I'm the person that you could have been with one bad day, a la Joker style. But
Yeah.
like, but the thing that I thought was really gratifying about the Dante Magna fight was that it played into the core themes that Black Clover was predicated on, and that a peasant can take down a king, that royalty, that blood, that magic does not equivocate overwhelming power. That does not mean that you are better inherently. And the fact that he was able to leverage his own weakness and find a way to equalize the playing field against an overwhelming, blessed, magically gifted character was satisfying to me because it played into the core themes of Black Clover itself. Versus Xenon just seemed more of the same of Spade Arc, to be honest.
Right. And like the whole like situation with the second grimoire really like goes into my, criticism about the wasted potential inside of the power system for Black Clover, because like, and this is all entirely my fault, because like I had completely forgotten how the power system even worked inside of Black Clover for a while. So when the versus Xenon chapters were happening and the second grimoire came out and then he started using all this constellation magic, like I've always I've been reading Black Clover since chapter 1, and like ever since the grimoire concept was kind of introduced inside of Black Clover, I had just like automatically pictured this situation where a character has their grimoire open outside of combat, literally just chilling, and like, which you just never get time in Black Clover to just chill. But like, I'm like picturing like a dude like or somebody with their grimoire open, like, okay, these are my 4 highest mana costing abilities. These are like my middle range abilities. These are my cheapest spells. I can spam these. How can I combine these in a specific chain to keep my mana usage efficient and keep my damage output high? Like I'm picturing all of these really cool conversations and applications of this grimoire based magic system that just never happens because the pacing is so drastic that you need to add a concept in your power system to where spells just show up and you can use them in the moment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I've never understood the reasoning for that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why you would squander such an amazing attempt to kind of like reinvent grimoire magic application in your story by just saying like you get spells for free because you want it in the moment. I don't fucking like that shit. You know what I mean? Like whatever.
I mean,
if it's,
they did it in Zatch Bell. Throwback.
I didn't
okay,
like it
well,
in
Zatch Bell is from
though.
like 1999, so like
Zatch Bell literally was.
Yeah.
It was from the 2000s.
Well,
so,
whatever, Axel. My point is, like,
Zatch Bell was
holy
so
shit.
with children.
Like, if you're going to, like, I'm picturing this, like, Xenon versus confrontation, and not only did it happen a lot quicker than I probably would have wanted it to happen based on all of the buildup for it, but, like, you get this brand new grimoire, and there's just, like, no struggle with the new tech. It's just like, oh shit, here's my new grimoire, star your ass to death, and like and then we just keep it moving, and it's like, okay, like that's fine.
Speaking of keeping moving, we probably should keep moving.
Oh yeah, no, you're totally right. All right. Nominees: versus Xenon, Sakamoto versus Boiled was incredible, even though like I don't fucking know. It was short as hell.
That's all the Sakamoto fights were short.
Yeah,
that's why I wouldn't pick them, but they were great. Choreography was great.
Yeah, absolutely.
For me, choreography is a lot.
Yeah. Any last words before we reveal the winner? Eagle, you trying to get in there? Thank you
just
for
Axel.
I just want to say, like, Axel, thank you for cutting me off because I was about to go on like a crazy rant that didn't
just real
matter.
Quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Eagle.
You guys have already touched on a lot of the stuff about the stuff, but I didn't really say anything. The most jarring thing to me about it was like the grimoire system. How the fuck does this even work? It's implied at the beginning of the series that everybody gets one grimoire. They're chosen. So if this was Yuno's grimoire originally, why didn't it fly from the fucking Spade Kingdom when he got picked by the Light Grimoire in the fucking Clover system? Oh, because he's magically somehow Lick's reincarnated kid. For what reason? It just doesn't make fucking sense. And somehow he's the first character in the entire series that we know of with 2 fucking grimoires. It just
because
too much about it that does not fucking make
as funny
sense.
as that is, I feel like I remember like a really good explanation for this specific
Someone
thing
in
that
the
you're
Discord.
complaining about, and I
Two
literally
souls.
just cannot remember. Yeah, there you go. There you
There
go.
we go. Thank you, Scarred Hero.
But
Two
like
souls.
also like whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like if he's got 2 souls, like it's cool. Like you can find justification for it, but like I'm like of the idea that like a mangaka should set it up to where when it happens out of the blue and it shouldn't be jarring. Like things can happen out of the blue that still make sense. And like you go, holy shit, I didn't think about that, but that feels so good. Not just enough of a tether to where you can't complain about it, like this Constellation second Grimoire situation.
It's the Vengeance pottery thing.
It should feel
but
better than
It's
this.
one of those things where apparently he gets to have both. competitive
And you can
Vengeance
technically
versus
explain it.
pottery
You can
where
technically
they
tie
split.
it back to an earlier part of
who's the winner?
storytelling, and it's fine.
Yeah, but
whatever.
Who's the winner?
It
Wait,
just
won?
doesn't
Who's the
feel
winner?
good enough
Who did
to
Eagle
me.
Who be the winner?
He
All right,
didn't
all
say
right,
who
all
he
right, all right,
picked.
all right. Drum roll, please.
No,
Out
wait,
of
Who
wait.
did Eagle pick? Who did
Oh,
Eagle
oh,
pick?
I'm sorry. I thought you were
I
rushing
think-
me to the winners.
No,
Sorry.
I said my vote at the beginning. I voted Shigaraki versus Star and Stripe. Dude.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just
Eagle
wanted to
covers
Okay.
that. He was the first one to say
Okay.
who they voted
Yeah,
for.
Shigaraki
Okay.
versus Star and
Now
Stripe.
we can-
I say Wazaimon versus Wolfgang. Mello one more time.
I think I voted for Stars and Stripe, but honorable mention Arthur versus Dragon,
Yeah,
just because
just on
it
the
was a
nominee list.
climactic arc.
Yeah. Okay, and then Axel one more time. Nomination and official vote.
Was Aimon, but Arthur versus Dragon.
All right, bet. Drum roll. The winner is Arthur versus Dragon. Fire Force fans! Fire Force fans! You did it! You did it. Here's the results.
Fire Force fans.
Can I like not see the results? All right, there they are. Boom. There's the results there for you. Yes, sir. And we can see that it was, you know, pretty close between Arthur versus Dragon and Yuno versus Xenon. We got 916 votes total, with 353 votes going to Arthur versus Dragon and 345 votes going to Yuno versus Xenon. Very close. If I was a Black Clover stan, I wouldn't even have voted for Yuno versus Xenon here. Like, I personally would have been like, where the fuck is my Magna versus Dante? If it's not here, I'm not voting Black Clover. But, whatever. You know what I mean? I can't speak for everybody, obviously.
Different priorities.
Different priorities, different, whatever. But, like, Yuno versus Xenon being here over Dante versus Magna is just very weird to me. But it still performed very well, as we knew it would.
I think I think it succeeded in the best fight because of the same reasons why Noelle got, best female lead in her arc, because her arc completed, and that in itself is worth something in any manga.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Manga.
I am a very happy boy.
Yes, sir. Moving on
As our
to best supporting character, we got Megumi Fushiguro, we got Mutsumi Yozakura, Noct Faust, and Yamato. Kaido's son, daughter from One Piece. How do we feel?
I voted Megumi. It was easy for me to decide.
Nice.
Personally. I love Yamato, love Mutsumi, love Noct, but Megumi is just different.
Yeah.
That's all there is to say. About it.
I also voted Megumi, but I mean, that being said, I did. My nomination was for Arthur, so I was very surprised that, don't get me wrong, I was happy that his fight made it, but I was just like, he didn't make best supporting character over Yamato? What?
Yeah.
I was surprised with Yamato getting there, but I appreciate their function within the story.
It's just the One Piece fandom machine.
Yeah, this is more of a brute numbers.
I don't remember anything Yamato did this year that stood out to me personally. I remember them having
Yamato did everything this year.
Was it this year? Oh, okay.
Pretty much.
I thought I remembered
1v1.
Yamato got
1v1.
briefly introduced.
Yeah.
In the very tail end of 2020.
Okay, but then all of their shit was this year.
1000 was the start of 2021. a lot of Yamato's feats were in 2021.
So did we get all of like the Ace and Yamato storytelling, along with all of like the Yamato versus Kaido fights? Did all of that happen this year?
That led up to 2021, because like the whole like Ace was like part of the chapter 1000 thing. So
Sure. All right, Scarred Hero hit us with 100 bits. I want to say this now. I don't think Mutsumi should be here. IMO, she's the least interesting Yozakura. I'd definitely replace her with Kyoichiro, who's had some major growth in 2021.
But I like the support.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like anyone who's not the main character, who's also a predominant figure in the main cast, should count as a support character. So like I'm cool with Kyoichiro in like the support role. Like I'm totally fine with that. And like now that you're bringing it up, Scarred Hero, I do love Kyoichiro's storytelling in 2021 specifically. Did the baby Kyoichiro chapter happen this year? Where he like turned into a baby for like a chapter or two.
That was 2021.
That was 2021.
Yes.
Okay. Like overall in general for the story of Mission Yozakura Family, I love Mutsumi as like best supporting character. But for the year 2021, I don't remember any specific things that stood out as like a holy shit Mutsumi moment, even though she was clearly there and present throughout the entire year in all of the ways that she needs to be. In all of the ways that she needs to be, she was absolutely there and played her role and did a great job. But like now that Scarred Hero is pointing it out, I feel like the Kyoichiro moments did slap harder in a vacuum overall.
I would have voted for I only because
and I was incredible.
Any I chapter I love. Like period. So like
wholesome.
I get it. I get where it's coming from. Like
100%.
Mutsumi is very important to Taiyo, and that she is like that part of him. So like when I think of support character, both figuratively and literally, I think of Mutsumi.
Yeah, absolutely. So do I. And I think my vote actually went to Mutsumi or Megumi. I can't remember exactly which one
as well.
I think I might have voted for Megumi. Can't remember. But like either way, like Megumi and Mutsumi were my top two out of the four. I don't think I had one outside of the four for this category. Go ahead, Mello.
Based on the conversations that we had so far, I would say my honorable mention for best supporting character would be Arthur Pencilgon.
Nice.
Because of how they've done that for that. And
yes.
I would say that's an opinion that has formed through the evolution of this conversation.
I love that.
So yeah, shout out Arthur Pencilgon, founder of Wolfgang, Guild Prez. But supporting character, Megumi, hands down, just fantastic foil to Yuji, an excellent like example of what a Jujutsu sorcerer is supposed to be. He is the window into the series world, the Jujutsu world.
Yeah.
He is the vehicle in which we view what is a regular sorcerer supposed to be like. From that world,
for sure.
Specifically, one of our quote unquote generation.
Absolutely.
And in 2021, he had a spectacular year.
I agree.
Fantastic
100%. Just want to address some of these. Like, are these bits or are these like, I don't know what the purple highlighted stuff is. I'm pretty sure
those
it's
are
bits.
your like channel point.
Oh,
things.
channel points?
Channel points.
Okay. So
I don't know if that converts to bits.
I don't know exactly how it works, but I have highlighted comments here.
Man.
I have highlighted comments here that I just want to address just because they're highlighted, and I feel like that's important for Twitch, even though I'm like not as familiar with Twitch as I am with YouTube and like its super chat system. But we got Wallace is easy saying Garo greater than sign Yamato. Yeah.
He's not
absolutely.
Is he a support character though?
No.
I mean, he's a villain anti-hero.
Yeah, no, and if you're saying, you know, in respect to supporting characters, then like I guess I don't agree. But like as a character, I appreciate Garo more than Yamato at this point. So like I guess I agree if that's what you're trying to say. But yeah, thank you for the input there. Self-styled Soul King, my homeboy Odin, one of my goats. Takamura Mamoru is a goat. Just needed this to be highlighted. Read Ippo to obtain maximum sex appeal. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Read Ippo to, you know, obtain maximum sex appeal and just overall improve your life in every way possible, because that's what reading Hajime no Ippo will do to you. Shout out to Odin for that. Draco Genius, where is Shen? Damn it. Well, Draco Genius, you know how this goes. It's all about nominations. And he didn't get nominated in, which is unfortunate because nobody really fucks with Undead Unluck because the first chapter made everyone think it was really bad. So
Yeah.
that's the explanation that we always give whenever it's like, where is Undead Unluck on these polls? Well, they had terrible marketing and their first chapter had sexual assault in it, and it made everyone think that the series was very sus.
bad.
So there you
Yeah,
go.
it's one of my favorite series after they redeemed it. And like you guys, when I first joined the podcast, like
Yeah.
you guys turned me on. You're like, no, like genuinely give Undead
They
Unluck.
turned you on.
Yes,
Maximum sex appeal.
sir.
Yes.
Okay.
First they
Okay.
started with the Hajime no Ippo, and
Yeah.
then they got me there with the Undead Unluck. No, I'm kidding.
LKF
that being
Ashes.
said,
LKF Ashes, real quick. When is World Trigger going to get a nomination? When enough people see the tweets for nomination. Period.
You did
Yeah. Go ahead.
You did get 100 bits from Weird Bros 001 too.
Oh, where's that? Oh, okay, I see it now. Okay, I see the difference. Weird Bros 001. Can I appreciate Suika for what she did in 2021? Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And now that you're bringing up Suika right now, I feel like she should be here in the top 4 nominees. Who would I take out? Yamato, absolutely.
Yep.
100% Yamato replaced for
Mitsumi
Suika.
because of impact.
You take out
Because of,
Mitsumi.
like-
You take out Mitsumi before Yamato? Well, I guess when it comes to impact, though,
Because I was thinking about
Yeah,
impact. Because
yeah.
Yamato was very impactful for the story, and like even like the recent chapter we covered. You know,
I would take out Noct. I mean, like,
Yeah,
he
fuck
had more of an
him.
impact. He had more of an impact. He had more of an impact in 2020 than he did in 2021.
no, I feel like
Think about it.
I feel like all of Nox's best storytelling came in 2021 because wasn't that like when like he was literally like back against the wall going through all of his transformations fighting like
Yeah, it was.
Nama and fucking whatever the other twin demon was.
Yes.
That was all of Nox's best shit. That was this year?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That was this year.
That was 100% knocked. Like, but
I'm just
I
feeling
like
based on like
Noctier.
pure impact because Suika just like that was just like emotionally
Saved the world.
devastating.
what the fuck was that
She
other
was
demon's
emotionally
name?
devastating for me. I
Nama
was just
and
like,
who?
oh, that poor kid all alone, save for the animals for years.
Sorry, Bella, I
Years.
was like
I was
totally
like-
like in the middle of a
I-
fucking thought while you were saying that.
I
I'm so sorry.
I shed a tear for Suika. you know?
Yeah, no, Suika, honestly, Suika deserves to be here just off of the like unexpected factor alone of how the end of that Stanley and Xeno versus, you know, Senku,
Science Kingdom.
yeah, Science Kingdom kind of situation went. Like, there was so much uncertainty in those week-to-week chapters because we had so much set up for how the Kingdom of Science thought the situation was going to go, and then what Xeno's camp brought to kind of like throw a monkey wrench in their reasoning. Then you have to have like new reasoning created on the spot based on the factors involved. And when it came down to it and the fucking dust settled, it was just Suika. The least expected character to do what she did what she did. And did it
Yup.
in a brilliant way, like writing wise and art wise. Like if you go back through those Dr. Stone chapters, like post Stanley and Xeno conflict, and you just see the 7 years that passed after the petrification on that final battle, Suika going from person to person and creating conversations in her mind with those individual petrified people, her finding the paper in Senku's fucking pocket and going, I don't have my glasses, this is probably some bullshit, I'm looking for something better, and then going, wait a minute, if it was in Senku's pocket, it's got to be important, grabs it, petrification, you know, fluid
Formula.
blueprint.
The
Yeah,
formula.
exactly. Like all of the different ways to create the depetrification formula, and her going through trial and error individually with no one holding her hand and telling her this is how the scientific method works. She like not instantly, but she went through it and was like, okay,
Reverse engineered.
this has the least amount of text, you know, related to it, so I'm going to try this method. and then was like, this is for an actual science pro. Let me go back to like the methods that are for people that don't know anything about science. And it's like the 3-year, 5-year, 7-year method. And she sits there and goes, oh my God, but I'm going to do it anyway. You know what I mean? It's like that spoke to me as someone who like looks for the easiest ways to do something, and like made me put myself in Suika's shoes where I'm like, okay, even though I have 3 methods here and one of them will take like 1 day and the other one will take like 1 year, I would literally have spent way too much time trying to figure out the way to do it in a day. And Suika went, I'm not that person. Let's go over here. And then fucking did it with determination and willpower and consistency. And that's like literally what Dr. Stone is about. And that was channeled through one of the most unlikely characters. And that was just so impressive to me. I would definitely take Yamato out for Suika here after all.
All right. But of the nominations, who's won?
Let's take a look.
Eagle, you gave your vote to Megumi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Me, and Eagle all voted for Megumi.
Yep.
Okay. I think I voted for Megumi too on this list. Either Megumi or Mutsumi. We'll see here in a second, I'm pretty sure, because it'll show. But the winner, drum roll please, out of Megumi Fushiguro, Mutsumi Yozakura, Knocked Faust, and Yamato, the winner is Megumi Fushiguro. Yo.
All right. You know what?
Shout out Megumi. Here's how everybody voted. Yeah, how do we feel?
I feel good. That's a win for me. I don't think I've won that many votes so far when it comes to like guessing how the public will fuck with me. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm glad.
Absolutely.
I'm glad that we can all be right.
Yeah, we got 768 votes total.
I'm talking to you.
Of those 768 votes, Megumi Fushiguro got 361, Knocked Faust with 280, Yamato with 82, and Mutsumi with 45. And it looks like I actually did vote for Mutsumi, and that is just so sad to see her with only 45 votes. But after the conversation, I feel really good about the Megumi win here. Man,
Sorry,
like just like the last like 10 chapters with not even just the last 10 chapters, like pretty much everything Culling game related that had something to do with Megumi was like wildly impressive for his character now that I think about it. And just like overall for the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, because it's like you can look at Megumi for those 5-headed, future sight, 4D chess kind of plays. And in a situation like the Culling games where everyone is thinking and acting on their best instinctual and just rational decision making possible in a wildly complicated game and wildly like random and like holy shit kind of situation as the Culling games, Megumi has been going absolutely crazy in pretty much every way related to his character for this arc in this year. So I like love the win for Megumi here.
All right.
Yeah. Anybody have anything else to say before we move on to the next one?
I don't. I was wondering how many categories do we have left?
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more.
All right.
We'll go really quick through like
halfway through.
yeah, like we'll go really quick
Thank
through
you
like
all for
like
joining us.
yeah. So like
Love
we're
this.
at 3.5 hours here. Thank you all so much for still hanging out with us. We still have 66 viewers in here. By the way, for anyone who can't stay the entire time, who's like really fighting sleep to stay with us right now, like halfway across the world, if you got to bail out, absolutely do so. This is definitely going on YouTube in VOD form, like 3 to 4 days from now. So don't feel like you absolutely have to stay here for the entire conversation because this will be re-uploaded. So, but yes, I definitely want to move quicker through like the next 4 to 5.
This won't be another 4 hours.
Yeah, I want like the next 4 to 5 to 6 categories to move pretty quick, and then the last 2 can be like bigger conversations if they need to be. But we've been going pretty crazy. But yeah, most underrated series. We got Ranger Reject, Dr. Stone, Me and Robico, and then High School Family. I have nothing to say about Me and Robico and High School Family. I don't think anybody else reads it besides Axel. Mello,
Axel
do you
reads
read
everything.
Mello, do you read Robico or High School
no.
Family?
No.
Okay.
Though neither of them really interested me. I
That's
voted
cool.
for Ranger Reject. Easy. That was my nomination as well.
Yeah, I think I did too. Axel, give us like anything you want to say about me and Robico and High School Family, and then we can just move on to results probably.
I voted for Dr. Stone.
Really?
Hey!
So I did.
Dr.
And so
Stone
the
is
reason for
underrated.
it, yes, and
Is
that's the
it?
thing, is that like Dr. Stone, for as long as it's been going, is still underrated as hell. That was my
Sure.
real big thing. Like me and Roboco and High School Family both debuted last year. For
Okay.
them to like, it's perfectly fine for them to be underrated because they just started.
Sure.
Ranger Reject, I feel in a similar way. I think Ranger Reject by far is probably the most underrated series in Weekly Shonen Magazine right now.
Yeah.
Especially given the fact that it's Neji Haruba's newest series. I got it. I got an author name that time.
Hey, there you go. There you go.
So there we go.
Fraud
But like
revoked.
Dr. Stone, for as long as it's been going, like honestly, it's ridiculous. Like outside of these four though, Mission Yozakura Family is also incredibly underrated as hell.
Yeah.
The fact that it's been going on now for 3 years, it's in its third year.
Yeah.
And it doesn't get the recognition that it deserves, either here or in Japan. Very underrated, but at least for these, I give it to Dr. Stone.
Oh yeah.
Even though I do enjoy Roboco and High School Family.
The way that I kind of look at these nominees is like, I don't know, most underrated. Like, what does that mean to everybody? I feel like that's different for
Right.
everyone, even though that's like a fucking factor that's based on like public perception of something. But at the end of the day, it's like, if you have an anime and like it's really successful, like maybe most underrated series doesn't really work. You know what I mean?
And that's fair.
And so like Dr. Stone absolutely didn't get my vote. I think I definitely voted for Ranger Reject here because I just don't read Me and Robico or High School Family. But like my reasoning for
fine.
like underrated isn't like the be all end all thing. But I just think that it's really weird that Dr. Stone was nominated as high as it was when it has such
again,
a
I think it
successful
is-
adaptation.
It does, but like compared to the other veteran series that are out there, it doesn't necessarily get the same Western attention that it does in Japan.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quick, want to address LKF Ashes here. The perfect World Trigger category. I agree, brother. I totally agree. Yato says the fact that Robico and High School Family made it to nominees over Shangri-La Frontier shows how much Shangri-La Frontier is slept on. Couldn't have put it better
And
myself.
so many other series.
Yeah, and so many other
God,
series
yes.
in general.
Honestly.
And then going back up a little bit higher, Draco Genius, my homeboy Zay, my brother from another mother, says the lack of Shangri-La and Yu Yu is uncanny. Holy shit. I also agree wholeheartedly with you on that. Ziggy Zay TV, aka Draco Genius. But
I feel like,
yeah, go ahead, Mello.
honestly, the reason I voted for Ranger Reject is because I may not be kind of new to the internet, but like I feel like we're like us and V are like the only people that keep talking about Ranger Reject.
For real.
Period.
Big shout
It
out to
hurts
V,
me.
dude. Like, I fucking
Dude,
love
V's
V.
the best.
Like, thank you so much for subscribing to our
V
special grades
is a
here on
W.
Patreon.
And I had to put Knox on it.
Yeah, and I think you
I
were
still
the
take
one.
credit for
Yeah,
that.
I think you might have been the one that showed me. It was either you or Yato. I think I remember there being like,
When
like
in
you
doubt,
were the
it's
top
me or
two.
Yato.
Yeah, like when
When in
literally,
doubt.
literally Axel. When in doubt, it comes down to Axel and Yato being the ones to go out of their way to say, Knox, what are you doing? Read these things. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So like Ranger Reject, like I think definitely got my vote. But like big shout out to V, typesetter, and like overall just like translation team member for Ranger Reject scans. Fucking love you, bro. And yeah, I don't know. Let's get to the results though. So like the winner after a drum roll, beep boop boop boop. We
Dun,
got
dun, dun,
Ranger
dun.
Reject, Dr. Stone, me and Robico, and High School Family. The winner is Dr. Stoney.
Hey.
Look at the results though. Like look at the voting for this. Like this is insane.
I'm a little on delay because I'm watching the Twitch on. my
Holy
phone.
wow, yeah.
Dude, look at this.
Wow.
Let's see.
Wait. This is a
I
bigger
called
sweep.
it.
This is a bigger sweep than Noelle in Best Female Lead.
I called it.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But I mean, like, this makes
is-
sense, though, because Dr. Stone actually isn't really all that underrated. Like the voting shows that enough people know about unless, like, I have a hard time assuming that everybody that voted for Dr. Stone, like, maybe they did do it just based on, like, weekly Shonen Jump manga that's getting hype. Like
I think that's why.
if you're playing that
Ash
against the
brought
rest
up a
of
good
weekly
point.
Shonen Jump, absolutely Dr. Stone deserves this much love. But like underrated in the vast like sea of manga, it just doesn't make sense for Dr. Stone to be here for me, even though it's in my top 5 manga for the year. Period.
I agree.
I
with
don't
both
think
your
Dr.
points.
Stone should be here. Yeah.
I agree with both your points, but LKF Ashes says this is a weird category because you have to get known enough to get nominated, but not a dominator in the overall scene. This is a
Very well
strange
said, Ashes.
category.
This is a strange
thank you for
category.
that.
Absolutely.
But yeah,
And
I have nothing
honestly,
else to say.
that's why Roboco and High School Family are even here.
Right.
Honestly.
All right, moving on. Best volume covers. Okay, we got
now it's time for Sakamoto.
we got Sakamoto Days, Mission
I
Yozakura
learned.
Family, Jujutsu Kaisen, and My Hero Academia.
Well, now it's not the time for Sakamoto. Well, what the fuck? You hyped me up and everything.
Since we're trying to move through these next couple categories really quickly, I think I'm just going to go Eagle, Axel, Mello, me. What did you choose? And then straight to results. Eagle, go ahead.
I voted Jujutsu Kaisen, I believe. That or My
Jujutsu
Hero.
Kaisen. Okay. Jujutsu Kaisen and My Hero for Eagle. All right, Axel, go ahead.
Sakamoto.
That was very expected. Mello, what do you got?
I actually voted for Sakamoto.
I can't remember what I voted for, but it's probably either Mission Yozakura Family or Jujutsu. Let's take a look.
Yeah.
The winner
It's
is... We don't really need a conversation for this one, even though we definitely could have one, but we're already going on almost 4 hours here for this. So, the winner is... My Hero Academia. Let's take a look at the results. Congratulations, My Hero. Horikoshi Kohei snapped on the volume cover game this year. I definitely cannot take that away from him. Just pulling up the results for the winners. Best volume covers. We had 575 votes. 213 of them going to My Hero Academia, 181 of them going to Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh, I actually voted Sakamoto Days. That must have been because I saw that one with Gaku on it. Or not Gaku, but the really colorful one.
The train one.
I don't even remember, but like it was easily the most Technicolor one. Like it was like so
it
trippy.
was probably for the one that we were talking about that Mello thought was a color page.
Yeah, there we go. I think it was that
props.
one like was just so recent in my mind, like the recency bias just made me click Sakamoto Days.
Although,
yeah. But all of these deserve to be here. All of these had incredible fucking volume covers for the year. I don't think I would have chosen My Hero Academia. Like, even though I chose Sakamoto Days and kind of forgot about it, I think I probably would have given it to like Mission Yozakura Family or Jujutsu Kaisen. But like I love that My Hero Academia won, and I just love all of the nominations here. I feel like there's just not a wrong answer here. But yeah. Best volume covers. Does anybody have anything else that they want to say just like real quick before we move on?
No.
All right, bet.
No.
Best villain performance. We got Shigaraki, Kenjaku, Kaido, and Slur. What is Slur doing here? That's insane to me.
Again, as a Sakamoto fan, I would not have put Slur here. Like, we knew he was working in the shadows this entire time, but
right.
That had to have been a recency bias thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any words for it. My pick is for Shigaraki. Outside of, like, if you want to talk about a best villain performance, I feel like this is like so much more than just like damage dealt, you know what I mean, or like just like really cool fighting
what kind of
stuff.
Impact that you have on the story and world.
That's the major point, but like also just like how deep have we dived into your character? Like, I understand that there are just going to be some villains that are just evil for the sake of being evil, and they don't really need a whole bunch of pathos or character writing because you just want to have a Carnage or a Joker style character in your story, and that's like totally fine. You know what I mean? If one of those villains made it to the top 4, that would be cool, but like we're not dealing with that right now. We're dealing with 4 characters, and Kenjaku and Slur, especially Slur. Kenjaku hasn't really done too much on screen this year, but like the times that he is on screen, are so major and so drastic, and he doesn't even have to do anything. He can have like one dialogue bubble, and that dialogue bubble just shakes the foundation of like everything that we understand about Jujutsu Kaisen. The last time we saw Kenjaku, I'm pretty sure he was in a meeting with China talking about dropping nukes on Japan or somewhere. You know what I mean? So like that's crazy for a story like Jujutsu Kaisen, where everything has been so localized inside of the capabilities of the characters we're following. You don't think about like just throw some nukes on them. As soon as like the nuke conversation was had, I was like, holy fuck, that's what we're going. That's where we're going here. That shit was crazy. Shigaraki, I feel like, is the one that has had the most focus on as a character out of this 4 list. And Shigaraki, even though I would probably put All For One here instead of Shigaraki.
That's what I would have.
Yeah.
That's what I would have said.
Yeah, even though I probably would have.
Is there a difference?
Yeah, and it's always like so
Yes,
like
there still
weird.
is.
Yeah, like a lot of
know,
people
I know.
don't
I'm just
really
talking.
understand like what's going on with Shigaraki and All For One's relationship. So like if you voted Shigaraki because you were including All For One in that, whatever. But like I personally see them as 2 entirely separate entities. I would have put All For One here instead of Shigaraki, but Shigaraki in a vacuum, like by himself, was still really impressive if that was even him during the Star and Stripes situation. And just like anytime you see him, I'm just like wildly interested in whatever the fuck is happening, even if he doesn't have dialogue. That says a lot to me as someone who like really looks into villains writing. You know what I mean? If you just have the kind of like regal presence or just like ominous presence that just commands a scene even if you don't say anything, that's really big for me. You know what I mean? Like Hohei is a really big visual storyteller, so like I love seeing Shigaraki here for that. But how do you guys feel about all of these nominees?
I agree with the All For One for 2021 because Shigaraki had 2020 with My Villain Academia. I personally voted for Kenjaku out of the nominations, but my personal nomination was Lieutenant Tsurumi from Golden Kamui.
Yeah!
Because he was an absolute terror. He committed psychological warfare on a child using their own father's face.
What?
Yep. To find out more, read Golden Kamui.
Yo, that's crazy. Real quick, LKF Ashes. I read very few manga these days lately, but Shiggy is such an amazing villain. Every time I do these tallies, I just want to read My Hero Academia for him. I feel you on that. Shigaraki is like one of the most commanding presences in shonen manga today, in my opinion. Scarred Hero 15. I'd like to give a shout out to Kawashita from Mission Yozakura Family. Love that. I always love whenever you like go out to bat for Mission Yozakura Family. You push the agenda like super hard, Scarred Hero, and you can tell that you love the shit out of this shit. And it's not just like biased, like give everything to Mission Yozakura Family, because I'm pretty sure you're a Black Clover nigga at the end of the day. But like your love for Mission Yozakura Family has stood out to me on Twitter, and like I agree 100% with you on Kawashita here. I think that like of the villains that we saw in 2021, and I can't remember all of Kawashita's scenes from 2021, but I just remember thinking that he was a very different feeling villain, and just a good feeling.
It was the
villain overall.
Tanpopo base attack.
Right. Okay, so that was the front lines shit. Yeah. So front lines to his end. Right. That shit was beautiful. And up until the front line stuff, he was very good at playing that ominous, mysterious, enigmatic, antagonistic villain role in the background, where you give him the qualities of like protagonists while giving him the motivations of villains. And I love that dynamic inside of shonen storytelling. But Big Hearn 139, my guy, Big Hearn, what's going on, brother? I have not seen you comment yet. I'm sure you have been, but this is the highlighted one. Kenjaku is an easy sweep. Man masterminded everything that led to Culling Games since the beginning of Jujutsu Kaisen's story. That is a major point of Kenjaku's appeal. That's like one of the major draws to his character for me, and I love that. But like I look at this category as like raw data on the page for the year. And even though you can attribute a lot of what's happened in Jujutsu Kaisen to Kenjaku's involvement in the narrative, I just don't think that he's had enough screen time and dialogue and just writing overall for me to give him the W this year, just because I can technically draw tethers and lines to his character throughout the conflict that we've seen for the year. It just doesn't feel good to me personally. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that's my thoughts on Kenjaku for the year.
Yeah, I think I'd agree.
Oh yeah. Well, I definitely want to reveal the winner, but
Oh, Eagle, you haven't said anything though. Who would you have picked?
I didn't even know that you didn't say anything. Go ahead, Mello.
I believe
He and I didn't say anything yet.
I believe I voted for Kenjaku, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
But I've just been reading the chat, like wanting to refute, a lot of this, what I feel is Kaido slander in the chat.
Oh my god, we didn't talk about Kaido at all. We got like 2 great chapters that looked into his past, I feel like, but like only for a brief moment. Kaido just has that like One Piece like character / villain presence that just like comes with the territory. So like I don't even really think about Kaido like that. Like he definitely comes up in my mind when I think about great antagonistic forces for the year because of that. But at the end of the day, I just feel like he just doesn't have anything on like, I don't know. Fucking, I think fucking Wazaimon is a better antagonist than Kaido at this point. Like, we're gonna get the Kaido writing. We're gonna get the Kaido writing. Hey.
No. Wazaimon is a great fight, but we're not putting Wazaimon as a better.
Not as like a villain or okay. Let me come back. Let me come back. My bad. No, Axel, thank you for checking me because that was really important. I'm kind of drunk now, but like I'm looking at it as like I'm looking at Wazaimon as like an obstacle for the protagonist, and that's just not a good reason to put him in the antagonist or villain category. You're totally right. Kaido is an incredible character, and he's been written very well inside of 2021, even though we're drastically switching from like perspective to perspective and getting little tiny crumbs of Kaido from week to week. You look at that shit from a bird's eye point of view, and Kaido is making pretty big waves in One Piece over the years. Yeah. So I agree with you on that. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. Out of the 4 nominations, I would give my vote to Kenjaku, but my nomination, and I'm sorry because this is in and of itself a spoiler for you, Nox, because you haven't been reading far enough.
Wait, which series?
My vote would have been for Ziggy from Eden Zero.
Get in your bag. I'll just take my headphones off. This.
I'll leave it at that. Like for anyone that read Eden Zero this year, you know what Ziggy did in Eden Zero, and like holy crap baskets was Ziggy the things that he did.
Hard.
He reshaped the landscape of things.
Honestly, valid.
To put it in Space One Piece terms, Ziggy right now I would say is comparable to Yonko level. While like the Oraceon Sace are like warlords, I would guess. That's, and I could be very wrong on scaling, but that's just how I'm interpreting it. But I just what he did in 2021, Ziggy was a freaking monster.
Yeah,
dear lord. But Ziggy, again, of the 4 nominations, I would give it to Kenjaku.
Hell yeah. Last thing I'll say before we reveal the winners, and I'll try to keep this short. What I look for inside of like a villain's performance is going to be like dialogue, pathos, like development, and just like overall impact on the narrative and the characters that we've come to follow over time. You know what I mean? Like, have you made progress in your grandiose villainous plan that you've laid down to say is the way that, like, this is the way people should think in the world. No one is thinking this way. I'm here to introduce a new way of thinking that everyone should adhere to, and here's a statement I'm going to make physically to get everyone on board with my philosophy. I'm a really big philosophy, really big like impact inside of villains kind of person. You know what I mean?
That was Ziggy.
Yeah, if that's Ziggy, then I fucking love it. Like if your villain is getting away with shit, if they're checking things off of their list, like obviously you're gonna stop them before they take over the world or blow up the planet or whatever the fuck they're trying to do, kill all humans, whatever the fuck their like big major plan is. You know what I mean? You're obviously as a protagonist going to stop them before they accomplish that, but how much are they going to get away with along the way? It's about consequences, it's about stakes, it's about how this villain influences anything, whether that be the world around them or the characters that they're interacting with. Is there some kind of long-standing, lasting effect that the villain had on the narrative or characters is what matters most to me. So I don't know if that matters to anybody, but just keep that in mind when you're thinking about best villain. At least I do anyway. But the winner is, after a drum roll, out of Shigaraki, Kenjaku, Kaido, and Slur, the winner is Shigaraki Tamura.
Okay.
All right.
Love it. That's cool. Here's the results. Can I show them? All right, bet. Boom. There we go.
Break it down for us.
Best villain performance. Out of 688 votes, we had 341 going to Shigaraki, 181 going to Kenjaku, 128 going to Kaido, and 38 going to Slur. I feel like this makes a decent amount of sense.
It tracks.
I voted for Shigaraki, so I can't really say too much here. It went the way that I wanted it to, so like that's cool. But that's the best villain performance. If you want to continue the conversation about what it means to be a great villain, hit us up in our Discord, hit us up on Twitter, whatever, what have you. But we're moving on now to best monologue. I really don't want to spend too much time on this category because I didn't really
You also forgot about it.
I also dude, I stayed forgetting about this shit, bro. Not only did I forget to put it on the thread for voting, but I also, when I was going through and making these layouts for every single award category, I did everything, and then I got done, and I was like, oh my god, I'm done. That went a lot quicker than I thought. And then I was like, oh my god, best monologue got skipped somehow. And I had to go back and do best monologue physically in the fucking layout portion, too. So it just keeps fucking slipping through the cracks for me. But I, not a whole lot of, monologues stood out to me this year. I'm sure there was a lot of great monologues that happened. But the nominees are Yuno, in his monologue or whatever that he had with Zeno, Aqua from Oshinoko, which I don't read, Rokudo, which I don't read, and then Shinra from Fire Force, which I don't read. So I don't really have anything to say about this, which is probably a good thing. So you guys go ahead and let me know what you thought about monologues. Anything you want to say, but let me know because I'm trying to go to the winner right away on this.
All right. So Axel, as the guest, I feel like you should take the floor. I have a personal pointed question. As a person who just recently binged all of Oshi no Ko, what do you feel is Aqua's best monologue? Because I thought for Oshi no Ko, one of the most important monologues was in the very first chapter where I was talking about who she was and how she felt about her life.
I mean, he had a really just
because he has inner monologues a lot.
Yes, and that's the thing is he had some very important monologues to himself. That is also the reason why I voted for him for best character development. I'm just gonna say that now. But the struggle for me is I don't necessarily focus so much on the monologue side of things. And I voted for Shinra, and then I realized, oh crap, some of the monologue stuff that he was doing happened in this last month rather than necessarily in 2021. So I mean, that's the thing, is that and there were so many Oshi no Ko has a lot of great monologues, but I don't necessarily view them singularly. I don't necessarily view monologues singularly, period. Yeah. So that's the thing. It's this category for me is very awkward because I'm not necessarily just thinking of one from the year.
Sure.
So
last year we had a much bigger best monologue conversation because you had Attack on Titan, you had Shigaraki's monologue during the Paranormal Liberation Front War, you had all of these characters at the same time throughout a similar stretch of storytelling. Timeline wise, throughout the year, that were saying really profound things with the whole world looking at them. You know what I mean? So it was a much bigger conversation last time, but this time I just don't really think of too many monologues that really stand out for me.
Yeah. Eagle, what about you? What do you think?
I mean, I don't have too much to say about this. I'm kind of in the same boat as Knox, where I haven't read 3 out of the 4 of these nomination series, so I just had to kind of throw my vote at Yuno, even though
your face is so funny. Even though
no. So I actually had a lot to say about monologue because this is something that I really stressed upon. I view writing very specially. I went to college for theater, specifically classically trained as Shakespearean actor. So monologues are huge when it comes to auditions. So Oshi no Ko was massive for me. I really loved it. It resonated for me, and it reflected a lot of the reasons why I didn't pursue theater as a career because I was just like, you know what, I need money, and if I'm rehearsing, I'm not making that, that kind of thing. And also at the time, I just simply wasn't cutthroat enough to like really carve my way through.
Yeah.
So I liked Oshinoko because because of like the way it was portrayed. The inner monologues are fantastic, but they are inner monologues.
Sure.
So my honorable mention, which did not get nominated, is Lieutenant Tsurumi. Again, he
Golden
had
Kamui.
a monologue.
Tsurumi, man. Yeah.
He had a monologue about a modeled gold coin. That is the monologue specifically. If you look it up, I think it's like chapter 177 off the top of my head, or I'm mixing it up with something that I was reading for Vagabond recently. I don't know.
Sure.
But a modeled gold coin where he talks about how he tries to convince a Serpa to give up on the gold, and that anything that is he's like, the Ainu people worship from the earth. What was taken from the earth? The gold. And to have such sway over people, you could call it nothing less than a god. Isn't it that just a thing? The gold, a golden kamui, a cursed entity.
He said the title of the shit.
He did the title drop.
Yo.
Like, it's that good of a monologue. It's that
dude, he wins just off that.
Like, it's the best monologue that I've seen in a manga where he actually dropped the name of the title. And I feel like the author prepared that title for that monologue. Period.
I love that so much, dude. I'm about to read Golden Kamui.
Please read Golden Kamui, because
it might be time, man. If you don't. All right, bet. All right, the winners. Get the drum roll going. Out of Yuno, Aqua, Rokudo, and Shinra, the winner is Yuno. Check him out. Check him out in all of his glory. His monologue against Zeno was very character defining for Yuno. I feel like it was a time where at the peak of people going like, who is this Yuno guy? At least inside of like my conversational circles, we got like a massive point of development and pathos for him inside of this specific monologue. So I guess I get it. Here's the results. Wow. Let me pull them up on my side of things too.
Come on, Kichi.
Yeah.
It's just the internet. It
Dear
doesn't matter if they're a little perverted.
There's the votes. 418 for Yuno, 113 for Shinra,
Christ.
46 for Aqua, and 4 for Rokudo. Black Clover fans formed like Voltron for this one and got the W. Love it.
Voted for
4 votes.
Yeah.
That's sad, because that means I had 1 vote for fucking Tsurumi.
Yeah.
Well, no, keep in mind,
nominations
are different than votes.
Oh,
so.
thank you for redeeming that for
Very
me.
true.
But
Very
Thank
true.
you.
Still,
I was
again,
deeply saddened.
I don't know. Apparently, there are 4 other Rokudo no Onotachi fans out there that read other than me, and somehow that was enough nominations. So.
I guess.
Fans.
But at the
How did
same
you get
time,
this nominated and only give them 4 votes?
but like honestly, like as far as conversations about like manga goes on the net, it's like how often are people really talking about monologues like ever? Like if it's like the main topics of conversation are like raw Kino swag at the very top, very far away from the second one, and then the second one is like fucking like art or like something, and then like you just never hear about like holy shit, this nigga was really in his bag spitting. Like you see it sometimes, but it's just like not as apparent in internet conversation as like literally any other category that we have, I want to say. So if the monologues are really busting like that, you know what I mean, like that's a different story. But for 2021, like winning this drastically kind of tells me that there just wasn't a whole lot in the monologue area for this year, at least on anime Twitter. Going into best, or people need to read more manga. I didn't want to go there. Like I felt myself going there, and I was like, I'm gonna sound like too big of a dick.
Not
but
more
like,
people need to read more manga. More people need to read Golden Kamui.
There you go. There you go.
You know what? People like I saw in the comments. Kichi's like, nah. I saw people have like a cum battle. I ain't reading that. I'm like, do you understand that our Discord has 4 Lady Nagant armpit emotes? I don't give a shit.
Our Discord does?
They made them. Our Discord made them.
All right.
It hurts me.
Okay. Best
So
story
that's
arc.
why-
We're on best story arc, Mello. I'm done talking about armpits.
Fair enough.
All right. So best story arc. This arc didn't have to be finished if you nominated and voted for it. It's just the best story arc that you read in 2021, regardless of anything else. Right? So we got the Great Cataclysm from Fire Force. We got Wano from One Piece. We got Spring arc from Undead Unluck, even though I personally see that entire like arc as like its own thing for all the seasons. But Spring was really fucking good. And then we have Narrow 66 from Eden Zero. How did everybody vote?
I voted for Spring, I believe.
Okay. Mello, what'd you vote?
For
or
66.
Narrow 66, Eden Zero. Okay. Mello, how'd you vote?
I voted for Spring, to be honest.
Nice. Love it. Love it.
I thought it was the most impactful. Like, I love Narrow 66. That was a fantastic arc.
Hell yeah.
And it even had like the D20 stuff, which for a D&D nerd was a great shout out. Loved that so
That's
much,
cool.
so much. But Spring just took it for me. It was because you don't see a lot of battles won on seeing your opponent, understanding your opponent, and caring for your opponent. That doesn't happen in a power-based battle manga.
Sure. Maybe not to like the degree that you're talking about in this series, maybe.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it did something that is somewhat novel, and they did it to a degree that I doubt I'll see that ever again in the next year or two.
Okay. And this for which one again?
Yeah.
Sorry.
For Undead Unluck.
For Undead Unluck. Yeah. Go ahead, Eagle.
It's going to be hard for Spring to win because, you know, like, let's see. Raph's Revenge in the chat. Draco Genius said UU-dub, and he got replied to by Raph's Revenge. Said, I doubt it. Wano has been great, and they pulled up. I'm sure of it. She literally killed him with kindness. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Spring, it's just people are meatheads, man.
Dude, Spring, like the season's arc.
If you ain't catching bodies, you ain't Kaido ain't killed no one. He's whack. Y'all sound like meatheads, bro.
Yeah,
Chill out.
I feel you on that.
Chill out.
I definitely feel you on that.
Cried
Seriously.
at Spring arc. I literally shed
Like
tears.
when it comes to
because of
Undead
Spring.
Unluck, it's like it kind of gives you like all of that shit. Like it has amazing action, art, and choreography throughout like the 4 seasons arc. Specifically when it comes to Spring, I love the direction that it took because it was very unorthodox, but it was very well executed at the same time. You know what I mean? Like you are wondering, how is Fuko going to kind of overcome this situation, despite the fact that she's not a very physical presence like the rest of the negators in the protagonist team are. And it was a talk no jutsu, but the way that talk no jutsu was executed was like so much deeper and nuanced than like most hand wavy talk no jutsu situations are. You can tell that Yoshifuma Tozuka was very aware of the history of this kind of situation in shonen storytelling and actively worked to zag in the narrative where people would regularly think that he would be zigging. You know what I mean? So like I appreciate
And it wasn't
the fuck
just
out of that.
talk no jutsu either.
Yeah,
Like,
it wasn't
was,
just
you know,
talk no
talk no
jutsu.
jutsu,
Yeah.
do something.
Yes.
Talk no jutsu, do something compared
Yeah.
to like since where it originated from, more
Yeah,
often
yeah.
than not with talk no jutsu, that was the ending point
Right.
of
Yeah.
the confrontation.
Well, no, because like even though there was activity to be had besides talking throughout the conflict with Spring, it was very unorthodox combat. You know what I mean? Like they were playing games, they were playing spinning tops, they were having philosophical, poetic conversations,
Right.
that
It
really
was still
had
a
more to
progression.
do than the physical side of things. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
that's kind of like why I focused on the talk no jutsu part. But you're absolutely right, Axel. There was a lot more than just talking that happened. So I don't want Undead Unluck, you know, people that haven't read Undead Unluck to go, oh, that's what they're doing over here. Well, that's not interesting. Like, no, the shit was actually brilliant with context. Fucking read Undead Unluck if you haven't already. Despite whatever preconceived notions you have about the series based on the first chapter or random panels that you'll see or whatever the fuck you hear from random people who barely read the series, go fucking read that shit. It's absolutely phenomenal in all the ways you wouldn't expect it to be. But anyway,
In addition,
yeah, go ahead, Mello.
whatever preconceived notions you have is literally the point of the series.
Yes.
Evolving from that, Undead Unluck, major And if you are a person that wants a lot of bodies, check out Undead Unluck because ruins your man.
They be killing people in Undead Unluck. Like
They have so many dead
niggas be
people in this
dying
last
in
chapter.
Undead Unluck. Like they're not afraid to kill characters whether they matter or they don't matter. A lot of stories will kill random no-name characters just for the sake of being like, I have a story that kills people. But Undead Unluck will do not just random fodder, but also important characters as well. If that's your thing,
no plot armor.
It's literally there if that's your thing. But anyway, best story arc. Does anybody have anything else to say before I reveal the winner?
Nope.
All right. Drum roll. Going into the winner out of Great Cataclysm. We didn't even say anything about Fire Force. I'm sorry. Real quick, Axel, do you have any?
It was great.
Do you have anything to say about
like,
Great Cataclysm? Because I feel like that's really important. Because Fire Force is
oh
great.
my god, it was really good. It's still really good right now. So like, honestly, I'm not mad if any one of these 4 wins.
All right, bet.
Honestly speaking, and if Cataclysm is up there because it got the most nominations, it might be the one that won.
Ooh,
I hope so.
Okay. Well, let's take a look. Drum roll going into the winner. Out of all 4 of these, the winner is... I don't even remember personally, so let's see. Oh god, it's Wano. Okay, I do remember. Wano wins. Do we have anything that we want to say about like Wano as a winner? Like maybe even like I don't know. Like have we even really talked about Wano? Like I personally, like yeah, that's fine. I don't have anything to like say against it or whatever. I wouldn't have chosen it as like best story arc for the year, but like I understand One Piece fans. I understand where One Piece is at in its story, and I know that like Wano has given us a lot of really cool shit. I just haven't reread Wano. Like I've only been weekly for Wano. So I feel like my opinion on it should just like wait until I like reread the entire arc, which I'm planning to do when it finishes. So you guys go crazy.
What were the?
Oh yeah, here's the results. Yeah. My bad. Here's
I
the
need to
results. Yeah. I'm sorry. There you go. Boom. There's the results there. So for best story arc, we had Wano winning with 178 votes. There were 487 votes total. Great Cataclysm was in second place with 129 votes. Narrow 66, 107 votes. And then the spring arc got 73 votes. So that's how you guys, took it to the polls.
I understand that this is how a democracy works.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I feel about democracy.
Sure. Do you guys have anything to say about Wano as an arc winning this category?
I mean, it's still good. I mean, like that's the thing. It's not like it's suffered like this giant drop in quality or anything.
Sure.
It's just one of those things where it's just like we're still in Wano.
Right.
Yeah.
So like excitement wise, Wano has been incredible. It started with Roof Piece and it's been keeping that momentum for the most part.
And Roof Piece was the start of this year.
Right.
So like it makes sense that people would have it this high.
Yeah.
Wano is cool in the fact that I've never seen an arc last 2 years.
Yeah.
Well,
but it's still not over. It's still not over. Like for me,
it's not the first time. I mean,
Dressrosa.
Yeah,
like One Piece is known for these long, sprawling arcs. Yeah.
I voted for Spring specifically because its arc was completed and it had a beginning, middle, and end.
Yeah.
And it was a very satisfying, emotionally heart-tugging end that I really, really enjoyed. Cataclysm was pretty close, but I knocked it under Narrow 66 because they still need to wrap it up.
Yeah.
And then then Cataclysm and Wano were on the same, tied for third and fourth, just because they're not finished. I want to for me, best arc means it's done.
Sure. That's definitely one way you can interpret it. I definitely put the stipulation that the arc didn't have to be completed, but if you looked at this through a lens of like what's completed so I can judge everything from start to finish, I personally prefer that. You know what I mean? I voted for Spring as well. So, but seeing Wano win is not surprising and also doesn't really make me too angry either. You know what I mean? Like I'm not upset about it. And I am not at Narrow 66 in Eden Zero, and I don't read Great, Fire Force. I don't know anything about Great Cataclysm. So my vote was between Wano and Spring, and I personally just chose Spring over Wano because, I don't know. Undead Unluck, in the same vein as One Piece, just brings such unique storytelling to me in every arc that it delivers on. You know what I mean? So like just looking at Wano as something that I know I'm going to appreciate more on a reread and I haven't done yet, coming out of the week to week situation with the spring arc has affected me more personally as an analyst than One Piece has. Even though there's a whole bunch of raw Kino swag, crazy power scaling feats and action inside of One Piece and a whole bunch of like really cool like off to the side world building that we get to talk about. Like I love that about One Piece. It's one of my favorite things about it, but like Spring and Undead Unluck, I just feel like deserved this vote for me overall because like I'm pretty sure Wano won this award last year. So yeah. That's it. Does anybody have anything else they want to say about best story arc?
I think I've said pretty much all the pertinent information that I need to convey about my opinions.
Awesome. We're moving on to best comedy. I don't want to spend too much time on this category because I personally just don't care about it, even though I know that it's an important category because comedy is a big thing to a lot of people. But like, I just personally don't give a fuck about comedy inside of manga that much. Like, if it stands out to me, I'll be like, holy shit, that was funny. I love that. But like, I don't like look for comedy series. I don't like look for the comedy in series. I kind of just wait for it. And if it happens, it does. But the nominees are Mashal, Sakamoto Days, Witch Watch, and Me and Roboco. How do we feel, gentlemen?
Sakamoto clear.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a half sham category.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like the fact of the matter is, Mashal and Sakamoto Days are action series with comedic elements. Witch Watch is a rom-com, so I mean, like that's one of those things where it's just like it's kind of like half and half. Of the category of the nominations that are up there, Me and Roboco is the one that is an actual comedy.
Mhm.
And that being said, I didn't nominate for this one, but if I had made a pick, I actually would have picked Excuse Me Dentist, It's Touching Me from Jump Plus.
Holy shit,
Which
I've
is
never heard of that.
oh my god, it's a hilarious comedy about two Yakuza families where one of them is cross-dressing as a female dentist, and the client is the son of the other Yakuza family.
Oh wow.
So it's very funny. It releases every other Friday on Jump Plus. I love it.
Yeah.
But I had to give this one to Me and Roboco as a default,
I
even
love
though
that.
I think it's going to go to Sakamoto Days.
Oh sure.
Yeah.
I love Me and Roboco on the
Sakamoto
list.
has good like punchlines.
Yeah.
It does. I love Sakamoto. It's like this generation's Gintama.
And that's really cool to me.
Yes.
I see a lot of hate for Me and Roboco on the timeline and I just don't understand it. It's like, why are you like trying to compare Me and Roboco to like Jujutsu Kaisen or like My Hero Academia? That's just like so weird to me. It's like, if you don't care about comedy series, you don't care about gag series, that's one thing. But to go on like a hate campaign and like do this whole diatribe and like vitriolic like expression of opinion towards Me and Roboco for doing things that like it's supposed to do. Like, it's literally a comedy, it's
And
a gag
does
series.
well.
And it does well, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, it's like you're mad that Me and Roboco is a comedy that's getting so much hype. Like, how is Bone Collector getting axed so that Roboco can live? And it's like, fuck you. Like, Roboco has its fucking audience and it like pertains
just
to a
not
specific area of storytelling that people really fucking care about. If you don't care about comedy series, that's one thing. I don't either. But I'm not going to go, Me and Roboco doesn't deserve to survive in the magazine while Phantom Seer and other things are getting axed, because it's like, it's not about that. Like, are you going to say that like Family Guy or like fucking South Park shouldn't have fucking continued it? It's like, dude, it's like the same kind of thing. It's like you're mad because it's a comedy and it survives on like references to other areas in the culture. Like,
Yeah.
that's your whole argument? All it does is reference Jujutsu Kaisen and Tokyo Revengers and other popular series. Okay. So does South Park and Family Guy and like Future like are you gonna keep that same energy when we're talking about those series? No, because you don't understand how this shit works and you should, like, I don't know. I don't even want to say like too much more, but it's
I
like, you
mean,
get what I mean,
like-
dude. It's like there's no
Yeah.
reason to hate Roboco this much just because you don't think it should be in a magazine because you don't care about the genre. That's
Yeah.
fucking stupid.
Keep that energy when they're critiquing a Yashiman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's literally like, I want to be a shonen protagonist. But like,
At the end of the day, oh, sorry, go ahead.
my personal pick for this series, and I'm glad that Kichi was in there saying it, Spy X Family was my personal vote for best comedy in Shonen Jump for 2021 manga.
Hell yeah.
I love Spy X Family. It's goofy. It's a comedy of errors. It's got big Servant of Two Masters vibes.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't understand the me and Robico hate. Sakamoto Days, I think, got my vote here just because I like don't care about Mashal anymore, really. And I don't read me and Robico like that, and I don't read Witch Watch at all. So,
Same.
yeah. Does anybody have anything else to say before we reveal the winners? Because I'm about to just go straight to winners right now.
Eagle, did you have any input?
Not really. I mean, I voted for Marshall, but
All right.
it's the only one I've read, so.
All right. Well, the winner for Best Comedy, drum roll, is out of Mashal, Sakamoto Days, Witch Watch, and me and Robico. The winner is Sakamoto Days.
Hey.
Yeah, dude.
I'll take a win where
Axel,
I can
you
get
finally got one. You got one.
Axel.
No, I got it more than one.
Yeah, I think
like, you got
Sakamoto
Megumi
won.
and stuff. You got the Megumi, but like this is a Sakamoto one.
Has
That's a
Sakamoto
win for
won
your
yet?
This
baby.
is technically the second Sakamoto
Yeah,
one.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, it definitely did win Best Series
It
a
won
little bit
the
too,
rookie
or
one,
Best New Series,
remember?
Best Rookie.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I don't count that in my head.
yeah, I don't count it
Yeah,
either.
yeah, it's fine.
But it was still there voting wise. But
Yes.
I mean, like, I feel like this win is maybe a little bit more deserving, obviously, because it actually qualifies.
It's fine. Like I said, when you look at it from like the Gintama like viewpoint, it is like an action comedy.
Right.
That's fine.
Right.
It's one of those things where, again, completely subjective is what it is. I'm
yeah.
happy Sakamoto got the win. I'm curious to see what the breakdown is here.
Yeah, let's take a look at the results here. Boom, bingo, bango. We got 332 votes total for this category. Sakamoto Days getting 134 of them. Mashal getting 128. That was a lot closer than I even remember when I was putting this layout together. That's pretty crazy. Witch Watch with 49 votes and me and Robico with 21. So that's how the voting went. I like it. If Mashal won, I wouldn't be surprised or really care for that matter. But yeah, that's best comedy. I love it. If anybody has anything else to say, I'd love to hear it. Otherwise, we can move on to the next joint.
I think the next category would be good.
All right, bet. I know that Eagle isn't here right now. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have anything more to say, though. So we're moving on to Best Cast. Okay. We got Undead Unluck, One Piece, Mission Yozakura Family, and Black Clover. How do we feel about Best Cast, gentlemen? This is one I feel like should be talked about to some degree. I definitely don't want to brush over it like I've been kind of trying to do with the last couple of categories, but
this one has meat to it.
There's a little bit more meat to this one. Yeah.
This one definitely has meat to it.
I think all of them were able to utilize their large cast really well for this last year. I think it really could go any way with any one of them. My own personal vote went to Mission Yozakura Family just because I like how it developed all of like the main cast compared to like where Undead Unluck, it's just kind of like, all right, we pick and choose which members of the cast we want to develop, and there's still several ones where we're just like, what do you do?
Right.
But I would be not mad. I wouldn't be mad with any one of them winning.
I feel like there is a certain I feel like there's multiple ways that you can kind of look at this category, right? Because it's like I feel like there are going to be people that look at best cast as like individual characters having shine throughout the year that are a part of the main cast, and then you're going to have people that look at the cast as a whole and talk about like what they did throughout the year together. I honestly don't think
that as a series as a whole too.
Right. I don't think that there's any wrong way to look at it, even though personally I looked at it as like a collective, holistic kind of situation between the characters involved for the series in question. Right. So like when it comes to like best cast, Undead Unluck, as much as I love the cast, like I feel like only 4 characters in the protagonist team really mattered in 2021 for Undead Unluck, unless I'm like misremembering things, but I feel like it was like Juiz, Billy, Andy, Fuko, boom, and then you had
Shen,
like, oh yeah, Shen, oh my
2021.
god, wait, oh yeah, this is 2021 because Juiz
and Rip too, because Rip was relevant like 3 times.
Rippin and Chikara totally had an amazing moment against Creed inside of their okay, never mind. I'm taking all of this back. Holy shit.
No,
I'm like confusing
all
2020 with 2021. I'm taking
really
it all
good
back.
series.
Yeah. It's between Mission Yozakura Family and Undead Unluck for me. I don't even remember how I voted. But like
Absolutely.
now that I'm hearing the conversation, it's like I can't choose who. No, it's Mission Yozakura Family. For me, sorry. Yeah, for me. Go ahead, everybody else.
I'm actually in keeping with that because it was really tough between Undead Unluck and Mission Yozakura. Undead Unluck is a fantastic series. The cast is really solid, regardless if they're minor players or major players. But for me, best cast is Mission Yozakura because for an action series that focuses, that's majority slice of life downtime between missions and focusing on how the entire cast interacts with each other on a day-to-day basis. Like we recently had chapters of like when Tayo had to escort the two eldest siblings to go shopping and how they had so many differences
Yes.
as siblings and
Yes.
how that drove a wedge between them, but at the end of the day they still loved each other because they were siblings and their family. And the fact that like that kind of interaction isn't rare in Yozakura. It is a consistent, ongoing theme because we love Yozakura because of all the little mundane things where you learn about each member and you get to learn to love them a little more because they are that much more relatable. Undead
And
Unluck,
their connections. That's
yes,
the big thing, is that compared
and
to
they're one
any
unit.
other series, we are seeing the different connections between each individual character and how those like relationships continue to develop over time. Like Undead Unluck is really great with all the characters that we see, but their interactions with each other are a lot more limited.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's one of the reasons why I chose Yozakura Family because like Undead Unluck, fantastic cast, but that's not where the strength of their story is drawn from.
Right. Like really
It's
potent
about the
writing.
individual
Yeah.
growth.
Yeah. I feel like really deep writing was spread throughout the entirety of the Yozakura cast this year. Whereas Undead Unluck definitely touched on more members of the cast than I personally remembered, but it just felt a lot more even across Yozakura Family as like a cast goes for me
Mm-hmm.
this year. Now that I'm really thinking about what actually happened in Undead Unluck this year instead of last year. But like, dude, what a hard decision between those two for me. Holy shit. I wonder how I voted. I'm ready to see. Black Clover cast. Do we have anything to say about Black Clover class this year? Eagle, you got anything
Same
to input?
cast.
Yeah, yeah. You got anything
Same
for
cast as
best
the last
cast?
cast.
Yeah.
What about you?
You're muted.
You are muted. You are muted. Dun, dun,
This
dun,
honestly was
dun,
the
dun.
hardest decision for me.
Yeah,
I
it's a
remember
tough one.
bringing it up in the Project Manga chat that we have in Facebook Messenger, and I just kind of lobbed a screenshot of my phone in there, and I was like, this is by far the hardest one for me.
Yeah.
Just because, like, I do love the Straw Hats a lot, but the Undead Unluck cast, like, has become very fond to me. Like, I've grown on them a lot. I love Fuko, I love Andy, I love Juiz, I love like Top and Chikara, Tatiana, the whole damn squad. And then Mission Yozakura Family honestly has grown on me a lot too since we started covering it and I started reading it. Like that family vibe, just that's huge for me.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, like I like the Black Bulls, but they weren't as much a part of the consideration as the other three.
Sure.
But after like heavy consideration, I did vote the Straw Hats. One Piece.
One Piece cast.
It is what it is. The Straw Hats are just too near and dear to my heart. Like
Absolutely.
there's been too many fire moments, even going up to like literally the most recent chapters. So
well, dude, for a long time, like for
E.
the first time in a while, like we have and like say whatever you want about the individual fights in general, but just like the situation that we have in Wano where like every member of the Straw Hats is kind of breaking off to the side and having their own individual conflict that they have to get through. You can compare them to previous, One Piece, arcs like Alabasta and East Lobby all you want, but it was just such a good feeling to see that dynamic inside of the cast this year in Wano. So I love that for One Piece. It was something that I felt like was missing from the storytelling, regardless of how potent the individual moments were in comparison to previous storytelling where they were in a similar situation, I still love that we went back to an almost Anissa Lobby kind of vibe inside of the conflict for all the Straw Hat crew, because that's just something that like is one of the things that just made me go like, holy shit, One Piece does this so well. You know what I mean? So I loved seeing that inside of Wano. My vote got Mission Yozakura Family, I'm pretty sure. Eagle,
Hey.
you said it's One Piece. Mello, what do you got?
I had Mission Yozakura.
Mission Yozakura, and then Axel one more time. What'd you have?
Same.
Same? All right, let's take a look. Winner is... Black Clover. I forgot what it was. I like couldn't tell from the art for a second, but Black Clover won this one. How do we feel about that?
Robbed.
Let's look at the results, right? Because the results is like a super sweep again, and it's like I'm sitting here going like,
If it's a sweep.
I look at Black Clover as like one of those stories that has like a cast that's meant to be focused on like evenly and consistently, and they're just like kind of not in like one of the areas of the storytelling that is like the biggest deal. The cast just seems to be like
off.
Yeah, like you
Max,
get.
I hope you realize that this is just karma. Like this is the
Is
Black
it?
Clover thing.
I mean, like whatever.
Literally just taking revenge.
I'm like
on
totally.
you.
I was totally expecting like Black Clover fans to like just come together and just like I thought Black Clover fans would win like every fucking award just because of like how hive mind they are in that way. Like best cast doesn't really surprise me. Like I was kind of expecting it, but like me personally, I'm like, man, Black Clover's cast is so big as far as characters that we're supposed to care about. And like this is a war arc, retrieval arc, whatever, where there's like a bunch of conflict and action happening. So like it's to be expected that everyone's going to have like big fighty, you know, choreography, like related moments or whatever. But that doesn't mean that you can't like, you know, write them well. And Magna was really well done. I don't know if the Jack stuff was this year. Yeah, it definitely was because Magna was this year. So we got the Jack flashback this year too then, right? That was amazing. Yami stuff was good, even though like I was expecting more from it. Yuno and Xenon stuff was great, even though it was quick, but like that Yuno stuff was really good. The Noel stuff was good. This feels fine to me. Like you know, like you think of like the Black Bulls as like a collective, so you're like, okay, well, what did Henry do? Supported by Gordon in one fight. What did fucking like Luck do? Fought a couple niggas, you know what I mean? Like I don't really see too much in the like the narrative for a lot of the other members of the Black Bulls, but the characters that were focused on, it was good. You know what I mean? So like I'm not too surprised by the win here. The sweep is what's killing me right now. The drastic sweep in voting is just scary to me.
I think I literally had a forehead twitch. Like I've never had like that manga moment where like you have like that vessel in your forehead. I had that moment where I was like, I'm legitimately frustrated because like when we dropped Black Clover, after that we've only had every video we have one person post, are you bringing Black? What it's like? It's either where's Black Clover or
when are you bringing
Black?
Yeah.
Like most of the time, it's where is Black Clover, not are you bringing it back?
Yeah.
And occasionally, time it is bring it back, and it only gets like 2 likes. Period. Every single video. Even Magnus, our diehard Black Clover guys, like I get why you stopped doing it. I get it.
I
That's
have a
totally
hard-
acceptable.
Knox was literally battling people in the comments like every other video when you guys had it.
I just
Like,
have
massive
such a hard time believing that like Black Clover fans legitimately cared enough about our Black Clover segment to go,
They just wanted
can
to
you
fight us."
please put that back on the show? Like really?
wanted to fight
Like
us.
for the okay, the first season, we loved Black Clover, had great conversations for it.
True.
Everybody had great things to say about it. Season 2, you starting to see that taper in like conversational hype for what was happening in the events of Black Clover. Season 3, it was just like what the fuck are
I
you
was
doing?
the nicest guy on
And then
that
with
series.
just Eagle being the fucking like shooter
And
for
then
it.
me whenever I guessed
And then
it.
Axel would pull up sometimes and shoot for it. It's like, how the fuck are Black Clover fans this sad that we're not covering the series anymore? There's no way you fucking cared that much about this fucking segment
No,
unless
they
you
just
were
wanted
only
titles.
watching it to watch me say something so you can jump in the comments and go, Nox doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, that's the only
Yep.
reason why you're sad that this shit is not here no more. Like,
'Cause,
sorry.
I feel like that's entirely accurate, because if it weren't true, then the comments that say bring back Black Clover would get more likes.
I have no idea. Like,
Period.
bro, there were so
You would
many
get
times
interaction
I,
from that.
I went on a tirade, diatribe, whatever, about like the events in the Black Clover chapter, and then I'd go in the comment section and be like, you forgot that's explained by this, boom, 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 and I'll sit there and go, I have no idea what's going on in this series. And I'll sit there and go, but I also like really don't care. You know what I mean? So like what is really tying you to these conversations? Because like a lot of the times, like I would sit there and go, like, did I really just sit and fucking talk shit about Black Clover for like 15 minutes? I feel so bad, like, for doing that to Eagle and Mello and whoever the fuck our fucking guest was. I was like, people have to hate that shit. And then people are sitting here going, put it back on the show. And I'm like, what?
There was, Zay said something about how 90% of our Black Clover interaction was people that were only there for Black Clover, and 90% of them didn't actually watch the rest of our series. And then Yato has a highlighted message about how one guy on Twitter once blamed Nox for the decline in sales of the popular Japanese manga Black Clover. He blamed Noxie's negative comments during weekly YouTube reviews, shows done by Project Manga, and asked Nox to stop because his influence was so powerful and negatively impacted sales. This saves Nox later found himself on a large ban list made by someone on Twitter, where the user had compiled a list of hundreds of names known of Black Clover stans.
Dude.
See, and that's the baffling thing to me, because it's just like, okay, yes, clearly Nox and Project Manga
are the reasons why Black Clover is selling the way it does.
When you've got freaking For Neverworld and however many hundreds of thousands of subscribers he has, and putting Nox on his Manga of the Year show, and how close Black Clover got to winning.
Yeah.
I'm still shocked that you
Nox.
It's like, look, bro. It's like, look, bro. We get like 1,000 to 1,500 views a week on average. If you're really going to like listen to my reviews and get so in your feelings to the point where you just like completely forget how the world works and say Nox is the reason why Black Clover isn't selling as well as I think it should, it's like, holy fuck. Not only like, I'm not even trying to say that. It's just like, dude, how could you possibly think that if you see the amount of views these videos have? How the fuck is Project Manga influencing the sales of Black Clover across the world with barely 1,000 views a week?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Japan
insane
does
to me.
Not care about the West's opinion.
And that.
Japan is very dismissive of the West.
Yeah, like what
fair.
the fuck? Okay, anyway, the winner is Black Clover, best cast. I love that. Despite the fucking shit that I'm saying right now, a couple minutes ago, I like remembered a lot of the Black Clover stuff that happened this year, and it feels really good. It didn't get my vote, but whatever. Does anybody have anything else they want to say about best cast before we move on to best character development?
I love that you're more graceful in accepting that victory for Black Clover than I am. So maybe you are the stan that Twitter called you.
Well, dude, I've been trying to say forever, like, I'm not a fucking Black Clover hater, man.
Fire Force cast.
Yeah.
Especially,
I just think
especially if you've read the last few chapters. Fire Force cast.
Fire Force going crazy.
You know, you know.
If you know, you know. All right, bet. We got 2 more categories left. Nice Bapa Booey, bruh. Just asked us how many categories left. We have best character development, and then we have best manga 2021. Yeah. Going into best character dev, we got Sanji Vinsmoke, Fuko Izumo, Aquamarine Hoshino, and Tayo Asano from Mission Yozakura family. How do we feel about best character development for this year, boys? And before
How
we
did the Sanji fans find this freaking goal?
it's
My
blame JD
God.
Legend. Where's JD? Is JD in the chat right now?
Oh my God.
Because
Probably
I
not,
definitely
but
would throw all of my blame towards JD right now for that.
probably.
But
It's all right.
but
Eagle,
yeah,
Oh my God.
yeah. How do
Eagle,
we
you're the reason for
for
rising
Sanji?
One Piece sales.
How do we feel about best character development this year, boys?
Oh man, I really wish I'd read Oshinoko before I had voted at the time. And I personally would have gone with Aquamarine Shohishino. It's been drastic changes in the character's
Yeah.
personality and like viewpoints and like personal tactics and growth and talents and all these other things. That would be perfect growth. I voted for Tayo
Nice. I love that.
initially.
love that.
I would have got. I went with Aqua myself. And it's a big thing. I remember this from last year. Character growth and character development is a square and rectangles argument.
That's
So,
like what I was
that's one
gonna
of the
try to
things.
bring up at the beginning of the conversation. I don't know, man. Like it
Yeah.
really depends on how you look at it, because it's like
Right.
there are clear like delineations for these concepts,
Yes.
right? Like
Yes.
development is what you learn about a character. They had a life before the series started. You learning more about that character and who they are is development. How the story
Yep.
and the narrative changes that character once you have their development is growth and progression. And last year we
Yep.
had two different categories for this. We had character development and we had character growth. It was confusing too many people, so I just kept it into one fucking category because
Yep.
technically I get it. You can say that all of the things that I just said as far as like what separates the two
Squares and
terms
rectangles.
kind of goes into just character development in general, and that's totally fine. But at the end of the day, these things have different definitions for a reason. Like in the literary world, you know what I mean? So like I wanted it to be about that, but like the internet just can't be trusted, so it's just character development. So if you lump all of that into one thing, you're eating right now. But yeah, I don't know. What's your pick, Axel, out of this four?
Mine is Aqua because
Okay.
2021 had a very big character change / development for him.
Yeah.
That was super huge. From all the way back from chapter like 10 of the manga. So like for him, I put him as number 1 for this year.
Okay. Eagle, who do you got for best character development this year?
You know, I can't remember who I voted. I remember
can't
this
either.
being a pretty hard one for me as well.
Yeah.
Between, Fuko, Tayo, and Sanji.
Yeah.
Tayo obviously has shown some great, growth and development throughout his time with the Yozakura family.
Mhm.
Obviously going from literally a high school student to a top tier fucking spy and espionage, person. Fuko, lots of development as well. I mean, I know that's not 2021 specifically, but that's just kind of like what we've seen over the course of Yozakura family.
Yeah.
Just as a footnote to that last point I made, Fuko obviously has grown a lot as well. We've seen some solo arcs from her and tons of development on that side of things. Sanji, we obviously got his backstory, his family, a lot of the reason why he is the type of person he is, and, some growth on that end of things. So it was really tough for me. I think I may have ended up going Sanji, but I also want to say I might have picked Tayo.
I think I either voted for Fuko or Tayo. I can't remember exactly. Mello, who do you got?
Those are my top two.
Yeah, who do you got, Mello?
Of the options.
Yeah.
Of the options that were available, I think I was either Fuko or Tayo. I can't remember which. I feel like Tayo, but when we were going through the nomination phase, I went with either Okaroon
Nice.
or D, because
Yes!
I felt like I think D was my choice.
Read
with the
Ranger
strong second
Reject,
of Okaroon.
people.
Ranger Reject, it's super underrated. It's a glorious series, and like it follows a young, goon that wants to, end a lot of shit. It's very complicated. I can't explain it very well.
Yeah, I was like,
his
are you
growth-
really about to go in that bag right now?
No, I can't. It's too long, and I'm very tired.
Mad Libu, Ranger Reject is weekly.
Yes. D was fantastic because his whole view, because like imagine an alien learning all about our lives through movies and TV, and then also fighting people and learning about their perspectives. Like, I still think of that Hekiru, not the Hekiru fight, but I remember this one fight where he's like, "I've learned this new technique to fight these rangers. It's called lying."
Empathy. Oh, lying. Oh, that was D versus Shion the first time that they
Yes,
like
it was
kind
D
of,
versus
and he
Shion, and
had
I'm like,
Koguma like on his like hip. You know what I mean? Like that was like his
yeah,
little guy for the fight.
he
Yeah.
never had considered lying, and the
Hmm.
fact that that was like a major character development for him, and he's like, "I've learned how to bluff with them,
Yeah.
and also I learned that they're stupid when they're mad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
make them mad, and I'm gonna lie, and I'm gonna win." And I'm
Oh
just
yeah.
like, God bless him. This blank slate is just growing and growing.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I'm really impressed with what
fantastic.
Ranger Reject has done on like the character development side of things. I don't
All
really
in the
want to.
span of a year.
Yeah, all in the span of a
Yes.
year. You know what I mean? I don't really want to say too much because like a lot of the examples that I feel like I'm about to bring up right now are related to like things that literally just happened in the story like a couple weeks ago. So I feel like it doesn't count. But at the end of the day, it's like the character development in Ranger Reject is very similar to like The Boys. If you've ever read or watched The Boys, it's a very similar vibe in regard to how it plays with your expectations of who's correct morally. You know what I mean? It plays with like altruism versus utilitarianism, and just straight up like Machiavellian shit happens like all the time inside of Ranger Reject, and you just get this like very robust collection of philosophical views and agendas that clash, and it doesn't ever really feel like there's an actual black or white, right or wrong.
It's all gray.
Yeah, it's
all gray.
all gray.
The
It's one of the
entire way
best
through.
moral, like morally ambiguous, like shonen stories that I've seen. You know what I mean? So like, I love that about Ranger Reject, and all of that goes into character development. Believe it or not, everything that I just said in my little like rant there. But
I
yeah,
I
go ahead,
I was just
Axel.
the one last thing on my end. The one hesitancy I always have with a new series is that like it's hard for me to want to vote for something when it is in its first year for character development.
I feel
Not
you
saying
on
that
that.
not saying that there can't be character development, because obviously there is. Like
Yeah, but a lot of
for
that hinges on
D
the
there
history of
was.
the characters involved.
Yes, and
Yeah,
that's the thing, is that like I feel a greater, attraction to characters where like we're in year 2, year 3, year 4, and all of a
yes,
sudden we get something that is, a big change to their character. Like for a character that we have seen and gotten to know for X amount of time, there's something new to it. Like we're already like learning and growing from like the get-go, from like the first chapter, but that at least is my point of view with it.
yeah,
But I would have been happy with D winning. I'm happy with 3 of the 4 nominees here winning.
yeah,
For Sanji, I mean, this isn't the same as Whole Cake Island. I'm just putting it out there.
yeah,
It's not.
yeah.
So, like, in certain aspects, it almost feels like a regression, which in and of itself is a development.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
But
Yeah, it can be.
that's just my take on that.
That's a great dude. That's it. Honestly, it's a good take. You know what I mean? Because it's like me personally, I look at like individual moments like almost as like in a vacuum. I'm like, holy shit! Technically, this was sound. I'm really invested in these characters. So like this slapped in these ways, and it really speaks to me for a lot of really personal reasons. But you are coming at it as like, okay, how much time have we spent with these characters, and why are these developmental and progressive moments that hard slapping for these characters? And a lot of the reason is because of how much time we've spent with them. So history with the character definitely matters in this category in a lot bigger way than I originally thought that it did before your input. So love that, but
Shout out to Yato.
yeah, what did
For
Yato
saying
say?
it's like, watching D go from just violently snapping and not listening to being like, oh shit, I should probably chill and take a second to observe stuff around me so I don't just get myself killed, is totally valid
Yeah,
in his like progression and
that's
tactics
huge
there.
growth because he fucking came out the gate on some like, I don't care
Swinging.
about any rules or what anyone will do. If anyone crosses me, they're getting
fight 'em.
fucking, yeah, I'm dead in there. You know what I mean? Like they're getting fucked up. You know what I mean? And then to see that with such a logical, like as wild as D was like in the beginning of Ranger Reject, and as crazy as like his outward, expression was, at the end of the day it was tethered back to something that made a lot of sense. So you go like, okay, yeah, go do that. Fuck all of them. You know what I mean? Like you don't really think about it too much in the
He was
vein of
throwing
like,
off all his like years of repression.
right, you could still
Mhm.
feel like, even though like you could look at it as like, holy shit, he's being really immature, there was still somehow a lot of maturity there in between the lines. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
it's crazy looking at a character like D/Sakurama for this category, but I feel what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. But the winner for best character development, drum roll please, out of Sanji Vinsmoke, Fuko Izumo, Aquamarine Hoshino, and Taiyo Asano, the winner is Sanji Vinsmoke.
Hey,
One Piece fans came together and made it happen. I don't agree, but like I love what we saw from Sanji this year. Still, you know what I mean? Like
Alright.
at a point,
Show me the spread.
oh yeah, let's see the results. At a
show me
point in One Piece where I feel like the kind of development that we saw pre-time skip is just like not there anymore. The amount of focus that Sanji's character got introspectively was like surprising and like really satisfying for me personally. But I feel like One Piece has just moved so far away from the character writing that I fell in love with originally that it's like I couldn't personally give him, the W in this area. And maybe it's just at a point in One Piece's storytelling where it just doesn't make sense to really, focus on a specific character and give them development and make them stand out in a way where you can go, holy shit, he's really in his character writing bag. Because we are literally in a war kind of situation right now. And Oda's trying to wrap this shit the fuck up. So it's like, get us to One Piece, basically, is kind of like what it feels like right now. So that's totally fine. But like, Sanji was great this year.
Sanji did work. Fuko definitely earns her second place spot. Like,
Yep, we got Fuka. Okay, oh, my bad. 412 votes total. 188 votes went to Sanji. 121 to Fuko. 63 for Taiyo. 40 for Aquamarine Hoshino.
I understand how it panned out.
Yeah.
I wish I'd read every single series when those nominations came out, but I didn't have the time.
Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Does anybody have
Oh,
anything to
man.
say about the character development category? After the
I was
winners?
a D guy, so
Yeah. Okay. Well,
It turned into a nasty development.
congratulations,
Pun
Sanji Vinsmoke.
intended.
Yeah,
Pun
yeah.
intended.
Yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Well, yeah, that was best character development. Last category of the night.
bum bum bum. Hey, just a quick shout out for
Yeah.
everyone that's been here this entire time.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you
the
so
best.
much.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us this entire time.
I see you guys.
Yeah,
All
we definitely
5
see you.
hours.
Yeah, we're going on 5 hours right now. That's actually crazy. This is officially like an hour longer than the last award show, which like kind of makes sense because there's 4 of us here instead of 3 like last time. And Axel reads literally everything, so we get a lot more input on more things than we did in the last year. But moving on to Best Manga of 2021, we got the nominees: Eden Zero, One Piece, Dr. Stone, and My Hero Academia. I don't know. My top 5 manga of the year is way different. Like top 4, top 5, whatever. I would probably say that my top 5 manga of the year, if I had to choose this nominees nominations, I'd probably go Witch Hat Atelier, Dr. Stone, Shangri-La Frontier, Ranger Reject, and Jujutsu Kaisen were like the things that just off the top of my head were the things that I can honestly say that I cared the most about, and also like went out of my way to be like, holy shit, this shit is amazing the most. You know what I mean? So like that would be the way that I kind of like set it up. How do you guys feel about the nominees?
I'm happy that Dr. Stone is in there.
Me too,
That's
dude.
who I
Me too,
personally
man.
voted for.
Yeah,
Because I
absolutely.
felt like as the ending arcs, it's had a great year. And I still think it's agree that among the mainstream giants, it is a underrated series.
Yeah.
For me, my votes will always go to series like Shangri-La Frontier, because it is a brand new series and it has completely won me over at this year alone.
Yeah, dude.
And it's
Shangri-La
just getting
Frontier has
better.
had a stellar year in 2021.
That was my nomination. You guys
Yeah.
know that I'm a huge Golden Kamui, Don to Don, Ranger Reject fan. So like those were my top 5, listing all the series that I talked about.
Yeah, absolutely. Eagle, how do you feel about the noms, bro?
Nominations make sense to me, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's your
I
vote?
wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be mad at anybody
Yeah.
that wins this.
Hell yeah.
I think they've all had phenomenal years. I think Dr. Stone has done some huge things. You know, definitely with like the moon progression and the Y-Man progression, the plot line just moving forward. Boom,
Yes.
boom, boom.
Yes.
My Hero's done some great stuff with like the. I'm not sure when exactly 2021 started for My Hero, but like
Tartarus
It
arc.
started with
It
the
was-
very
it
ass
was-
end of Paranormal Liberation Front War going
Yes.
into Tartarus Breakout.
yeah, so we've gotten like just the all for one breakout. You know, the waves he's been making since then, the seeds he's been sowing, Deku stuff, the big development from him. You know, One Piece obviously we've had Wano all year, and we started with Roof Piece. You know,
Yeah.
Eden Zero. I'm not
It's a
mad
good
at. You
series.
know,
Yeah.
I'm not
It's a
like
really good series.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm into 2021 stuff for Eden Zero yet, but yeah.
How far are you? I don't think I've asked you since you started reading. How far into Eden Zero did you get?
I think I'm around the same point as you, in the 50-60 area, and then
Yeah.
you know I also did read like the couple most recent chapters. just
Don't
in
you
case I can
fucking
talk.
love doesn't it like I knew you would fuck with do you fuck with Eden Zero like super heavy? Because like yeah. I like
He
knew
just gives you
like
that small
I got
smile.
to
He's
I
like,
got to a
"Yeah."
certain point in Eden Zero and I was like, Eagle's gotta read this shit. I was like, I need to tell him to read this shit right now. Like I
Because
want him to
it's
drop
Space
everything.
One Piece.
Like, dude, like, and
Yeah.
not even just because it's Space One Piece. Like, obviously, like that's just like the tagline for like, yo, Eagle, go read this shit because it's One Piece in space. But like, so many things that I've heard Eagle talk about that he cares about inside of character and story writing are just there in Eden Zero in spades. Like, it literally like feels like I have like one series that I'm like, this is my one friend series, this is another friend series, boom, 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 boom. I read Eden Zero, and the only thing I think about is Eagle in my like while I'm reading, and I'm like,
Aw, that's cute.
like dead ass serious, bro. Like, and I knew that you fucking love it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. All right, Axel,
That's all the beats for it.
how do you feel about the
All right.
noms, bro?
Okay, so for anyone that watched my post Rogers base stream, I had my top 20 for the year. I'll just do the top 8, but like I had One Punch Man at 8, Oshinoko at 7, Mission Yozakura Family at 6, Kingdom at 5, which is unfortunate that, you know, it's so hard for Kingdom to get nominations.
No noms. I'm so sad.
Anywhere other than Rogers base stream, like on a yearly basis.
Yeah.
4 went to Jujutsu Kaisen, which I'm shocked is not here, honestly.
Yeah.
3 was Dr. Stone, 2 was Undead Unluck, and number 1, Eden Zero.
Love it.
And again, focusing purely on 2021, which is hard for some people to do, as we've seen kind of throughout some of the nominations and whatnot, because you just see a name or like a title or a character, and you're just like, I like that character or thing. I will vote for that because internet. But like Eden Zero was the whole package for me in 2021.
Nice.
Had great characters, had a fantastic arc. It wasn't all, you know, like a shonen series, all good at the end kind
All
of
good in the
thing.
hood.
Right.
There were stakes.
I heard it was
there were
crazy, bro.
consequences.
Try not to
was-
spoil me like too crazy.
I won't.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go into spoilers, but like,
Okay,
it
thank
was
you.
just one of those things where like Eden Zero was one of the best things that came out last year. And
Hell
it's
yeah.
honestly unfortunate that the biggest barrier to entry to Eden Zero is Fairy Tail in people's perception of Fairy Tail.
Yeah, for sure.
Despite the fact that like Eden Zero is Mashima back in the bag that he had with Rave Master. And I stand
Yes.
by that a
Nice.
lot.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. I cut my teeth on Rave Master. Just like
Yes.
Hey,
it's
if you're an
absolutely-
Eden Zero fan that like goes out of your way to say like don't worry about Fairy Tail, read Eden Zero, like Go do that for like everything that you dismissed, like based on whatever preconceived
Pretty
notions
much.
that you have. Like
Honestly.
if you're someone who read the first chapter of Dawn to Dawn and dropped it, or like someone who read the first chapter of Undead Unluck and dropped it, but like you're shouting
give
for
it a shot.
everyone to read Eden Zero despite what they think about like Fairy Tale and shit, like just like keep the same level of like open-mindedness and read those other series.
Give a 1-volume test.
Yeah, give
like,
a 1-volume test.
Yes.
Honestly.
That's why we do the book club all the time.
That's a general rule. That's a good general rule to go by. After
Right,
a volume,
like,
if you're not into it.
Yeah.
Because obviously, you know, there can be very big ups or downs in the first chapter. Same with even chapter 2 or chapter 3.
Right.
So like you really got to give it a shot. And like you said, like have that same kind of attitude, like where if people are like putting one thing down and you're saying, oh, you know, rise against that, don't turn around and do that to something else yourself.
Right.
It's okay. It's perfectly okay if you come to not like it after giving it a shot.
Right.
But don't like, you know, just dismiss something.
Don't
So
write it off.
because
yeah. Sorry. I feel
no, go
like
ahead.
I'm totally in agreement with you that you shouldn't write it off because like Mishima, you can tell when he stopped caring about Fairy Tale. Like his heart wasn't in it anymore and its quality dropped and became more of, you know, fairy ship. And
I
Eden
personally
Zero
don't
is-
mind the fairy ship part.
I don't mind.
but
I don't mind.
I also have a very specific ship that I
Yeah,
am the
I don't mind that
captain
either.
of for Fairy Tale. So
Exactly, and I don't mind that either. But like for people that do care about those kinds of things for the series, like when an author gives a damn about a series, its quality shines, and you can see that in Eden Zero in a way that you do not see in Fairy Tale.
and
Oh,
it's
yeah.
organic,
Yes.
Yeah.
despite being a series with a lot of robots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I love the human element in Eden Zero from what I've read so far, considering it's such a like robot and like transhumanist kind of like story where like everyone seems to kind of trying to either be escaping the shell of like normal human day-to-day stuff or they're just an outright robot in general. It's like I see a lot of like I got a robotic arm, I'm half android, I boom boom boom, and I love that kind of shit. You know what I mean? But like the best thing that it covers, in my opinion, from what I'm reading so far, is just like the existentialism like element inside of characters like oh, what's her fucking name? The little tiny robot that's not happy.
Hermit?
Pino.
Oh,
Pino. I fucking love Pino's character. For like I like
got smaller.
yeah, like I totally like wasn't ready for like questions of like what it means to be a human and what it means to have feelings even though you're entirely mechanical and like things like that, like human heart versus like oil and like, you know, gears and shit. Like I love that inside of just science fiction storytelling in general, and seeing that in a story that's so shonen but also like trying to do its best to spin those tropes on its head while also being a very sci-fi cyberpunky kind of story. Like Eden Zero speaks to me in like ways that like I have a really hard time finding inside of manga. Even though I'm not like entirely current in Eden Zero, the things that it's shown me thematically and conceptually have been like wildly impressive considering my opinion on Hiro Mashima before Eden Zero.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
and it's not to say that he doesn't still have the fan service. I mean,
Right.
like literally,
yeah,
we are in the
There's a
middle
lot of
of
fan
we're in the middle of a mini swimsuit arc right now.
Yeah.
Before the fact that like in this last chapter,
episode.
Mashima was just like, I'm going to include death, and it's just like,
hilarious.
why?
Yeah.
That took me.
But
I was
swimsuits. But
We was just on the
whole
beach
time
with
water-
titties and ass. Why you killing people
Why is-
now?
Why is he dying in this water park? Oh no!
That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
I hope I don't drown.
But you know, again, it's just rounding it out. Eden Zero, it was the whole package
Yeah.
this last year, and for 2021,
Yeah.
it was the best manga of the year,
Fuck yeah. I love that.
Let's
for
see
Eden
what
in my
Zero.
opinion.
Yeah, we can see what the people
Unless
think.
there are any other comments.
Yeah, did you guys have anything else you wanted to say before we revealed the winner of the best manga of 2021?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I've said plenty.
Let's get ready for the One Piece.
I haven't even really said anything actually, because Dr. Stone is my vote here. I think Dr. Stone was just, out of these four, I think it's like clear for Dr. Stone. Dr. Stone is one of those stories that has just always felt perfect to me. You know what I mean? Like, it has like the main character that's just like perfect for the world. It has the cast that, even though it's like a big and robust cast, like Boichi and Riichiro Inagaki always know how to include just enough screen time for everybody that matters to a specific situation. You know what I mean? There's never any kind of like ham-fisted injection of character development or character spotlight just because it feels like, oh, well, we haven't seen any Kaseki lately. Like, everybody always makes sense for the scene because Riichiro Inagaki knows how to develop the story in a way to where it needs all of those individual specialties, you know, pretty often. You know what I mean? You always need a Kaseki for some reason. You like, Gen hasn't really had too many like battle of wits kind of moments in 2021, but he shined in like other ways that you wouldn't be expecting from like the silver-tongued, ulterior motive, backhand, shady door deal character. He actually sat in and was a whole psychologist for like 2 chapters. Or at least one, when it came to like Sai and Ryusui's brotherly situation. Like, he was the intermediary there, and his role fit perfectly there. Even though it was quick, it was potent, and like all of the characters just always right on time get spotlight in ways that cohesively feel right in the movement of the narrative. And on top of that, the narrative is so hard to predict because it's just built on like a framework of not everybody, very close to nobody, understands physics to this level. So you can constantly surprise people in your narrative with the inventions you want to build or the plot twist that you introduce because of things related to physics. It's just got such a good formula, and everything that it did inside of 2021 was so massive because I just didn't expect Dr. Stone to take the kind of turn that it did in the Kingdom of Science versus the Kingdom of, you know, Zeno and Stanley's Science Kingdom. You know what I mean? Like, that was just like such a brilliant dynamic for me, and the way that it concluded going into its time skip and all of the things that happened afterward going into the moon landing stuff that we're in right now has just felt so well paced and just so cohesive and just so good. And I have literally 0 complaints about Dr. Stone this year, so it got my vote. I love everything else on this list, though. I would be happy with any of them winning, but Dr. Stone is my vote. Going into the winner, can we get a drum roll? I need a drastic drum roll. I need like not even just inside of the panelists. Like, I need everyone in the chat to hit me with a drum emoji, a brr, brr, brr text. I need like all types of shit coming in right now for best manga of 2021. Because the winner is One Piece.
Show me.
Yeah, to be expected.
Eagles is like, yeah, we winning.
It's One Piece, and you want to know what? To be expected, like, sounds good, but at the end of the day, Attack on Titan won last year in this award category, so like that's really cool for me because like Attack on Titan is something that we've literally never talked about inside of our show anywhere inside of our content creation, and it still won best manga for 2020 despite that. So I feel like these votes can go like either way, you know what I mean? But it's going to come down to, you know, the biggest fandoms involved, I guess. So I guess it makes sense that since One Piece is in the noms and like there's no Black Clover and no Attack on Titan, you know what I mean, One Piece like clearly sweeps or whatever, which is fine. But like, this one still kind of surprised me at the end of the day because Dr. Stone, My Hero Academia, and Eden Zero, although not as popular as One Piece, still have like a lot of really crazy clutch like niche conversations like on Twitter that seem to take up my entire timeline like a lot of the time. So you literally never know
What's the breakdown out of.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Let's take a look at the results. Yeah. Here's how everybody voted. One Piece at 200 votes.
Than I thought.
Yeah, so it's 586 votes total. One Piece got 200. My Hero got 183. Eden Zero got 143. And then Dr. Stone got 60.
All right.
So I feel like the other series definitely came close. I mean, considering
Yeah, absolutely. Like
the grand scheme of things,
that's
when
where I
it's
was
like,
going. That's where I was
we
going.
got one
what I'm
series
saying.
in the poll that's literally like exponentially proven
Yeah.
itself to be the most popular series in
Yeah.
the history of the entire industry. It's like you can't be that mad.
Right. And even though Best Manga of 2021 got like among the fewer amounts of votes total than like any other category, I want to say like the one that people voted on the most was like Best New Character. And then like Best Manga of 2021 got like half of those votes, basically.
Dang.
You know what I mean? Which is like really crazy. But the fact that like people can come together and do like massive like 400 vote difference sweeps inside of like Best Female Lead and like Best Cast and shit. Like the fact that Best Manga of 2021 ended up being this close throughout all the nominees is like really crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
man.
at the same time too, like it was like second to last from the reply chain too. So
Oh, sure.
it makes sense
Yeah.
that you would like see less and less as you're going down the list.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, me personally, if I see a best manga, of the year thread, and I'm going through all of the categories, like, I would probably assume best manga would be all the way at the fucking bottom, and I should probably, like, at least make it there. It's just so crazy that, like, some votes had, like, 1,500 votes for their category, and then best manga has, like, one of the least amount of votes throughout the entire category list. That's insane. Go ahead, Mello.
Shout out to Odin.
Yeah,
Thank
I was just
you,
about to shout him out. Yeah,
gifting some more subs. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
That was
Odin's great.
fantastic.
5
Odin's
subs,
G.
5 tier 1 subs.
Thank
Odin,
you so much.
you're incredible. Love you.
And chat, you're absolutely right. We're gonna push this Shangri-La frontier agenda.
We've been on that.
It's gonna be our year.
We've been on that. Matter of fact, it's right about time for me to start lobbing some like other links in here. We'll start with the Patreon one because that's where we talk about Shangri-La Frontier. Then we'll go ahead and say join our Discord. Then we'll say go ahead and hit this Linktree link so you can follow us on like Twitter and like listen to us on Spotify if you want to. But like, more than anything else, follow us on fucking YouTube. Subscribe on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like that's like where the episodes come out first. Well, no, because they come out on Patreon first, but then they go to YouTube, and then much later they go on like Patreon and like Spotify and whatnot. So follow us literally everywhere, okay? Does anybody have anything that they want to say about like the voting results for like best manga of 2021 before we go into like the wind down conversation?
Oh, I was just gonna say, like us, just not just on the internet, but in our hearts.
Hey, fuck yeah, Mello. That was wholesome.
I guess, I mean, if anything, just given, our own reactions as well as the chat's reaction and whatnot, maybe, I guess, for next year, maybe the best course of action, especially to speak more to the voice of the Project Manga fans, would be to link the polls specifically in the Discord server. Because at least that way you're dealing with the dedicated people. But I mean,
they
while
were,
you might
but
not
that's
get
fine.
the same quantity,
Yeah,
or votes.
Sure. Yeah, all of this stuff goes to like every community that we have, like Facebook,
Yes.
YouTube, Instagram, Discord. Like every single community we have sees all of this stuff. It's really just a matter of overall reach in general. You know what I mean? Like we
And
get
the
it.
internet,
Yeah,
like
like-
once you see a tag, it just
We get it to our people. Trust me. Like everybody's saying, like next time, like put this in the Discord, or like next time, like make sure you do. Like all of that stuff was literally done.
Next time, don't miss it.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Like next time, like just don't miss the nomination phase. You know what I
Fucking
mean?
know what to tell you.
When you see
Jesus
the nomination
Christ.
phase, share it to literally everybody that you fucking know. Put it in every group chat that you're a part of. Send it to anybody that you think cares about it, and then we'll see a lot more diversity in these polls, is all I'm going to say. Because it goes everywhere it needs to inside of our team, inside of our camp. So, but yeah, dude.
Kaisen, Rip SLF,
Yeah.
Rip Ranger Reject.
Jujutsu Kaisen still got wins. though.
Jujutsu
So, I
Kaisen got
mean,
like multiple
we
wins.
didn't
It's
get
really RIP Witch Hat Atelier in every art related
right.
category.
But
That's
Witch
what
Hat
it is.
Witch
Yeah.
Hat was still 100% though for nomination to win ratio.
Nice. That's true. That's true.
So
Yeah. You're right. But all right,
I
you
mean,
guys.
if you want to,
yeah.
yeah.
Go ahead, Axel.
No, I was gonna say, if you want to talk like in terms of sheer ratio of nominations to wins,
Yeah,
I mean, like, uh, One Piece obviously, had 8.
yeah,
It won almost every category it was in. Sakamoto Days also had 8 nominations, but won and then had a technicality on the other one.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean, again, Witch Hat got
Yozakura
nominated for
family.
one, and it won its one.
Yeah.
Yozakura
100%
family
ratio,
got
baby.
nominated for 8 or 9 and won 0.
Yeah, Yozakura
Oh,
family
which
showed
one?
up for so many
Yozakura
categories.
family got
Oh,
nominated for 8 or 9 of the polls and won none.
it
There's
wasn't
no
8.
There's no way
wasn't
it was
8.
that many. Yeah.
Mission
That's what they were saying in
Yozakura.
chat.
So, Mission Yozakura family got nominated 6 times,
Yeah.
but did not win any of those
That's
6.
so sad. I didn't like think about it like that. I didn't even know that, honestly. Like I didn't like look at the statistics like that. But like it being nominated that many times and not winning a single thing is like super sad because it deserves the world.
I think it's one of those things where like you get the nominations, but then when you stack it against each other,
Sure.
like
Other
if people
nominations.
are
It feels a little
choosing
bit different.
A or B,
Mm-hmm.
like I'm going with A even though I nominated B,
Yeah.
kind of
Oh
thing.
man,
Yeah.
Ash's Mission Blue Balls.
Oh my god, yeah, for real. Tell me about it.
Yeah. Oh man,
Yeah.
did Undead Unluck win anything?
No, I
No.
don't think it did. And
Undead
Undead
Unluck
Unluck was nominated 5
Mission
times.
Yozakura just rip,
Fuck.
man.
You
And I
know,
love that series.
I'm not too mad at anything that won. You know, it is what it is. It's like it all comes down to a numbers game. It's literally people's choice. Like
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm
can't
mad
be
that I'm mad that
because-
knocked one best character, but yeah, keep going.
you can't be mad that this series or character that you thought should win didn't, because obviously more people thought otherwise.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
That-
At the end of the day,
It is what it fucking is.
yeah, you're spitting.
Compared to other things, this was purely in the hands of the voters. Period.
Right.
Yeah.
This wasn't us overriding like a judgment call kind of
Yeah.
thing or whatnot. This was
And
literally the voice of the people.
Absolutely.
and somebody voting something you thought they shouldn't have doesn't make them any less intelligent than you or a fucking bot. It just means they like that series better or that character or that growth.
Yeah.
Like, shut the fuck up. You guys sound like fucking haters.
Yeah, which is totally fine. Like
Jesus
if someone like voices their opinion on something and like says like I voted for this thing and you don't get their reasoning for it, you have no like real basis to say like you're dumb or you're a bot. Like until you hear the reasoning, you really can't really say like too much. You can ask them like, "Hey, what's that based on?" And then if they don't answer, you can assume whatever the fuck you want, but like at the end of the day, it's like you just don't have enough information about that person. You know what I mean? Like
And it's all opinion. You know
and
what
it's
I'm saying?
all you know what I
Mhm.
mean, like it's as much as we want it to feel like objective facts, like our opinions
Nothing's
are just
objective.
that, you know what I mean?
Right.
So that's one
Yeah.
thing, but
And even then, there were series that rose above and won. Like Weird Bros 001 said, Fire Force won. It got a win. It
Right.
Yeah.
got the
Right.
Arthur
Hell yeah.
versus Dragon fight.
Right,
Like,
yeah.
it beat out other series.
yeah,
To get a
especially
win.
like fucking Black Clover was on that poll, you know what I
can't
mean?
believe
Yes.
beat Black Clover.
Yeah, like that's
I am
crazy that Fire
shocking.
Force beat Black Clover in like anything because the Black Clover fans really
Yeah.
came to ball
And
in
again,
this voting session. Yeah.
the
Oh,
fact
yeah,
that
Yatos is
Witch Hat
cracking me up.
Atelier did get its one nomination and win is also big in and of
I'm
itself.
satisfied with that. I'm
Right.
satisfied with that one.
So
Yeah, Witch Hat. Yeah, dude, Witch Hat winning in best world building when like One Piece is like just always been known as like the world building series is fucking insane to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so real quick before we wind the show down, I'm just gonna go back through the series or the categories like really lightning fast just to tell people who might have pulled up late, you know, like exactly how everything went. Best series, the winner is Sakamoto Days. Best new character, the winner was Higuruma Hiromi. Best paneling, the winner is Jujutsu Kaisen. Best world building, the winner is Witch Hat Atelier. Best main character performance was Itadori Yuji. Best female lead was Noelle Silva. Best spreads went to One Punch Man. Best color pages went to One Punch Man. The best fight went to Fire Force Arthur vs. Dragon. The best supporting character went to Megumi Fushiguro. The most underrated series went to Dr. Stone. The best volume covers went to My Hero Academia. Best villain performance was Shigaraki Tomura. Best monologue was Yuno in Black Clover. Best story arc went to Wano. Best comedy was Sakamoto Days. The best cast was Black Clover. Best character development went to Sanji Vinsmoke. And then the best manga of 2021 went to One Piece. So that's the entire list of categories. Thank you all so much for pulling up and tuning into this award show. This is the second one that we've done. We can't wait to do year 3. We're going to do this every year for the foreseeable future. So make sure you follow us literally everywhere. Not only just so that you can make sure that you're, you know, on your game for the next award show, but just like all of the other content that we produce throughout the year, I feel like is worth it as fuck. So like just check out like what we have going on, man. YouTube, Twitch, Patreon, Discord, like whatever. Like we're literally all over the place. So fuck with us there. Axel, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Your insight on things was very much appreciated, and just your overall, you know, pool of manga read is just like wildly impressive and super necessary for a conversation like this. So thank you so much again for joining us, bro.
Fuck yeah.
No problem. And I will definitely be getting on Witch Hat so I can say
Yes!
I have read everything from today's award show.
Yeah.
I need that for my pride
Yeah,
at
dude.
this point.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. And I would love to
but-
talk to you about it, man. But you got the red carpet, bro. I'm rolling it out for you. Let our viewers that are still here and that our viewers that are watching on YouTube know where they can find you, what you do, what you got going on. Let us know about Axel Ablaze right now, bro.
Yes, so if you don't already subscribe to my YouTube channel, it is Axel Ablaze Productions. No space between Axel and Ablaze. Otherwise, you get a soccer player from Inazuma 11. I make YouTube content on different manga and anime. I honestly, at this point, should give myself the crown for like the ongoing manga king, just so I can flaunt it, because I read more than I should. You can find me on Twitter at AxelAblaze_PAC, because at one point I cosplayed enough to have the C in cosplay, but I digress. I post almost daily on Twitter. I love interacting with people. It's one of the great things that I enjoy about being a small content creator. Small for now.
Yeah,
Still big aspirations. Very close to 2K
to the moon
on YouTube.
Yes.
Very excited on that.
Hey.
That's
Look
exciting.
forward to a couple of the videos that I got coming out soon. I will be doing a report card video for my 2020 recommendations for my best new manga from 2020. I've got my video coming out for the best new manga from 2021. Dan Da Dan is on the top of that list.
Let's go.
But if you want to see what's numbers 2 through 20, you got to check out the list, and there will be ones that surprise you, especially because I read manga from more than 5 magazines. You know.
Let them
but
know.
Once again, I can't thank you guys enough for having me on. It's always a pleasure
You already know.
talking with you guys, making content together, and there are very few people out there that I would spend 5.5 hours of my time talking manga with, and you guys.
Holy shit.
So you know, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Right back at
And I
ya.
appreciate anyone that has stuck around this long.
Yeah, dude.
And or came back multiple times for the pod to finish things through.
Yeah, dude.
So yes.
Oh yeah, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure, Axel. And just dovetailing off of that, like me just double downing, like thank you all of you who are still here in the chat right now. We are going on 5.5 hours for the stream. You guys are incredible. Hit us up on YouTube, hit us up on Discord, hit us up on Twitter, whatever's clever. And for those of you who like pulled up late and want to see the entire conversation, this will be going on YouTube in about 3 to 4 days. We're gonna let our patrons eat that first, so that'll be available for early access inside of our early access tier on Patreon. If you guys want to fuck with us on that, the links are in the chat right now very recently. But otherwise it'll be on YouTube in like 3 to 4 days, so whatever works best for you. But this was an incredible conversation. Holy shit, I can't believe it was this long. But we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up. Shout out Yato. Shout out everybody that pulled up, man. Just like the people that I can like see right away. Morning Haze, Yato, Scarred Hero, Big Hearn, Draco Genius, Kichi, all of y'all, Weird Bros 001, y'all stayed for the entire time, and you guys are fucking incredible. So holler at us literally anywhere else that you can find us. We're gonna go ahead and go on mute and go into our ending screen and play a little, a couple more anime OSTs for you guys and wrap it up, you know what I mean, in the live chat. But that's gonna do it. And like I was saying, this will be on YouTube in a couple days for anybody that does want to see the VOD for the full conversation if you pulled up a little bit later. But that is going to do it for the best manga of 2021 stream. Let us know what you thought in the comment sections of the YouTube video if you're going to be watching it there, or just in Discord or wherever else you can find us. But all right, wrapping up, I'm your host, Knox.
Eagle.
And I'm Melianis.
And I'm Axel.
And we'll catch y'all next time.